and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Monday, March 2nd, 2026. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. I've missed you. It's been 4 long weeks, 28 days to be exact, since I sat in this chair, at this desk, in front of this camera, talking to all of you. Yes, we've talked a little bit remotely, in the Italian Alps, in Milano, back home. We've done all that, but nothing quite like being here in this studio. And I have to say, as I have often said about numerous things, absence and distance makes the heart grow fonder. 4 weeks away from this, my home, my actual home, this place, this team, this studio, this desk, these tchotchkes, all this, the machine that is. Golly, 4 weeks, it makes me miss it. I woke up today, pep in my step. Usually Mondays, we love Mondays. Mondays are big shows for us, but this felt different. I was excited to get in the car. I was excited for the commute. I was excited to smell New York City. I was excited to be back. So much to talk about, so much going on. I miss this so much. There are times, look, in our lives, we all have great jobs. We all have, things we love, things we don't love, things that, bog us down. I missed it all. And sometimes you don't appreciate it. And I went out and I did something that I'm very proud of. I put myself in a somewhat uncomfortable position. I know nothing about curling. I know nothing about slope style skiing, big air snowboarding. I know nothing about half pipe. I mean, I've now skied down one, but I know nothing about this world. And I went out there, I did it for my country, worked with great people. I was so proud to do it. I was so excited. I was so honored, so grateful, so appreciative. I got stuck an extra day. I flew home. I was happy to be back. I missed my family so much, but I missed all of this. I missed my daily life. I missed Uncrowned. I missed everything that we're doing. And since I last sat in this chair, February 2nd, 2026 was the last time I sat in this chair. Just days removed from UFC 325. We're now gearing up for 326. We're 326 fight week. It is upon us. Since I sat in this chair, we launched 2 new pods, the Uncrowned Wrestling Show, Inside Boxing. We dropped two Uncrowned films. We were nominated for an AP award for our coverage of Hulk Hogan's death. Shout out to the .com team. And then, I wasn't sure if I was going to see everyone back there because they all carried me. I mean, I wasn't sure if they were going to show up today because they carried me. They carried this whole operation for the past month. Shout out to the boys in the back. Shout out to PCs. Shout out to Andy. Shout out to Frank. Shout out to Jordan. Shout out to Dad. Shout out to Josh. Shout out to everyone who stepped up when I was away. It was amazing. Like I said, I'm not going to rehash all of that I said last week when I was in the hotel room, but golly, I missed it all very, very much. I missed it all, and watching it all sort of move on without me made me so proud, made me kvel inside. But I was keeping track of everything. I had my finger on the pulse. 1 second, I'm talking to someone who just won a gold medal in half pipe, and the next second, I'm locked in on UFC Houston. Sean Strickland with a big win. UFC was back this weekend, by the way. UFC Mexico City was all right. It was okay. Loner Kavanaugh was fantastic. We'll talk to him later in the week. What a performance, golly. What is it about guys who lose to Charles Johnson who then become flyweight contenders? It's an amazing thing. David Martinez with the big win as well. There were some solid performances. It was good. RAF though, we're going to talk a lot about that today. And they are killing it, man. I did not expect them to be as far along as they are. They launched in late August, and here they are in March. And it seems like every time they put on an event, that was their 6th, I do believe. It seems like every time they put on an event, they steal the headlines for the weekend. Very impressive stuff. So I am back. Like the great Eric Bischoff theme song, speaking of RAF, once stated, I'm back and better than ever. I'm back. Frankie, did you miss me?
Absolutely.
Did you miss me? I walked in today and everyone's like, oh, hey, Ariel. What's that? I was like, what? I missed you all. Shout out to everyone back there. Shout out.
I didn't miss that. We don't have to do that.
So good to be back. My chair isn't fitting in quite as I want. In case you're wondering, I haven't jumped off the Nottingham Forest bandwagon. This is not my computer, my usual computer. We're working through the kinks as far as the computers are concerned.
It's smaller than the other
It's smaller. It doesn't quite fit the same. You can see a little bit more of this.
Maybe it's just cold in there.
The Forest laptop is right over there. Still have the Forest jersey right here. Tough loss yesterday to Brighton. We're hanging on by 2 points, but I have not jumped off the bandwagon, so I have no fear. Doing pretty well, round of 16 in Europa League, so who's to check. But my friends, we've got so much to discuss. We could do 4 hours on just the news and notes. We could do 4 hours, and I'm not trying to rehash everything that's happened since I last sat here, but a lot of things have happened in the last few days. So we're going to get into everything. We'll get your super chats back in. I'm sure you're all very excited to see me. I'm sure you're all missing me and longing for me. Even though I think we didn't really miss a beat, if I'm being honest. But as you know, when I go away, I always feel like I have to come back with a bang. I always feel like I have to have something, and I think we have something today, my friends. We've got 5 guests, a super stacked 5-pack of superstars coming on today's program. In about 14 minutes' time, Jiri Prochazka, the pride of the Czech Republic, 2-time title contender, trying to become undisputed champion for the first time in his career as far as UFC is concerned. It was announced over the weekend, late Friday. Dana White gets on the old IG Live. I mean, with the enthusiasm of a doctor who's telling you, hey, the colonoscopy results, they were okay. Nothing to write home about. Dana White's up there at 11:45. The MMA aggregators are dying. They're complaining. Where's the news? He's stringing you along. All you had to do was ask me. I would have told you. Had I known that you guys were waiting, I would have told you. It's Jiri Prochazka against Carlos Ulberg for the vacant light heavyweight title. That's the news that was dropped. By the way, less than a month and a half away from that event in beautiful Miami at the Kaseya Center, he drops the main event. He drops some other fights as well. We already knew the co-main was Joshua Van against Tetsuro Taira, not in Japan, unfortunately, but in beautiful Miami. That was big news. The bigger news is Alex Pereira is no longer the light heavyweight champion. We'll talk about that in a moment. So we'll have Jiri on to talk about this fight and everything else going on in his life. He's going to be a dad, which is a beautiful thing. At 1:45, Patrick Habirora is going to join us, the pride of Belgium, the Belgian bomber. What's his nickname again, Frank?
Flashball?
Flashball. I was going to say something else. I didn't want to say it. Flashball is going to join us. He's got some news to share. He's been teasing some news. He is one of the bright young stars, dare I say the brightest youngest star in PFL. And I'm looking forward to having him on. He's a great character and he's a great fighter, and I think he's going to be a real problem in their welterweight division. At 2 o'clock, Merab Dvalishvili is going to join us. Haven't talked to him since the loss to Petr Yan in December, so I'm looking forward to catching up. But also we found out he's linked up with RAF, and he's going to be going up against the one and only Henry Cejudo, who beat Uriah Faber this past weekend in Arizona. Merab versus Cejudo in April. So we'll talk to the now former UFC bantamweight champion and my fighter of the year for 2025. Paulo Costa is going to be on that April 11th Miami UFC 327 card. Moving up to 205, we'll talk to Bohashinia about that. Haven't spoken to him since his activities over the summer. He was supposed to fight this weekend. That got pushed. 185, now 205, making his light heavyweight debut in the UFC. Always great to catch up with him. And at approximately 4:30, so we're going long today. We got a lot of time to make up for. Maybe, is there a strong case to be made that top 5 most popular fighters in the UFC right now is Arman Tsarukyan, except the only difference is he doesn't fight. He's ready to fight. He's willing to fight. But he's doing all the side quests in the world. He's got another one coming up on March 11th because for whatever reason, the UFC doesn't want him to fight or doesn't want to give him a fight. I don't know. But if you are in the camp of Arman is a hothead, Arman is an issue, he's a liability, he can't be trusted, he's too crazy, well, you got more ammunition this past Saturday at RAF. He got into a bit of a brawl, which has gone super viral, which one might say is the best thing to happen to RAF because now you've got an incredible rematch. Here, we have some footage here in case you've missed it. I assume if you're one of the people out there who are watching our show, you know about this. Can we show them something from this? Yeah, here it is. Here's Arman Tsarukyan going up against George Poulos, the man who said no one could take him down, $1,000. But where's the incident? Where's the incident? That's the takedown. Well, where's the incident? Do we have the incident? There was an incident where George was very, very, very aggressive towards him, pushing him, slapping him, and there's some ground and pound, and all hell breaks loose. Arman Tsarukyan, my feeling is, if I'm being honest, there were a lot of shots to the face. This is Merab's POV, by the way. There were a lot of shots to the face. Now, do you want to see something like that? No. But if the UFC says, yeah, we're okay with a rematch now, I could see them saying like, hey, no mas. But if they say, yeah, we're okay, like that's the biggest match in RAF history now. Those two did a great job of selling it. Today we'll talk to Arman. Tomorrow we'll talk to George. So we'll get it from all angles. I can't wait to get into all of this. Look at that. Look at that 5-pack. Look at that 5-pack, guys. Guys, did you miss me? Did everyone miss me? Remember what
Who's to check?
Remember what I said when I left? You'll miss me when I'm gone. You're gonna miss me when I'm gone. You're gonna miss me when I'm there. You're gonna miss me. I'm not here. Okay, I wanted something. I needed something. Yeah, hey
Good
guys.
to have you back.
Guys, weird to see you on that side of the fence, right?
Listen,
Is it weird?
It's been like a full month.
Is it weird? Are the lights like a little bit different? What's going on?
Yeah. Lights are very different. I got this headlight just right in front of me instead of the nice separated lights.
Yeah.
Nice studio. I just got the one light.
I noticed the beard's a little longer.
No, I actually got it trimmed on Thursday. Yeah, so it might actually be shorter than when you left.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that a Jiri shirt?
Oh, it sure is.
I like the fact. I like the fact that you're coming up with the Jiri shirt despite what happened last time. We don't need to talk about it.
Look, man, the glazing allegations, they're going to come and go, but my fandom remains the same.
I love it. Rick held down the fort. EP Rick. I mean,
listen, we just do what we do.
I did notice. I mean, I was showering you guys with praise, but I did notice a couple times being like, you know, Ariel, this multiple times a week thing is a lot harder than you make it look. I thought that was nice of you guys. You said that.
You're showing respect, man.
You said that internally. I didn't see a lot of that externally, but I thought it was really nice.
He said it on every single show.
I'm pretty sure I said it like, thanks for watching, man. No,
I was locked in.
No, thanks for
I was in the chat. I was like, hey guys, Megan Oldham, you just won a gold medal. I need to finish this segment right here. All right, they're doing pound for pound right now. It's
Your favorite.
Yeah, I do love
pound for pound astronauts. So hold on, gold medalist.
Yeah, we're locked in here.
The one moment I really was thinking about your dual roles, like the duality of you having to be there covering the you having the honor of being there and covering the Olympics, and the show part of it was when I was thinking, oh, Ronda Rousey versus Gina Carano. Ariel's talking to 6 skiers right now, thinking, when can I record
100%
a video to send to react to this moment?
I was foaming at the mouth. I mean, all this stuff was happening in the past, guys. In the past 3 weeks, we've gotten Ronda Rousey versus Gina Carano, May 16th, Netflix.
Yep.
First MMA card ever on Netflix. The MVP MMA debut, if you will. We've gone over the past couple days, Rico Verhoeven against Alexander Usyk, and I'm seeing some awful takes about this fight. I can't wait to get into all of that. Conor Benn leaving Matchroom, signing with Zuffa. Did he sign with Zuffa? Is he with Netflix? What's going on? He's fighting Regis Prograis at 150 pounds at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. You've got a lawsuit brewing between Queensberry and Turki Al-Sheikh. You've got Manny Pacquiao fighting Floyd Mayweather at the Sphere on September 19th on Netflix. Plus, Floyd's fighting a bunch of other people.
Yeah, 2 exhibitions between now and then.
He's got a Mike Tyson fight, which I still don't believe is actually going to happen, and then a fight against some guy over in Greece, of all places. Oh, by the way, Rico Verhoeven is fighting Alexander Usyk in Egypt at the pyramids in Giza. What else? I talked to you about all the stuff that happened with Alex Pereira. There just seems like a lot of shit that's happened, but it's fun shit. I'm excited about this stuff. I love it. You've got people excited about the men's hockey team winning, and then they hate the men's hockey team winning. You've got Ayatollahs dying all over the place. There's a war happening in the Middle East. What else is there to talk about? Shall we get into the war, guys?
No. That's probably where we stop.
Oh my God. It's a crazy time. Oh, by the way, Jack Della Maddalena is fighting Carlos Praches.
Yeah.
in Perth. I believe that's May 2nd. So there's a lot. There's a lot to get into. Ali Abdelaziz is saying, no, it's not going to be Islam Makhachev against Ian Gary. Ian Gary's saying, what the hell is going on? Let's go. You're the pound-for-pound king. You should be ready to fight whenever. Let's stick with that one for a moment. There was once a plan in place for Ian Gary to fight Islam Makhachev April 11th main event in Miami. Why that fight isn't happening, I'm not quite sure. If you were to ask Ian Gary, he's saying Islam isn't ready. There it is. I'm ready. He needs more time. Imagine being the number one pound-for-pound fighter on the planet and needing, all caps, more time. He went to Georgia. You see the flag behind him, all that stuff and more. Ali Abdelaziz is saying we got other things. Is it Michael Morales? I know there was some talk of Morales versus JDM. They obviously went the Carlos Prochazka route. Prochazka also saying that, hey, there was talk of me versus Conor, and Conor turned that one down. I don't know. That one doesn't make any sense to me, but there's all kinds of talk at that 170-pound weight class. What I know is this. There was talk of April 11th. Ian Gary should 1,000% be next to fight against Islam Makhachev. That's the fight. That's the biggest fight. That's the most intriguing fight. That's the one that you sell. And Morales could use one more fight, in my opinion, to... It feels inevitable that this man will fight for a belt. He is so young. But Ian has done everything that they asked him to do and has beaten everyone except for Shavkat, and I just feel like that's the fight to make. You can rekindle the Ireland versus Dagestan thing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's the fight to make. So why isn't it happening in April? I don't know. Could it happen in May? Sure. Is it going to happen at the White House? No. There is a July 11th International Fight Week event scheduled for Las Vegas. That's the one that I think they want Conor McGregor on. As I said in my video update over the weekend, Conor at the White House is a long shot. I think the one that they want to make for the White House is obviously John Jones versus Alex Pereira. And John Jones backed that up some 12 hours later. He had an appearance and he said, I'm in talks with the UFC to fight at the White House. Can they get it done? Will they get it done? That remains to be seen. But the fight is Alex. Alex did not vacate his 205 belt to just fight anyone. He certainly didn't vacate his 205 belt to not fight for a belt. I think fighting against John is just as big, if not bigger, but he wants that history. And so the question is, if he does fight John at the White House, would it be for the interim title? Would they dare strip Tom Aspinall? And if they can't do the John Jones fight, is it going to be Alex versus Ciryl Gane? All this stuff, and that would be probably for an interim belt, another interim title fight for Ciryl Gane. All this stuff is very much up in the air. But if you are one of those people who really wanted to see John Jones fight at the White House and see John Jones fight one more time, there's renewed hope, I would say. And honestly, if you look at the landscape, it's the fight to make. They are not going to put two non-Americans in the main event of a card at the White House to honor America's 250th birthday. It makes no sense. And I would imagine, correct me if I'm wrong, GC, John Jones probably the favorite going into that fight, just given his skill set.
Alex Pereira fight?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's I've seen lines at like minus 500.
Exactly. So you want the card to end with an American winning. I would be surprised, honestly, if there's any fights on that card that doesn't feature an American. Like, you're not going to get Brazilian versus Brazilian, in my opinion. That it makes no sense for what they're trying to accomplish. And you're probably going to want to try to put fights together that, the American has a good chance of winning. You think this administration wants to have a Russian beat an American on the White House lawn? You're out of your mind. You're absolutely out of your mind. There's no way. So John versus Pereira checks off all the boxes. John's the favorite. John's an American. He's one of the biggest stars ever. It's probably his retirement fight. He clearly wants it. He's not going to get $30 million for it. And so I feel like these dominoes are all falling into place. A, he vacates the title. You make the Jiri versus Ulberg fight. He meaning Alex. And now you're free to have John Jones fight Alex Pereira. Now, I don't hate this fight for two reasons. Number one, it's a big-time fight. It's a massive fight. There's potential history at stake. But also, John can do as he pleases. He's not tied to any belt anymore. So it's not like, oh, he should be fighting Tom Aspinall. He should be fighting. No, he's a non-champ. He's champ emeritus. It doesn't matter anymore. So let him have this fight. Let this be the White House main event, and we could all move on with our lives. And then July 11th, you get Conor McGregor at T-Mobile Arena. You get him headlining International Fight Week, where he should. You sell tickets. You sell ads, you sell sponsors, you sell all this stuff, you get a $25 million gate, everyone wins. Now, as far as Conor is concerned, there's two options in my opinion. It's you bring back Nate Diaz, or it's the winner of Charles Oliveira versus Max Holloway, because he's got a history with Max. The Oliveira fight, obviously people love Charles. It's a fresh matchup, and you could put a belt out at stake. You put a belt on the line. You give Conor a title fight when he comes back. Now, Conor has 2 fights left. Will he want to fight for a belt? If he wants to play out the contract, that remains to be seen. But that's the perfect belt to have him fight for. Say he can win another belt, right? He won 145, he won 155. You either do the Max Holloway rematch, or you get a fresh matchup against Charles, or you do the Nate Diaz fight. If you're not going to do Chandler, which has always been my number one choice because of just the fact that they promised him and he had a contract and all that stuff, then those are your 2 options, in my opinion. But yeah, Conor at the White House doesn't seem to be a thing. And the moment I found out that it's going to be hard to sell tickets, you hear them crying about the fact that we're going to be down 60 million, which, by the way, I don't buy, because there's going to be commercials. Part of it's going to air on CBS. There are going to be commercials. You're going to make money off of it. There's going to be signups. They're not just throwing money in a bucket. And oh, by the way, fighting at the White House, the price of that is exponential. Like the PR that they're going to receive, yeah, it won't be money in the bank, so to speak, but there's different kinds of money that you can generate, and that's big time dollars. So when you hear them on the conference calls talking about this is a long-term play and we're 60 million in the hole, this, that, and the other, I'm like, yeah, not really. But when I found that they weren't going to be able to have sponsors on the mat or sell tickets, this, that, or the other, oh yeah, you can't have Conor fight on that card. Given the way they view these things. It's the same reason why they didn't want to have Conor fight during the pandemic. Couldn't sell tickets. Conor wanted to fight at the Apex. Conor wanted to fight whenever. I remember after Amanda Nunes fought Felicia Spencer, he was like, let me fucking fight. Let me fight. What are you doing? I'm going crazy here. And they waited. The first time he fought was the first time they were allowed to have fans back, or at least put themselves in a position to have fans back, which was the event in January of 21 in Abu Dhabi. That was the first time. So there's a lot there. That's just the tip of the iceberg. I can't wait to get into the Rico stuff. I can't wait to get into the Ronda stuff. I can't wait to get into all this stuff. Oh my gosh. What a time. Are you guys excited to have me back or what? Yeah, I'm excited too.
Who, me?
Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Frank. I missed you also, Frank.
Oh.
I missed you also. All right? I just want to let you know, in case you were wondering.
Yeah, I was curious.
Your texts were a little frosty. I'm not going to lie, but I missed you. What a way to kick off our return. There's a lot to get into, like I said, but let's get into the guests because we have a lot to discuss with a lot of superstars that are joining us. 5 superstars on today's program. And as I said just moments ago, late Friday, we got the news that the main event for UFC 327 is going to be Jiri Prochazka against Carlos Ulberg for the vacant UFC light heavyweight title. Alex Pereira seemingly moving up. That would be the indication to heavyweight. And so now we get this big time main event, a main event that I love, by the way, that makes all the sense in the world. Here to talk to us about it all is the pride of the Czech Republic, the one and only Jiri Prochazka. There he is. Hello, my friend Jiri. How are you?
Hey, Ariel. I'm great. Good to be here. Good to see you.
Great to talk to you as always, my friend. And by the way, most important, I want to say congratulations and good luck. I understand you're going to be a father soon, my friend. This is very exciting.
Thanks.
This is very exciting.
Thank you. It is exciting, and it's really exciting and a lot of pressure because I have the date of fight 11th of April, and my girlfriend, she have a date of birth like around 13, 15 of April. So,
oh wow.
So that's the point.
Okay, and this was the reveal, which I thought was great and very appropriate to you with the samurai sword. I love that.
Yeah, with this sword. So,
is that a significant sword? Is that something special about that sword?
This sword made for me the one Czech swordsman, and I was there when he made that, like from the ash, from the iron ash.
Wow.
And I was there like for a few days and watched how that sword war made, and it's really impressive. It's really impressive, and it's impressive, and I really like that. So, and I'm glad that that's worked, and it's made it for like a sword what had one special like shogun from Japan.
Oh wow! I love that.
Ieyasu Tokugawa. Yeah.
By the way, could I ask, considering it's so close to the due date, would you have preferred to fight in May or June or before? Because it's so, it's just like 2 days, as you said.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't understand. Yeah, like you mean the fight like later?
Yeah, because you said your girlfriend is expecting like the 13th, 15th, and the fight is the 11th. So I was wondering if you would have preferred fighting in May or June after the baby, so you can be there, no stress, or before, as opposed to this particular date, which is so close.
Understand. Yes, I like to be rather to fight later in June or whenever, like 1 month after the birth will be the best. But like I said to UFC, and because my girlfriend told me, like, if you will have the title fight 11th of May, because that was the possible date, let's do that, but it have to be like big fights. Don't fight like some similar fight, because you can fight all the year these another normal fights, and then we start to negotiate with UFC about the title fight, and here it is.
Okay. Were you surprised that Alex vacated the title?
I'm not surprised. I think it's like gentleman thing about when you go up, and he wants to go up, that it's normal to release the title.
Were you disappointed? Were you hoping that if you fight for the belt again, it could be against Alex so that you can beat him?
Yeah, that's the thing. What I hoped for, and possible opponents for me there were Ulberg or Pereira. I wanted just one of these two for a title fight, because I think other fighters don't deserve it, and I made enough to take back what's mine.
So ultimately, it seems to me, correct me if I'm wrong, what means most to you is to win the belt, as opposed to who you were fighting to win the belt, right?
That's right. I believe soon or later, Alex Pereira will come in my way.
Is that the dream scenario?
Right now, it's my dream scenario is to do the best fights, best performances, to be proud of myself, to be proud of my victories and all the performances. That's all my career. Only one rule: to do the best performance, do the best preparation, and I think it works. It works.
I noticed you said take back what's mine, but you've not held the UFC light heavyweight title yet. So why do you feel like it's yours?
Because I believe that I don't want to be like, I want to be honest.
Yeah.
And right now, I came to the point where I said to myself, like, there is no time for a bad fights. There is no time for changing the champions, taking belt, losing belt, and again another champion. I believe I can be the champion, defend the belt, and stay as a champion.
There was some talk of you fighting Carlos like late last year. Was there any doubt in your mind that he would accept this fight?
Like when? Before?
Yeah, no, like you remember in around September, there was some talk of you guys, and I think you said that. And so when you heard that this is what they wanted, were you at all thinking maybe he wouldn't say yes? I mean, obviously it's for the belt, so it's different, but I was curious how you thought it would play out.
Yeah, last year we negotiate about that fight night. What was in Australia, where Ulberg fought with Dominic Reyes.
Mm-hmm.
I offered this position to fight Ulberg, and he declined that. He took a Reyes, and here we are.
Yes.
So I really don't care right now, but I just do what's necessary.
And obviously, Jiri, I have to apologize to you. You won the light heavyweight title. I said you take back what's yours. This is my mistake, my brain. You know that. You were nice enough to not correct me there. You should have told me, Ariel, you're an idiot. What's wrong with you?
Man, I just wanted to explain you why because right now I'm pure in this way to the title, and every time I'm trying to find a better way, better attitude, how to go for the title. And who's that Jiri who want to be the champion? And that man, I have to be every day. And that's what I realized. I want to be champion. I want to defend the belt. I want to stay as a champion.
Do you feel in your mind that this is your last chance to get the belt back? Do you view it that way? Are you putting that kind of pressure on you?
No, I really don't care if that's last chance or there is a many chances or whatever. For me, this fight, every fight for me is the title fight. So I'm every time giving everything to every fight, and here it is. Let's go for Hunt.
Yes, and also curious, when you look back at the last two fights against Alex, do you have regrets? And is there anything that you will do or lessons that you learned from those fights to say, okay, this time when I'm fighting for the belt, I'm not going to do the same thing? Do you look at it that way?
Yeah, for sure. Short notices.
Yeah.
For short notice. Like I did that in, I think in November 224 and early 224. I don't know, but both sides with him, I was not in total health, so there was like I said, the not last chances, the
last minute,
last minute,
short notice.
Short notice, the fight. So next time or whatever, doesn't matter. Right now I learned from that a lot, so right now I know what to do and what not to do. That's why I wanted like regular preparation, really good preparation, and take a time to make a best preparation and take a title.
And I had heard that you started to train and started to prepare, even though you didn't get the date in the fight just yet. Is it because you wanted to have enough time? Like you were doing everything even before you got the official confirmation?
Yeah, that was something what was for me and for my team really big thing, because we went to Mexico City for a high altitude training, just because we believed that fight will happen. We just went for that fight just like that. Like all the flights, all the another country, high altitude training, full power training in Mexico City, and after we came back, after that camp, all that camp, they confirmed our fight.
Wow.
But all that time was just wait for the next week, wait for the next week, wait for the next week. So I think right now this camp in Mexico was for me like a small victory, and right now it's time for tough work, tough sparrings, and keep ourselves healthy and be the best.
I saw a video of you rock climbing, and I think the UFC posted it, and I think you didn't want them to post it. This one, what was going on here? First of all, it's scary, Jiri. It's very scary, the view there. But what happened? You didn't think they would post it, and were you upset about that?
I didn't want to post it, like, because it was a little bit dangerous. It was a little bit stupid for me. But there's a moments, and in this moment, this offer to jump out, jump off the gate.
Yeah.
Which was the end of the road, and there was just a climbing way for the climbers with the ropes and with everything, and they just told us like it's closed, and you can't go more, like up to the top of this mountain. So we just wait, and my friend told me like, I will wait here, I believe you, let's go there. Okay, so I said to myself like, okay. And yeah, it was not easy, really. It was not easy. In a few minutes, in some time there, I really felt like that's not easy. That's not really fun. That's not really funny.
No.
So, but you have to understand what to decide. If it's good to believe and continue, or be professional, take and go back. So I take it professionally and take it more seriously and go. And I went up to the top and back. So sometimes it's life like that. You have to just believe. Just believe. There is no other answers around you. So you have to just keep going.
Did you also spend 4 hours in a sauna over there?
Yeah, you know everything, all these things.
Well, you posted it. That's how I know. You wrote 4 hours, my friend. I see Tim Simpson there with you, and your whole team is there.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah, that's the Temazcal. Their traditional Mexican sauna.
Okay.
And this traditional Mexican sauna is based like a ritual, like a ceremonial sauna for cleaning yourself.
Wow.
From the bad energy, and that's why you there a long time, and it's really strong. And man, I lost almost 10 kilos after that sauna.
Wow. Like what's the temperature? Do you have any idea?
I don't know.
Okay.
But it's a small cave. There's a lot of rocks. Under the rocks there's a fire, and they put the water on the rocks. So is there a big like a hot, like really hot? It's there.
Only you could pull that off. I don't think us normal people could do that. You're built different.
You have to do the sauna every day. Like.
By the way, I saw you and Carlos Prochazka, I think in Czech Republic, right? He came to visit you to train with you. How did that happen?
He just came after the fight he traveled in Europe, and he traveled to Czech Republic, and I saw him, saw my team. They touch him with message, and so we just went for some training. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you pay attention to these things, but we were looking at your record, and it's a very special month for you, the month of April. You made your pro debut April 7th, 2012. You fought on Ryzen 1 April 17th, 2016. You became Ryzen champion when you beat Kig Mo April 21st, 2019. And you beat Alexander Rakic at UFC 300 April 13th, 2024. So those 4 big moments in your career all happened in the month of April. Now here you are fighting for the belt in the month of April.
I didn't realize that yet. So, but thank you for that. So I believe, and I hope. I believe I will make the title again in this beautiful date.
When you look at the fight, your fights are so exciting. Your last fight against Roundtree was incredible. Like you always produce these fun fights, and sometimes, if you're a fan of Jiri, sometimes it looks a little bit, and then you come back and you pull it out. How do you feel like this fight is going to play out? When you envision this fight, when you think of Carlos Ulberg, how do you see it playing out?
For me, right now, I'm already choose the way like to hunt the Ulberg, because he don't like the pressure. He don't like to be hunted, and this is what I said to myself. Like, I need to be that one who catch this guy.
Okay, so aggressive Jiri. You're gonna bring the fight to him, bring the fire to him.
Yeah, there is no other way like to fight with him, because he's fast. He's good kickboxer. He likes to jump a lot, to be light on the legs, and he don't like to wrestle. He don't like to be on the ground. So pressure.
Okay,
that's it.
And by the way, if we do get Alex Pereira against John Jones, this is something they're talking about. Who do you think wins that?
Alex Pereira, John Jones?
Yeah, at heavyweight.
Ooh, let the better win. But I think that John Jones will use his powerful wrestling for this opponent. In stand-up, I think there is a more percents on the Pereira side, but I think it will be more about the wrestling. So that's the for Jones.
Okay. I saw, by the way, Jiri, on your YouTube channel, you're doing like these cooking videos, and the production. Look at this production; is beautiful. This production, the way it's shot. Yeah. I feel like this should be seen by more people. This is really nice stuff. This is you. These are your recipes that mean something to you. The BJP plates, right?
BJP power
plates. Yes.
Yeah. Like, we started with our traditional food, like Czech fried carb with Czech potato salad, and it was, I didn't expect that, because a lot of things changes here in Czech Republic. How can be the Czech carb with potato salad really good? So I made it with one famous Czech chef, Adam Rundus, and it was really great.
It's beautiful the way it's shot. The food looks great, but I was really impressed with the production as well. So
production was great. Yeah,
kudos.
That's one more thing. What was like really beautiful. Yeah.
And also, I saw you with the Czech baseball team. I didn't know that baseball was popular in the Czech Republic. Is it popular?
It is. I didn't watch them. How they played in.
It starts this week. It starts this week. It hasn't started yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
you can still watch. Yes.
I didn't watch other sport than just MMA. So
no Olympics. You didn't watch Olympics?
No. And sometimes just the hockey a little bit, because my girlfriend watched that, but I don't watch too much like these stuff.
Yeah, my country, Canada, eliminated Czech Republic in the hockey.
I know.
By the way, they refer to you as Czechia in the Olympics. Why Czechia? Is that how you say it in Czech? I never heard of that before.
It's like some like new bullshit here in it's some like new world bullshit. They tried to change our like Czech Republic to Czechia, but everybody who heard that in Czech Republic don't like that. So
okay.
So Czech Republic is Czech Republic.
Yeah, we keep it the same. I thought that was I never heard that before, and then all of a sudden everyone's saying you have to call it Czechia, and I was like, I never heard this before.
Yeah.
Before I let you go, Jiri, can you explain to the audience, why does the belt mean so much to you? Why is this fight? You've had so many great moments, so many great fights and wins. Why does this belt and this fight mean so much to you?
Why? Man, for me, it's a simple question. It's to reclaim back the belt is for me to show myself that I'm the champion, I'm the true man who is keeping his word, because I said that like 2 years back that I will get back the title, and this is for me something what was essential in my way. And all this way to get back the title is, I don't do that because of other people, because of crowd, because of whoever. This is just only because I want it. I want it, and I want it like from deepest of my heart. So this is it, and with all the power, all my love to martial arts, all my love what I decide to give in this sport. That's why. So let's go for Hunt. Let's go for that.
The fact that you're about to become a father, does that add anything? Does that make it more special? Does it make you feel any different?
Yeah, I really wanted to have this title fight before the birth, because I know after the birth a lot of things will change, but this is something what I wanted to be. I wanted to be father, and especially these two strong moments in my life. I believe we can make it.
Wow.
I believe we can make it.
Like I said earlier, April is a very special month for you. Imagine you become a father and champion once again in the month of April, in just a month and a half from now. It's incredible.
Yes. Let's go for that.
You're the man. And once again, I want to apologize for having the mistake there that I had earlier. It's bothering me very much, Jiri, because I'm a perfectionist. I think like you. And I had this is my first show back because I was at the Olympics. No excuses. But it's my first show back, and so I made a mistake, and I apologize. I shouldn't take that away from you, so I hope you accept my apology. I appreciate you so much, and always appreciate you making time for us. Thank you. I'm so happy you got this fight, and I can't wait to see it in just a little over a month, my friend.
Thank you. Me too. Stay strong. Let's go for that.
Let's go. And also, by the way, good luck to your girlfriend. I hope she's feeling okay and that everything goes smoothly.
Yeah, she's okay. She's downstairs and she's enjoying the food. So
okay. Happy wife, happy life, as they say. So well done.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you, Jiri.
Okay.
All the best to you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
There he is, the great Jiri Prochazka, the pride of the Czech Republic. Golly, right off the bat, I took a title victory away from the guy. For some reason, I said that. I was like, that doesn't seem right. I would blame, being rusty, but that's no excuse. I fucked up. That's on me. But I feel like I caught it rather quickly. And I just was like, wait a second. That didn't sound right. Someone could have alerted me in the chat. Where was the chat? Where were you guys? Thanks for helping me out. Thanks a lot, chat. Can't wait for that fight. Love that fight. And hopefully later in the week, we're going to talk to Carlos Ulberg about his first title opportunity. That I know for sure. He has not. Has he fought? No, he has not. All right, let's move along. Still to come, Merab Dvalishvili, Paulo Costa, guys who know a thing or two about fighting for belts, being champions, and of course, Arman Tsarukyan, who hopes to get that opportunity in due time. Now let's talk to one of the brightest young stars in the sport, regardless of promotion. I would say he is the brightest young star in the PFL. They are very much behind him, and they are pushing him to the moon, as they should, because he is an absolute stud and a future superstar. He is well on his way. Of course, he is already that in his home country of Belgium, and it's starting to permeate throughout the MMA world. He is Patrick Habirora, the Belgian bomber. He is kind enough to join us right here and now. There he is. Patrick, my old friend, how are you?
How are you, my friend? Good.
I'm doing really well. Thank you for joining us. It's a pleasure.
Yes.
And let's get the information out of the way. You teased this yesterday on social media.
Yes.
You have some news to share, so I want to hand the microphone to you. What is the news?
Yeah, so basically, the PFL is coming back in Belgium for the second time. And now we're selling out an arena of 10,000 people. So it's going to be even bigger and even stronger. And I'm coming back in welterweight again. And I will face the former UFC champion, Benson Anderson.
Okay, so it's a done deal. There it is. Patrick Habirora against Benson Henderson, welterweight main event, May 23rd in Brussels. Back for you in Brussels. Is this a bigger venue than the last time you fought in Belgium?
Yeah, it's going to be bigger. I think last time they were ready about the fans, and it was 8,000 people, but it was too small. So I told them, like, you have to make it bigger. So yeah, now it's going to be 10,000 plus people. So the ticket's going to get sold out so fast. I know my country is behind me, and everyone is going to come for this fight, and especially against a former UFC champ. And he's still fighting now in wrestling. I've seen him fighting Arman in grappling. So yeah, it's going to be a good fight.
And I can let people know that the pre-sale tickets are available as of tomorrow, 12 p.m. local time,
Yes.
and the general sale available as of Wednesday, 12 p.m. local time. So this is going to air here on the ESPN app in America, but on RMC Sport in France. When they offered you Benson, who's by far the biggest name that you have fought, what did you think of the opportunity, of the offer?
Basically, with the PFL, we're going that they offer me a name and I just say yes. I think they have a big plan for me. I think they are planning something really big as we signed a new contract with them, and we are going in the road to the belt, and they are trying to build something really great around me. So they need big names, and obviously they were more into like fighting a really big name in the world of MMA for Brussels to be special for them.
So when did you sign this new deal?
Yeah, I signed. We saw each other at Dubai. I was there when it was Usman against Alfie Davis. I was in Dubai. We talked in Dubai with all the team, and yeah, it's done now.
Okay, and was your other contract running out? Like, were you done? Were you a free agent?
No, I wasn't done. I was still with the PFL, but they already wanted to show me that they really care about me. And I do believe that right now I'm really, really well with them. And it's really nice to have this type of contract as young as I am.
Okay, so you feel the love, you feel the support from the PFL.
Yeah, I feel like they respect me and they want to build like big super fight. And I think also we're trying to go worldwide now. As you said before, in Belgium I'm well known, in France I'm well known, but I want to be well known in the whole world. So we're starting to fight those big names outside of Europe.
Have they talked to you about, other names that are on the hit list? Obviously Benson is first, but the types of fights that they want you in.
Right now I'm in the rankings, so I'm looking up the rankings and I'm thinking about few names, and I'm like, yeah, that sounds good. Some guys from the top 5. I'm already into it. So after Benson Anderson, I will see. I have to win. First thing first, and inshallah I will win this fight, and then I will be looking up to fighting someone maybe in the top 5.
Sorry, go ahead.
They already know. They give me a name and I say yes. When they told me Kevin Jussa, I say yes directly. So it's not gonna be something.
How far away do you think you are from being in the title picture?
I think it's gonna be if I fight someone from the top five and I beat him like clear with a strong knockout. It can be quick, really quick. You know, it's how it goes. If you fight someone from the top five and you knock him out, you can have the title shot if their stars align. So yeah.
When Benson Henderson was champion of the UFC, you were 12 years old. Did you even know who he was?
No, back in the day, I didn't know, but I knew him when I started in MMA. I started at 16, so I saw him fighting. I saw him with the long hair, and then I saw him back against Arman Tsarukyan. It was not a long time ago. Arman Tsarukyan is #1 contender in UFC. He fought, I think, yesterday or 2 days ago in RAF in wrestling. I do believe his background is maybe grappling or wrestling, something like that. So yeah. It's gonna be a good matchup, mix of styles, and young generation against old generation. I think the PFL is starting to do a little bit of this with me, and I do believe it's a special part they're trying to build for me. So yeah,
it's wild. When he made his debut in MMA, you were 5 years old, Patrick. So this is really like the new generation against the old generation, and
but I think at the level I'm starting to gain in the top 10, I do believe I'm the youngest. And if you see the top 10 in UFC, top 15, I'm still young in comparison of them. All the champ are like 30 over. Maybe there's just Joshua Van or some young guys. So yeah, it's going to be always like that now. I will always be the new generation against the old generation because I'm a guy from the 2000. I was born in 2001. So it's a new generation.
And is 170 your home? Are you done with 55?
No, I'm not done. I do believe I will be a big 155, but I still believe that I can do both. And you will see me again in 155, I think. And I will see how it goes.
Which do you prefer, 55 or 70?
I feel really powerful at 172. I was wondering about my power at 170, how I will may be able to be fighting those big guys, but I still believe that I'm really, really powerful. And I still believe that I'm still gaining weight too. So we will see. We will see. I think I can do both.
Obviously, when you were in Dubai, you saw the champion Usman in front of you. Were you sizing him up? Were you thinking about how you would fare against him?
Yeah, I've seen his fight. First thing in my head, it was I want to train with these guys because this level in wrestling, I think it could help me a lot in my MMA fighting style. But I've seen also his opponent Alfie, and I've seen Paul Hughes, and I was like, damn, these guys and 155 looks smaller to me because I feel like I'm a big 155, but as you know, size doesn't make fights. It's just the size of the dog, but I'm still a big dog too.
I feel like the biggest fight in maybe PFL right now, bigger than any fight, is you versus Cedric Doumbé. That's the biggest fight I think that can be made, especially for that region. Is there any chance this happens?
I don't know. People should ask him about this fight because some people asking to me, but you should ask to Cedric Doumbé. I think he's focused on his path. I don't know. I heard that he's gonna come back and he did so many great things for the sport. Actually, he did so many great things, and I've been looking up to him because back in the day he was doing a kickboxing and I was starting MMA, and he was already a superstar. So I was definitely looking up to him, and I knew I'm still the new generation and he's the old generation. But you should ask Cedric about this fight. I don't know.
Sure, yeah. He's been a little bit elusive lately. We haven't seen much of him in MMA. I'm wondering.
Yeah, I think he was injured, but maybe he's gonna come back. I've seen some videos that he's gonna come back. So we don't know about the future yet.
When you spoke to the PFL brass, when the executive spoke with you in Dubai, did they talk about a desire to make that fight?
They didn't talk to me about Cedric Doumbé. Nobody talked to me about Cedric Doumbé from the PFL, but the fans in France and Belgium are speaking about this fight every damn time. But I still don't know what's the plan of the PFL.
Okay, that would be gigantic. It must feel really nice that they're coming back to Belgium just for you, right?
Yeah, I think it's a great honor. Actually, being able to bring a world-class promotion of MMA in my small country, but we have a ton of talent, and I know for sure that right now my name will be in the books, in the history books, because I am the one who bring the PFL 2 times in Belgium, and I headline it, and I hope it's gonna be a sold-out again arena. So it's gonna be just showing to the world that I can sell out arena in my home country, and I'm the face of my sports in my country, and I'm trying to promote this the best way I can, and the best way I can promote it is winning by knockouts.
And you're killing it, my friend. I saw you in Paris Fashion Week. You're doing everything.
Yeah.
Look
Yeah,
at
I'm
you.
doing everything. Yeah, basically, yes. And the story is so random because if you know, the thing is, I was just going to my friend Sofiane Pamar is the famous pianist. He's gonna be the Stadium of France, 80,000 people soon, and he's one of the most famous pianists in the world. And I was just doing his at his after party when he was playing piano, and I was rocking just a suit, and the brand's owner saw me and they told me you have to catwalk for her. So it's really random.
Wow.
And from now I'm getting into modeling also. So life is about experiences, and I try to do everything. I don't want to be. I already told you in one case, like I'm just an MMA fighter. I can do everything and still touch to everything. It's the new generation.
And
I
you're-
love music. I love modeling. I love MMA. I love punching people.
And you love driving Rolls Royces, I saw as well. Is that yours? Whose car is that?
I was in Dubai. It was just a location, but yeah, I like cars, and I have my own good car. Like now, I can pay my own car, so it's nice. I think back in the day, I was remembering I was taking the train to go to MMA, and I was taking like 1 hour and 45 minutes, went 1 hour and 45 minutes back, and I was like, oh my god, I don't have any money. My first car, I bought it like 2,000, 3,000 euro. Is like $3,500, and I was my window was broke, and I have everything to pay in this car. But I was so happy with that first car because it was my first one, and now being able to drive such car like that and have my own car, I love it so much, and I call it my Batmobile car. So yeah, MMA is going well, and I'm thankful to the PFL to show me that they respect me and they respect my work, and as soon as I deliver in the cage, they deliver back in my pocket. So yeah, it's good.
Are you starting to feel like, especially in your neck of the woods, in your country and in surrounding countries, are you starting to feel like your star is growing, like the byproduct of your success is coming to fruition?
Yeah, and it's good because it can make me able to be focused on my MMA craft, because sometimes when you're young and you get like a little bit famous, I would say, because it's just in my French speaking country sport, but you can get like in your head like, yeah, I will be lazy, I will go to this, I won't go to training. But for us it's just better because we are hungry. We come from poverty, we came from place we didn't have like so much things in our pocket, and now I want everything in the world. So yeah, I'm focused to just win my fights and getting in the top 5, after that calling out someone, and then get to the title shot. This is my goal.
You versus Benson Henderson, May 23rd. How does it finish?
I do believe that you already know my style, so I don't need to speak that much about what I'm capable to do.
Uh-huh.
Just the thing is, don't do one mistake with me. You already know it's a flashball dans le crâne.
I know it. There it is. What a huge fight. Good luck to you, my friend. What a big opportunity for you back in Belgium to fight a legend like Benson Henderson. Very happy for you, and thank you for coming on the show to talk about it. We appreciate it very much. Bon courage and good luck.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
All right, there he is, the one and only, the Belgian bomber himself, the great young stud that the PFL is so excited about, representing Belgium, and their lineup is starting to come together. Their final year as of now on ESPN. They've got the PFL Madrid card on March 20th, and then PFL Pittsburgh the following weekend, March 28th, PFL Chicago April 11th, PFL Belfast April 16th. That was announced recently. Mr. Paul Hughes on that card. PFL Sioux Falls on the 2nd of May, and then PFL Brussels on May 23rd. So there you have it. It is a new day and a new era for them, and I'm a big fan of that young man, and him getting an opportunity to fight in his home country is a really, really big deal. Okay, still to come, Arman Tsarukyan and Paulo Costa, but for now, it is so great to speak to this man. We've been wanting to speak to him for quite some time. He's kind enough to join us. He was there in attendance on Saturday at RAF. He got a front row seat to that brawl. He's the one and only Merab Dvalishvili. Merab, my friend, long time no speak. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Ariel?
I'm doing great. It's great to have you. I've been bothering you a lot lately, so thank you for coming on. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so a lot to talk to you about, Merab, but first, can I ask you about this past weekend? You were there. You saw the whole melee between Giorgio and Arman. What was your perspective on it? Was someone in the right? Was someone in the wrong? Did someone do something that led to this? How did you feel like it played out?
Let me tell you what, it was so fun to watch. It was wrestling, but it feels like it was fight because they would slap each other. I can't tell you who was right and who was wrong because they did take a points from each other, and but I think what happened after the fight, that was after the wrestling match, that shouldn't have happened, but it was still fun, It was fun.
Yeah, it was fun. I'm curious about the shots to the face. Some people saying Giorgio was too aggressive with the hands in the face and the slapping. Is that part of wrestling in your opinion, or is that too much?
Yeah, I think Giorgio started that, and I think he was doing too much. But they did take points from him, and I'm not a wrestler, and I think if they was supposed to fight, they should fight during the wrestling match.
Yes.
Not after, That's my only opinion. And now, but the Giorgio was doing too much for sure. Like he was fighting aggressive, and we all see also after, like now you see how he was like pushing his face and stuff. Yeah.
What did you think of the show? What did you think of RAF? I know your friend Aljamain was there, and he was victorious against Benson Henderson. Being there in person, what did you think?
I enjoy a lot. It was the great wrestling show. Even it was wrestling, it was so much fun and so entertainment. It was really high level. I only. Even UFC, when I go, even I have a best seat. Sometimes it's when you're at the arena, it's hard to enjoy because I don't know. Sometimes I rather watching TV. You of course I love watching UFC, but I rather watch it in TV. But anything else like jiu-jitsu or wrestling, I don't like to be in arena because it's but this show was the best. We all have so much fun. We all was so focused, and it was lots of fun. Great show, organized everything, and it was really entertainment.
I saw you said hello to Sean O'Malley and Tim Welch. So all good there.
Yes, all good. I saw Tim Welch earlier in the cafeteria. I shake hands, of course, like no, nothing. I moved on, and of course, for Sean, I have respect. He's a good fighter, and then now I like Sean's jokes, and now I am catching his jokes. He's actually funny and a good guy, and so with Tim, his coach, I have no problem with him now.
Okay. And also, you were announced to be joining RAF. You're going to be competing for them against Henry Cejudo, April 18th. There it is in Philadelphia. And so how did this come about for you, and what do you think of the matchup?
That's, RAF signed me, and that was them plan. If Henry going to win, they was going to make this matchup. And I like the matchup because I'm competent at his sport. We all see Henry. He's a good wrestler, and that's his. He was Olympic champion, and he was winning everything since he was kid, and he's really good wrestler. We all know that, and I'm not a wrestler, but I do wrestling in the fight, and I use this my judo and sambo technique good. And it's gonna be a challenge for me, but I like this challenge. And now, since I don't have a fight, and Peter decided to taking care of himself, so I need to be busy. I need to training for something, and this is good opportunity to fight and challenge myself and give people this. I think a lot of wrestling fans was excited for this matchup. They want to see this, and I'm excited too.
Yes, obviously you beat him in February of 2024. It was rather convincing, but now you're stepping into his world, so that's interesting. And he dominated Uriah on Saturday. Were you impressed? Were you surprised that it was so convincing in his favor?
Yes, I was impressed, and I was mentioning before. I hope he's gonna win because I wanna wrestling against him. But the he made the look easy, and then he looked very good, and so like he showed us again he's a great wrestler, and he's his own sport. He's the king really because he has a low stand and he grabs the ankle and how he level change, and he he need to take a punch, or he's good wrestler. He has his own technique, and he's good.
So you just mentioned your old foe Petr Yan. That's obviously the big one that a lot of people want to see and want to see for you. Where do things stand right now, Merab, between you and your career in Petr Yan?
What do you mean where we stand?
Well, so you said he's taking a little bit more time. I had heard, Merab, that there was a plan in place for you to fight maybe May against Yan and then maybe in New Jersey, but now that's not the plan anymore because I think he had an injury and he had to have surgery, right?
Yes, that was I was hoping because right after our fight. UFC call me and tell me in person, just take your time, much as you want, recover, and you are fighting for the belt for sure. And just let us know when you want to fight, like when you want to come back, and then we give you a fight. And then, but my manager told me they're not gonna give us fight at the White House because I'm from Georgia, he's from Russia, and this is like not really makes sense. And and then I was hoping then yes May in New Jersey, and when I came back from Spain and Georgia, and I was working hard training. And then I see that this news that we all see that Peter did his back surgery, and now I have no fights, and I don't know now. I know I'm not fighting June. I was hoping in July, but who knows? Who knows? Maybe who knows when Peter coming back, and then who knows when UFC will book us our fight.
You're so used to being active. Is this frustrating for you that you don't even have a date, let alone, anything to train for right now, any particular fight?
So, no, I was enjoying to be busy, and then even after my fight, when I go to Hawaii, I was training with Mark Zuckerberg, and after I go to Spain, training with Ilya. And then I was a little bit stressed because and then I was not okay. Then I was in Georgia for a little bit, and I wanted to come back in Vegas and training in my own zone and just be focused. And I was a little bit stressed all this time. I wanted to start training, and I came back. I was training hard, like I said, but as soon as I heard the news that Peter did surgery and I was not gonna fight anytime soon, something release. It feels good too. Now I'm fine. I don't have a fight, and I'm good. Because now I know who I'm gonna fight, and taking my time. Even I don't want this, it feels release and feels good.
Is there any part of you that wants to, or that you think if he doesn't come back by July, I'm going to fight someone else just because I love to fight and I want to be active? Or are you waiting for him no matter what?
I'm waiting for Petr Yan because these fights make sense. Now we are 1-1. I beat him 2023. He beat me and busted opened me up good in 2025. And like I said, I have no excuse. Of course, I was going through some injuries, some like hard training sessions, everything else. But now that fight, we both will have a good time to prepare, and I wanna even challenge myself and see who's gonna be winner in their fight in trilogy. And I'm sure everybody will be excited for this one. And now it's worth it to wait. And then after this fight, we move on.
I've been wanting to ask you this question since December, Merab. Is there any part of you that regrets taking that fourth fight in 2025?
No, I don't regret nothing. This is who I am. I like to take risk. I like to take challenges, and it was challenge for me. I know the Peter was top opponent for me. I know what it takes to beat him. When I beat him 2023, I know I was so focused every second. In 25 minutes, I was fighting for giving everything, and. Yeah, now we will see. Then maybe I was training over my last fight, and then I was a little bit, like a little bit beat up from injuries, whatever. But no, I don't regret, you know, and I think people enjoy this fight, and I'm a fighter, and I'm glad and I fought, and it's okay.
And I know it's a complex question to answer, but do you have a theory or two as to why it didn't go your way, why it was so different than the first fight?
Yeah, I know why. First, Peter is good opponent. Like I said, even when I was fighting in 2023, I did my best to beat him. It wasn't easy, but I make look easy. This time I make some mistakes. First I try to hurt him in his own game in boxing, and then he stopped my takedown. Wasn't working, and then I'm like, I wanna enjoy this fight, and I don't know which round I make this decision. I said, I'm gonna enjoy this fight. I don't care. Like, I don't know, something clicked in my mind, and then I was enjoying it. But and then he cracked me with 1-2, and then he cracked me 2 times with the body shot, and it was tough fight. And like end of the fight. I kind of give him signal, let's fight, and then he shoot me and take me down. I'm like, you wrestler now? Okay, but he did take me down. First couple times when he shoot, I try to guillotine him. I do this very well, and I make a lot of people tap out. But I don't know, Peter's neck was so strong and feels like unreal. Like as a 135er, he was very strong and big, and so next time I will not try to choke him. I will. So
he felt different than the first time?
I mean, yes. Yes, yeah. No, I won't say that. No, and then also I was so I don't know. Maybe I was also different the first time.
Right.
Of course, it's a new fight, new date, and so okay. I can only imagine he lost against me, and then I really beat him in 2023, and I all rounds, and it was like one-sided fight. I win like unanimous decision, and I'm sure he worked a lot. He studied me, work to how to beat me, and he makes a lot of changes, and I did get better after that, but I don't prepare this specific fight. I was ready for everybody, but I was not training specific for Peter Yan. I think, I was just training, like sparring with everybody, doing my best, but I should I should prepare for him specific, more specific, which is like, and it was, uh, during the fight, I know something wasn't right, and it was hard to make it, changes in during the fight, and so now for our trilogy fight, I should sit down, watch his fight, make some changes, study him, and prepare more. But it's all my mistake. First fight, I did homework, and that's why I beat him. This last fight against Peter, I guess I was too comfortable. I don't do too much homework, and I was just going I wanted to fight him, to to give everybody a good fight, and I wanted to take challenge. But I should be more smart to study him and do more. Like, I was working hard for last fight, but I should not work only for hard. I should work for smart. Sometimes I was even training over too much training. I was. But this is how we learn, and I hope I can fix this and um, win the next one.
The next day, the Sunday or the Monday when you woke up and the fight had happened and you weren't the champion anymore, how did that sit with you? Because you had been champion for so long, you were so dominant. You were my 2025 Fighter of the Year, by the way, despite the fight in December. I think you earned that.
I saw that, and thank you so much for this respect. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
I appreciate you, Ariel, and I appreciate all the people, who said, who respect my work. Even I lost the last one. A lot of people say that I was fight of the night, like including you, and thank you so much. That means a lot for me. That's what I want. I want to be just a respectful fighter who's ready for fight anybody, anytime, anywhere. And but this time, I have to fight Peter, and we have to find out who's the real champion. And it's worth it to wait to him. And yeah.
What I was wondering was, when the reality sunk in that you weren't the champion, how did that sit with you? Were you sad? Were you down? You always come across as so happy and high on life, but when you woke up on that Sunday or Monday, how did it feel?
Only I don't care belt too much, because that was my dream to come champion one time, and I was good, but I did win the belt 4 times. So belt is not everything for me. But it was a little bit sad, lost against Peter Yan. Even he's a great father, and I don't think he's the best person, And to lost against this rude guy, it was hard, But this is part of the life, and no, I was fine. This is part of the sport, and I was a little bit emotional after the fight. I wanted to just send my mom to message. I was fine, and even if she saw me, that was busted up in my face, my nose. I was fine, and I was cool. I just want to send a message to my mom. But I was a little bit emotional at the moment. But after that, I was fine, and I was just positive, and I was cool about it. I lost the fight. Peter was better man that night, and now I wanna. This is good motivation to me work more and win the next one.
Is there any part of you that feels like Peter won't agree to fight you, that he'll try to fight someone else, that he'll say he wants to fight someone else, that the UFC will go in a different direction? Is there any part of you that is worried about this?
No, I'm not worried. If he will fight me, I'm ready. If he don't wanna fight me, then I'm gonna fight somebody else. But But no, I think he will take a fight. He's also top guy. He's been fighting everybody, and I think he will fight me. I believe he's not gonna he's not gonna do that. I think he
Okay.
will fight me.
And do you have any sense, like, are you hearing October, November, September? Are they giving you any sort of time frame?
No, actually, I have no idea, but I'm just hoping to as soon as possible. Even I was ready for fight in April or May, but yeah, now we know that I have to wait until summer, and but I'm still hoping I can get minimum 2 fights this year.
Okay, so 2 fights this year. Wow, that would be an active. I mean, that's not a big deal for you. You fought 4 times last year in October and December. So hopefully that does come to fruition. I have to say, Merab, I thought it was very heartwarming to see, especially at the beginning of the year after your fight, you and Ilya together so much, because obviously you were coming off the disappointing loss. And I know we all know that he was going through a difficult time as well. It seems like he's much happier. And it just felt to me like you were there for each other, that you came to support him, to be together like a good friend should do. Is that what you were trying to do? Were you there to support your brother and show him that, you're here by his side during his difficult period?
Absolutely, yes. Ilya, he's a killer in the octagon, but he has a big heart, and he's a great family man, great friend, and great guy. And yeah, I'm glad I was there at this moment. He was going through like a tough moments. Like he wasn't even training. He was just a little bit. He was like, because of this family situation, and yeah, he was going tough moment. But Ilya is great guy, and yeah, I'm glad that I went in Spain and I spent time with him. And yeah, you're right. Like you said, I was also I was also depressed. I was coming from the loss, and that time hit me depressed, a little bit, because I wanted to come back as soon as possible, start training, but I can't control. I know Peter was taking his time, and it was tough time at this time. But yeah, but everything is good now.
Yeah, it seemed like
Yeah, everything. Sorry. Yeah, really, I'm glad everything is fine. He's good, and everything is good my side too.
Yeah, it seemed like you were both there for each other when you needed each other for different reasons. I thought it was nice. All the videos of you guys together, training, eating together, it warmed the soul. I thought that was nice. I also just wanted to ask you before I let you go, there's a youngster named David Martinez who had a win over Chito Vera this weekend. Have you seen this guy? Have you been impressed with him? Any thoughts on him? Because he fought in the co-main event on Saturday.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, he's top contender, and win 3 fights in UFC and beat like Rafrant and Chito Vera. It's a lot, and yeah, I haven't watched his last fight against Chito, but yeah, he's a new contender in our weight class. I like it.
Yeah.
And I would like to fight him one day too, and I would like to challenge myself against this top contenders.
Okay, and when you saw Tim and Sean, they didn't tell you that they were going to try to get the Jan fight before you, right? There was no talk of that.
Actually, Sean did mention Jan. He says something what he's doing, or what's news about Jan or something, and I just tell him I said I think I'm fighting him, and he just did back surgery, and just saying what I know. I don't know when he's coming back, and he Sean mentioned him somehow. I don't remember words how he did mention, but no, it was no conversation about that. I just shake Tim's hand and Sean like just a little bit conversation. He was funny, something, he was cool, and actually, uh, it was like when I believe his name is Dave. He's the champion, 165 division, the wrestling.
Oh, in RAF.
Yeah, RAF.
David Carr.
Yes, when he win, he was doing interview with Chavsanen, and Chavsanen asked about me. Merab signed to RAF. Who Merab should wrestling against him? And I was looking Sean O'Malley. I said, me and you, that would be a good matchup, And then Sean said, no, you don't want that. And then that was fun. So with Sean at RAF wrestling match.
It seemed like everyone enjoys it there. Like even Aljo seemed like he really had a lot of fun doing it, right?
Yes, absolutely. Like this is, man, I don't know. It was such a cool event, and it's so good to be there at the live event, and it's really high level, everything, and then it's a fun wrestling matchups, and then. Against the like Olympic medalist, like my friend was Gibi Macharashvili, Georgian. I'm so proud of him. Aljamain Sterling, he was a former wrestler, now the grappler, the UFC fighter, my friend, and he looked good, and then it's a great show, very fun, and I'm sure motivates a lot of young wrestlers to have a show like this and league like this, to work hard, training hard, be a good wrestler, and be in this show in future. I'm grateful and I'm lucky to compete at this organization because so it's a great opportunity.
And by the way, what about Luka Berulava and Anastasia Metelkina? You know them?
Yes, of course. The Georgia.
The only medal. Yes.
Yeah, we got a medal in Olympics. We are good in Summer Olympic Games. We always win the golds, and we have a dominate judo and wrestling, or even like lifting.
The powerlifting, yeah.
Yeah, powerlifting, but now, Winter Olympics, we finally got the medals, and I'm so proud of these two.
Figure skating, first ever medal for the country of Georgia. I was very excited for you when I saw that.
Thank you so much, and I'm grateful for them. They represent Georgia very good, and let's go Georgia. And I saw you was there. You have a good time, Ariel?
Yes, amazing. I loved it. It was incredible. So that's why I know all these little facts about the Olympics now, because I was like in that world for 3 weeks.
Wow, amazing. Yeah.
Great athletes.
Good.
They remind me a lot. The athletes there remind me a lot of MMA fighters because they work so hard. They're humble. I think they're underpaid. They're underappreciated at times, but they're all fighting so hard to achieve a dream that means so much to them, to represent their country. The interactions that I had with the athletes reminded me a lot of the interactions that I have with you guys, the fighters. So I really enjoyed it.
That's amazing. Good. Yeah, you're right. Like, I think Olympic sports, they're underpaid. They don't get this much.
No
money, no popularity, because even they're great and they're they spend all them life and they're high level athletes. But we know, I know, and then all the athletes, we know how good they are, how hard worker they are, how good people they are.
Amazing. Well, you represent your country very well as well. Congratulations on the RAF deal. Looking forward to that April 18th in Philadelphia against Henry Cejudo, a rematch of sorts. And obviously, good luck getting that title fight. I hope it happens soon for you. And thank you for always coming on and talk to us and being a class act, Merab. So appreciate it very much, my friend, and all the best as you prepare for your RAF debut.
Thank you, Ariel. I appreciate you.
All right. Talk to you soon. There he is, the great Merab Dvalishvili, the pride of Georgia, making his RAF debut on the 18th of April in the Illadelph, as they say, the beautiful Philadelphia region. They are rolling. They have another show March 28th, I do believe. That'll be RAF 7. They've got something, man. They've got something. I've said it from the beginning. Now the question is, do the hardcore wrestling community, a hardcore wrestling fan, do you want wrestler versus wrestler? You get that on those shows. And then you got the stuff that it taps into the MMA community where it's Henry, and I know Henry's an Olympic gold medalist and all that, but now more, I would say, known for his MMA work as opposed to wrestling work, his resume against the Merab. That's fun. And then you'll get the, hardcore wrestler against the MMA fighter, which we've seen a bunch of times, which more often than not doesn't go well for the MMA fighter, but there's intrigue. And look at Arman this past weekend. I know Giorgio's not an Olympic wrestler, if you will, but, I think they've got something with the mix. And they're coming at it fast and furious. Every month they've got, sometimes 2 a month. Like this month, they've got 2. Well, I guess was Saturday, I guess that was February 28th. But you get the point, within 4 or so weeks. Anyway, looking forward to that very much. And looking forward to talking to our next guest. Been a minute since we spoke to him, but it's always a great pleasure to speak to this man. He'll be moving up to 205 on April 11th in Miami, a UFC 327. There was some talk of him fighting this weekend, and it ain't happening. He's got the secret juice times 2 because he's moving up from 185 to 205. Is he there, Paulo Costa? Borrachinha, the hardest man to track. Yes. Paulo, how are you, my friend?
Hello. Very good, man. Thank you for having me here.
I miss you. I miss you, Paulo.
I miss you too, man. I miss you too.
How are you?
I'm good. Very good. Thank you. Tamara told me about the interview. I've become very excited, but I was sad because you was available, right? You were travel.
Yes.
And doing cover Olympics, I think.
Yes, I was covering the Olympics.
I'm glad you're back now.
Yes,
we need you. We need you.
Thank you, Paulo. That means a lot. You cut your hair? Is something different about you? What's different? The beard? What's different? You changed.
I think I'm heavier.
Yeah, you're big. You're a big boy. Did you get engaged yet?
Yes.
You did?
Huh?
Did you get engaged yet?
Not yet. Too much things going on. I have this business, the Secret Juice, that fight coming up. So, but this year, this is gonna happen. But yeah.
How big are you right now, Paulo? Oh my gosh, look at that. It's zoomed out. Wow, now it's zoomed in. How much do you weigh now, Paulo? You look huge.
Did you zoom out and
no?
Zoom in? Because I didn't.
I don't know who did that. I think it was the computers doing it, or the government.
Oh yeah, maybe you have some telekinesis.
Yes.
Because when you say this thing going out, that was crazy. I'm I don't know in pounds, but I know in kilos. I'm 102 kilos, something like that.
100. I'm going to look at it. 102 kilos is how many pounds? That's 224, almost 225.
No, I think it's more than that.
It says 102 kilograms is 225 pounds.
Okay. Good.
Okay, so you're moving up to 205. How come?
Yes, for this fight.
Just for this fight?
Yeah, especially for this fight because there was a good opportunity to fight somebody well ranked on light heavyweight. So in the middleweight was a little bit, nobody was available. So this is a good match, a good opportunity to fight a good fighter and be working, be busy. That's why we get in this. But I can make 185 anytime.
Okay, so the opponent is Azamat Murzakanov. What about him interested you?
I think because he's undefeated and he's on number 6, he's supposed to fight against the guy who beat Alex, and then he lost for Alex. I forgot his name.
Magomed.
Yes, Ankalaev.
Yeah.
Magomed Ankalaev. They're supposed to fight, So he's a good name. He's the best name that was available for me right now.
So this is just one fight for you at 205? Afterwards, you're going to go back?
We don't know. I'm just saying I can back to 185 anytime. It's not something that I cannot make 185 anymore. No, it's not the case. I can fight for the middleweight as well. But I just saw the opportunity. So I don't know. Let's see after this fight what's going on. Maybe I can do one more fight at 205, or maybe I can back to 185. Okay. I'm just looking for good matches and fun fights,
Yeah, I would imagine life is a little bit better when you're fighting at 205 because you don't have to cut that.
Oh, much better. Yes, much better.
Yeah.
Less stress, less tension. You can have a better, I would say, less restrictive life.
And there was once talk of you fighting this weekend, right, against Bruno Ferreira, I think. What happened?
Yeah, that's why, because nobody was available. So the UFC suggested me to fight him right now in March. But I was not happy with that match. I'm always looking for the best fighters, the best challengers, something that would be more entertaining to watch. So I was not so happy against, to fight him. Not against him, just because I think there is other option better than him to fight. Like better matches in terms of entertainment, in terms of challenger, and that's what's happened. UFC find out Azamat, who is better ranking, who is dangerous than him. So I say, that's it. Let's do that.
Okay, so it wasn't that you were injured or something. It was just a fight that didn't really interest you.
Yes.
I thought maybe they would do you versus Caio Borralho. I thought that was a fight that made a lot of sense.
Yeah, that would be better than Bruno.
Yeah. What's going on with you and Caio?
Why?
I don't know. I feel like there's tension there between you guys.
He used to talk about me. Maybe he want to get in there, take some attentions. I don't know. But he used to talk bad things about me. But he's not the only one.
Yes. That means you're a star when people are talking about you.
Huh?
It means you're a star. You're popular. That means that you're doing something well.
Yeah, probably. I don't know what reason make they talk about me, but for some reason they doing that. But that's okay. I'm just not doing the same. I'm just, I just care about my business and stuff. My business right here, you talk about secret juice. I have a bunch of them. We're gonna launch this secret juice in close to my fight, April 11th.
Oh wow!
Finally,
Wow!
Yes.
Wow! It's actual can. Look at that.
This is a can, actually a can. Finally.
Wow! Where can we get it?
Secret juice and Dial. Tamara is over here.
Hello, Tamara. How are you? We see you. She's hiding in the back.
Good. Yeah, she's hiding in the back, but she has caught. And yes, so finally we're gonna have the drink for the fans and for everybody to be strong and jacket as well. I'm happy for this.
Where can I buy it?
Where are people gonna buy this? How?
We're gonna give them on the day you're supposed to launch.
Huh?
We're gonna be through website, right?
Website probably.
Okay. Secretjuice.com?
I don't know exactly the site, but we're gonna release these and make as soon as possible. I don't know exactly how they I don't care. I don't care about this business. They care about this. But yeah.
You tell me. When you know the answer, you tell us, and we tell the world.
Of course. You are my guy. You always help me with this, promoting Secret Juice, and we're gonna bring it for you as much as you want.
Thank you.
And yes.
By the way, is Khamzat Chimaev on the Secret Juice? I saw he's looking a little bigger these days.
I don't think so. I think he's looking fat.
Fat ass.
Look there. He's looking fat.
You don't think he looks good?
This guy doesn't deserve the Secret Juice. The Secret Juice is for nice people.
Oh, okay.
He's not nice.
Was there any talk of you getting him? I know you really wanted that fight really badly. Was there any talk?
No. I mean, I always make this public that I want to fight him, and it's about the UFC. If UFC want to make this fight one day, but he's a champion right now. I think after a good victory against Azamat on April 11, I can back at middleweight to be in line to fight him, or I can wait for him at 205. So I can fight him on both divisions.
I think you're going to enjoy 205 and just stay there.
Maybe, but can happen. It depends what proposal gonna pop up after this fight.
Okay.
It depends who's gonna be available. It's about the matches. Match. I mean, if there is a good opportunity to fight Azamat at middleweight or anybody else at top 5 at middleweight, I can be back at, because I'm not far. I'm 103 kilos or 226, I think you said, right?
Yeah.
So I can drop more 10 pounds and fight at 185. That is not a big deal, not a big problem. So, but of course, I like to not cut too much weight and not being on diet every single day for 2 months to make 185. Is less stress, and it's okay. It's okay for me.
And the talk now is Khamzat and Sean Strickland. They want to fight each other. How do you think that goes?
It's hard to predict, but I think Khamzat gonna put down sometimes, and I think this can be a boring fight if you go to the ground. I think he's gonna try to hold him like he did against Dricos, but Strickland is tough as well. So the only problem is Strickland doesn't have that knockout power for singular punch. He's more about being grinding, doing the fight until the 5th round. So I think it's a little bit better for Chimaev to fight him.
Who do you think has a better chance of beating him, Strickland or Imavov? Or neither?
Maybe Imavov has better chance.
How come?
I think by striking, boxing,
Okay. More well-rounded.
Yeah. I think so. He's a little bit faster than Strickland and faster than Chimaev as well. Yeah, but that's it.
Yeah.
But I think the worst match for Chimaev is me. That's what I believe.
Do you think he's avoiding you?
He used to avoid me in the past when UFC pushed him very hard to get that fight against me in Abu Dhabi. It was unfortunately that fight didn't happen. I got to do a surgery, but the UFC used to push him very hard because he's avoiding me.
Hopefully we get to see it finally. It has to happen at some point.
Oh man, yes, this need to happen. You know, he's my goal. I'm sick of him. I'm just following him, and I hope in the very near future, very soon, we can match and fight.
Was there talk of you doing a grappling match against Shara Bullet in Rio this weekend?
Yes, we had this talk. Yeah.
And what happened?
I was surprised as well because like I didn't expect Shara Bullet want to grappling or know how to grappling. That was funny.
And what happened? Yeah. Is it still happening?
Yes, they contacted Tamara to talk about that. Tamara was in talks with his coach, and we agreed to fight. They were talk about just the details about the payment, but Hunter Capable from UFC does allow that. He says it's too close to my fight. It's important to fight. Very, very important fight. So he say no way to fight, to do that, to allow that. After fight, maybe.
Okay. Because everyone's doing grappling matches now, right? You see Arman doing stuff. Shara's doing. Yeah. Everyone's doing it.
I was happy for the call. You know, that would be in Rio. I'm in Los Angeles right now, so not Los Angeles, California. I'm in Orange County, so I should take a flight to Rio and be back. There would be a little bit confused on my schedule, but I think that was be possible. But I understand FC to say it's not allow me to do that right now. I don't think I would get the injury or he's gonna hurt me on grappling match, but yeah, I'm sad because that was a good money, very good money to do that match, just a grappling match, like 6 minutes, I think.
Yeah,
but that's okay. I'm focused on the other Russian, Azamat.
Your last fight was in July. How come it's taken so long for you to get a fight?
Yeah, it sucks. I tried to fight before. Bernard Allen was offered to me around October or November.
Who was that?
But then Brendan Allen.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right. Yeah. And what happened?
Yeah. He was offered, but I don't know. I accept. I say yes, but the fight don't happen. I don't know why. I don't know if UFC changed the plans or that was because of Bernard Allen. But the fight doesn't happen. And after that, who else? Who else? And Shara Bullet as well was offered, but he was injured. I think he had his nose broken, so he was not possible to fight. And that was in November against Shara.
Okay.
And then I just waiting. I wait for these two guys. So after that, was a little bit difficult to find another opponent. That's why UFC came up with the Brazilian Bruno. And by January, Azamat pops up. He was available, and we make the match.
I remember after your fight. Oh, go ahead.
But I asked to fight Azamat in March 7, this Saturday.
Oh yeah.
But UFC prefer to postpone to Miami card April 11.
Okay.
So it was not by me. UFC pushed this for April 11.
Okay. How'd you feel about that?
I mean, it's a lot of time. I don't need all this time to prepare for April 11 in special fight at 205, because on 205 I don't need, like, I need 3 months or 12 weeks to fight at 185 to make weight, but for 205 I need just 7 weeks. So I say we can go in 7 weeks, but they say no, wait there because there's a bigger card in Miami, and we want this fight for that.
How do you feel about the new UFC on Paramount now? No pay-per-view, the bonuses are up. Are the contracts up, or is the fighter pay up? I'm not sure. We'll see how that goes. How do you feel about all these changes?
Yeah, my payment is the same. But I think this is very good for sports. You know, it's more people watching us and put eyes on our sport, become more and more popular, more and more access. The access easier for people to know, and I think for exciting fights, this is going to be a very good change. I think if you are boring fight right now, this is bad for you, because if you hold people, if you don't want to bring action, they're gonna try to remove you, you know. But if you are exciting fight, I think it's gonna be something very good for us. Like this can make us very popular, very, very, very popular, like superstars.
I would just, and I'm not trying to.
I hope so.
I would just like to see the fighter pay go up also, you know, because they're getting so much more now.
Yes, I think this is gonna happen sooner or later. I think the things can be balanced. Like as soon UFC getting more money, they're gonna repass this for athletes. But I don't know when this is gonna happen. But you know, I think this can happen right now.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I agree. By the way, I remember when we spoke in July after your fight, you said you needed to get your confidence back. That was step one. Do you feel like the confidence is back yet, or you need this next fight now in a new weight class to get that confidence fully back? How are you feeling confidence-wise?
I'm thinking very, very pretty confident on myself, my skills right now. But every fight gonna bring you different perspective and different experience and different and more confidence as well. So it's kind of a progress, fight by fight. This is gonna happen naturally, more and more. But of course, right now I'm much more confident on my skills than I was like a couple fights ago.
Okay, so you're starting to feel like yourself. If not better, soon. It's a process, but you're in the direction of feeling that way.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Yes. And you're training in California?
Yeah, I'm training in California. The Dial, this company, make like a gym over here. They have a octagon close here, so it's a special camp for this fight, for my fight, for me. So I bring the coach over here. I will have the spark partners. I have a nice house here, and this sponsor is a Dial. The name is Dial Labs.
Okay.
Who is collabing with me?
And what about your YouTube channel? I saw you have part one of your sort of road to UFC 327 up there. There it is. It's nice. I like it. I like the graphics. What are we doing there? Because it's been, look, I see this one got posted 4 days ago. Your last video 1 year ago, and then 1 year ago. So it's been a while since you were on YouTube. What's going on over there?
Yeah, I did like a break on my YouTube for a long time, like a year ago or more. I was more focused on growing my skills, and fix some things that I should fix in general. I mean, about my training, about the organization of the structure of the team and people's coach and people who surround me. And once I fixed that, I was able to come back with this promoting on YouTube, doing social media stuff more professional. And right now is the time, because I feel like the things is on the way, so you can move and do different types of things at the same time right now, because we have people to do that. We have professional people to recording, to film everything, to edit, and to care about the social media. So now I'm free to do my stuff. The things that I need to put my attention.
Okay.
And let the social media for these people. And then they're doing this right now. That's why we come back and we're trying to show everything about the training camp. Everything that is possible to show, we're going to show like 5 or 6 episodes until the fight and after the fight as well. So this is something that can make me close to the fans and people who want to see, behind the scenes and everything else that the UFC does a show, everything else, but not the fight. So we're trying doing that.
I like it. Look at you. You've got the drink coming out. You've revived the YouTube channel. You've got this behind the scenes look. It's great. Who's your head coach, by the way, now? Are you still, do you have who's the man? Who's the guy over there?
We don't decide yet officially who is the head coach, but we have some head minds here. I would say we have Johnny, you have Nero, Kelson, have Ben Kay, so Badola, my brother. So everybody has Tamaya as well. Everybody has a different holes.
Okay, your brother.
Team, but
your actual brother?
Yeah, my actual brother.
I didn't know that. He's a part of your team.
Yes, you don't know that.
Is he a fighter?
He used to fight. He's my older brother, 5 years older than me. He was my coach for my whole career.
Okay, with Captain Eric?
He was by my side. No, no. He's
before.
He's not blue. Before him.
Wow. What's his name?
Yeah, his name is Carlos. Carlos
Costa.
And Carlos Costa.
Amazing.
He has another fighter. Natalia Silva is a Brazilian fighter. She trained with him as well.
Of course, she's doing great.
Yeah. She's doing.
Yeah. Wow. Look at this, Paulo Costa, looking good. By the way, the haircut that you did for our guy, it's come in very nicely. In case you were wondering.
Say again, sorry.
The haircut that you did for my producer, it grew out very nice. The waves, look.
Eric.
Yeah, Eric. It looks nice.
Eric, it looks nice, brother.
Yeah, I see that. He didn't touch it. He didn't touch it since you came.
No, really?
Yeah. Look how nicely it came in. Give him a nice look there. Look at that. Beautiful.
Show there like that.
Show the sides, Eric. You see that? How nice.
Oh, yes. It looks nice. Now looks very nice, Eric.
Professional.
I need another one. I need some waves back.
Huh?
I need the waves again. Come back.
Oh yeah. The waves looks a little bit better on you.
Yeah.
To be honest, yes. But okay, next time I'm in New York, I'll show up there
for sure.
A new cut.
Paulo, you're my kid's favorite fighter. They always ask me about you. When is Paulo Costa fighting again? They something about you.
Man.
They're a big fan.
This is amazing. This is amazing. I love your kids. You have a great kids. They are super nice with me, and
they said you have aura. You know what aura means? You have aura.
I know. I'm glad to know that. I'm glad. I will keep the aura, kids.
I love
the aura. Okay.
And then we're getting a win April 11th against Murzakanov.
April 11th. I'm gonna bring this victory. This is gonna be a nice fight, a great fight. I'm prepared for that. I have this map all the game plan already. If this fight ought to happen this Saturday, I ought to be ready for this Saturday. So pay attention to this fight. This is going to be a great match. This guy is undefeated until April 11th, and I'm going to beat him very badly.
Can't wait. Thank you, Paulo. All the best to you. Good luck. Let us know about the secret juice. Very exciting. Very happy for you. And can't wait to see you back in there April 11th at 2:05. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Ariel. Thank you, Eric, and the whole team.
Obrigado. Thank you, Paulo.
Obrigado.
There he is, the great Paulo Costa, returning to action April 11th, UFC 327. He had that one fight at 2:05 against Marvin Vettori, I do believe it was, right? Was it Marvin Vettori? Yeah. And now here he is returning, but he says that it might just be a pit stop for him. He might be back at 185. Big time fight. Murzakanov has looked great as of late. He's coming off that win over Alexander Rakic. Bunch of stoppages. First round against Rakic. First round against Brenson Ribeiro. Second round against Alonzo Menefield. Decision against Jacoby. Third round against Devin Clark. Third round against Tafon Nichkui. Then a Contender Series first round, and then a first round on the Brave scene. Tough guy, hailing from Russia, nicknamed the Professional. Will be the Professional against the Eraser, April 11th, and we know the main event: Carlos Ulberg against Jiri Prochazka, Tatsuro Taira against Joshua Van. All right. Still to come in about 90 minutes' time. Like I said, super size show, super stack show. Arman Tsarukyan, of course, one of the biggest stars in the sport. There is no question about it. You can make a strong case at this point. He's top 5 without fighting in the UFC. It's unbelievable what this guy's done. He was involved in that fracas on Saturday at RAF in Arizona. We'll talk to him about that. Giorgio is going to join us tomorrow on the program. More on tomorrow's lineup in a moment. But now we have an opportunity after speaking to, 4 guests, Jiri, Patrick, Merab, and Paulo, to get into the news. Is the whole gang here? Yeah, the boys are back in town. Pizzi, long time.
Look at you.
Look
you
at
had to
us.
come back and just throw it down the table, didn't you? 4 interviews, still a big one to come. Come on.
That's how we
I was texting you after 1 week saying, when are you coming back? It feels like you've been gone a month. But it was actually a month.
The best part was 7 a.m. There was only one person I knew on this earth that was awake. So we'd have our nice chats in the morning.
You are so busy over there, though. It was manic the hours you were working, wasn't it?
It was some kind of piss. But I would always see a bunch of people. I would see a bunch of Irish flags everywhere. I would see a.
Are you sure about that?
First day I get there, guys, I'm walking around. I'm like, Pizzi, there's Irish flags everywhere here. And I'm sending him pictures, multiple pictures. He's like, that's red. That's the Italian flag. I really thought, I was like, this must be the Irish HQ. There's another one. What, am I in some kind of Irish locale here? I legit thought those were Irish flags.
Turns out he was in Italy.
I was in Italy. Yep. But I'm so happy to be back. In fact, I just heard Frank laugh over there. Pizzi, I came back to a whole bunch of packages and mail, and I did receive this letter right here, and I'd like to open it.
Oh, wow. What's this?
a little ASMR. Okay, here's a letter. It's addressed to Frank Lenz. All right.
Who, me?
Let's celebrate. It's a nice little card. Are you guys familiar with what this is over there, Rick, GC?
No, I'm not.
No, tell me about it.
I've heard rumors of it, but I don't know what's inside.
Oh, wow. Okay. Here's a card. Very nice penmanship, by the way.
Thank you.
Wow, Frank, you really did it. Congratulations on this monumental victory. Just to be clear, I sent this money exactly when I said I did. I did not send it later. I did not forget. And most of all, I did not only send it after being publicly accused on a show watched by thousands. That would be ridiculous. Also enclosed, you will find a separate envelope for the winner of the 2027 Royal Rumble sweepstakes. I'm sending it in advance to avoid my claims of non-payment and or delayed payment. Not to say you would do something as despicable as that. And by the way, I learned over the summer, PC does not like accusations of any kind, especially on a live broadcast watched by thousands of people. Wow, I think he actually was bothered by this, Frank. Yours in good faith, a man of his word, Peter James Carroll. There's also
Peter James Carroll at the end there.
There's also some toothpicks in here, I believe, courtesy of our friend Tommy Aspinall. I don't see any money, though. Where's the money? I don't see any money.
That's long gone by this
Oh,
point.
wow, okay.
I was like, oh, words, not for me.
Did he actually send in advance his payment for the next?
Well, I have another letter here.
I don't think you're supposed to open
that one if you want to.
It says Royal Rumble winner 2027, not for Frank.
Oh, wow.
On it.
And he's already planning on not winning, I guess.
Hold on, is this USD or?
There's actually another card in here with another letter.
Oh, and more toothpaste.
Where's the money on that one?
What flavor is that? Are those
money?
toothpicks?
Congratulations on winning the 2027 Royal Rumble sweepstakes. I just hope you were more active in the text group than our 2026 winner, Frank. Unless, of course, Frank won it again. That would be devastating. P.S. Between you and me, actually sent Frank his money late last year. And you know what? I am glad I did. You know what else? I'd do it again, unless, of course, he won it again this year, in which case, congrats, Frank.
Well played.
I haven't opened.
If only Jordan was here he's our what is it called when you take the money?
Our escrow.
Our escrow.
Treasurer.
By the way, this
3
is
different answers.
Wild watermelon, which actually sounds
I need one of those.
fantastic. This is Macho Mint. How hard was it for you to get the American USD over there, the dollar?
I don't want to
bills?
go through.
Yeah.
It's so easy to just digitally send money. Is it even money at that stage?
No.
I hit them with some hard currency. That's all I know. And on time. I'm waiting for an apology, to be honest. I haven't heard one yet, Frank.
It was Irish time, let's be honest.
There was talk of non-payment. There was talk of me not being a man of my word. And I mean, there it is.
Well, I appreciated Pizzi and the heartwarming letter.
That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for.
Well, you're going to continue to wait if it's a sorry that you're looking for.
That's all I wanted to hear. Thanks, Frank. No need to apologize, mate. It's fine.
Clip that off. Clip off that. Sorry. All right. Well done. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. We have a lot to get to, guys. I almost am looking at the clock and I'm like, do we devote 20 minutes to each and every one of these topics? Because there's a lot to get into here. And let's pick up where I left off at the top of the show. It's Jiri versus Ulberg. And by the way, it's killing me inside that I said to him that he's never won the belt before. Like it is literally killing me inside.
I feel like you.
It's gonna be all right, man.
Check yourself 30 seconds later.
Yeah, you
30 seconds
corrected it, and we're
He's
on the.
completely unbothered by it.
It's killing me. I can't even move.
If you had said he won the belt, he would have said, "Why are you so excited about me winning the belt? Calm yourself a little bit down, and let's focus on winning the next belt."
That's a fact. I actually do feel your pain, though, a little bit. Me and Rick were talking about next potential fights for Melky Costa while you were away, and Rick was like, Steve Garcia. I was like, that'd be a banger. And then after the show, I remember they had already fought, and it actually killed me on the inside. I was like, oh, my God.
I appreciate you saying that. That's like a 1 out of 10 compared to my blunder there. That's like...
Okay, yeah, sure. Downplay my suffering. It's all right.
No. I'm saying Melky... forgetting that Melky Costa and Steve Garcia fought...
2023, a great
fight. Nowhere near... Not telling Jiri he's never been a champion before. That is an all-time blunder. That might be my worst blunder ever.
You really corrected it almost immediately.
Who's to check?
Yeah. Anyway, I think we'd all agree that they got it right? If Alex wasn't fighting at 205, it had to be Jiri versus Ulberg. It's like the easiest fight to make for a vacant title, right, Rick?
The only thing that could have entered the play is if Hamzat was actually going up to 205, but this is for sure.
Too many vacant belts at that point. Like there's just too much. There's too much activity. Like you need.
This is already. This is a vacant belt.
No, I know, but now you're doing 2 vacant belts.
We just saw it.
You'll have a vacant belt at 85 and a vacant belt at 205. Now the question is, and I said it in our video on a Saturday morning, can they get Alex versus Jones done? Can they get Pereira versus Jones done? Can they get it done? In fact, John Jones some 12 hours later was doing some sort of appearance, I think in Maine, and he, I don't know if it was intentionally, unintentionally, confirmed my report, because I kind of just like said it in my thing, and then I saw it all over the place. And here's Jon Jones confirming that he is in fact in talks, and I'll tell you more about it, with the UFC to fight on the White House card.
I'm in negotiations with the UFC about this White House thing as well. Very, very, very proud American, and I cannot wait to represent one more time.
Why does that look like a gender reveal or something? And why is everyone congratulating him and cheering for the announcement that he's in negotiations?
It's a big step. My favorite thing is the pacing back and forth. You know, like he's holding court there.
Like he's got something exciting to share with all of us. It is exciting.
It's exciting, yeah.
Yeah.
You tell me if you feel differently. I don't think Jon Jones would have been the holdup on this fight as opposed to he was in the Tom Aspinall negotiations, right? In the Tom Aspinall negotiations, Jon Jones was the one that said, I need this dollar figure, make it right, and I'll fight. Then they did, and then he didn't fight, right? He was the holdup. Tom was not the holdup.
Yep.
In this current iteration, in this White House fight, potentially against Alex Pereira, I don't think Jon Jones will be the one that will be holding up ceremony, right? It was the UFC, right? They have other options, right? Hey, we're going to do maybe Conor McGregor, maybe Ilia Topuria. All these other options are on the table. Dana White miffed at Jon Jones, doesn't want to call him. Now, all of a sudden, you're in the scenario that I've been predicting since December, where you got to break glass in case of emergency, and you call Jon Jones. I don't think he's the holdup anymore, so I'm pretty hopeful that he will fight Alex Pereira.
There's only one potential holdup, and that's the UFC.
Right, and it's not Jon this time.
No.
Yeah.
And he ain't getting $30 million for this, in my opinion.
He blew it last time.
But it's fine. Honestly, I think it's one of those where he's like, I think he's at peace with that. I think they'll do right by him. I think they'll pay him very well. I think he'll do very well. He'll get millions of dollars, no problem. I don't know if it's going to be 30. I think the only potential holdup is the UFC. They don't have a better option. No. And I'm not even suggesting that this is a bad option. This is an amazing option. There's no better. It checks off all the boxes. It's everything that you would want in this White House main event. Jon seems to be very, very happy to do this. He seems to want to do it. He seems to be motivated to do it. He's an American. There's history at stake. It feels like the greatest no-brainer. It feels like the fight to make. GC, agree or disagree?
Yeah, 100%. Everything that you just said, the desires of this administration and the UFC as well to have an American, he's no longer champion, but he's one of the greatest, longest reigning champions we've ever seen in the UFC. He would be a massive favorite in this matchup against Alex Pereira. And then the B side of it, you're getting Alex Pereira, who is one of the hottest stars in the entire sport. This feels like big business. This feels like the main event of the White House card. This feels like something that you could put on CBS potentially as well.
Is there a better option?
Can I ask a different question?
Yes.
Is there another option, right? You mentioned Conor McGregor potentially fighting in July and targeting that area. Is there another option? Or is this the option and that's why
the only other option that features an American would be Gaethje versus Ilya.
Is that was on the table?
Ilya was on with Aiden Ross. He said that that's not being discussed, and I can confirm that's not being discussed at this time.
Oh, boy.
Like, they're not talking to him about that.
So then this feels like you better go all in, right?
I mean,
Jon Jones
the truth is, what do you really even need for the White House card? Like,
if you have this, nothing else. It doesn't matter.
No, but my point is, like, you could do anything for the White House card. I really think so. I think the casual sports fan is going to hear UFC fight at the White House and be like, all right, I'll watch that because the draw is the venue. The draw is the location. I don't think that you're going, like, this thing that you're going to get 6 title fights or this thing that you're going to get, like, 6, you're not going to get that. You're going to get maybe 6, 7. Oh God.
6, 7.
Yeah, you're gonna get like that many fights, not your usual 13, and you'll get a big one at the top, and then you'll get a bunch of other Americans versus non-Americans at the bottom, or maybe all Americans.
You say a big one at the top, but if it's not Ilya, it's not Jon, it's not Alex, and it's not Conor.
Yeah,
who is it?
No. That it has to be this one. We have been talking about the White House card since July of 2025, right? We've been talking about this. It has now become crystal clear. Right? We were always saying it's a little too soon, it's a little too soon. The time is now. And in a 5 to 6 year stretch, when they couldn't get John Jones versus Francis done, and they couldn't get John Jones versus Aspinall done, and they couldn't get John Jones versus Francis done a second time, and they couldn't get Francis versus Aspinall, and every other freaking iteration, it's right here. You've got a mega fight on your hands in the most like famous venue of all time that you'll ever put on a fight. John wants to do it. Alex openly wants to do it. He just vacated his title. This is it. Now's the time to do it. Like, make this fight happen. And that's it. It's they could have been faced with a UFC 300 situation where they literally had nothing. They had to call upon Jamal Hill to headline UFC 300. That was not the plan. That was like plan G. They've got a plan A+ right now. Just make it happen.
But this is what you said they could do anything. If they can't do this, then what?
I don't even want to go there.
Yeah, they need to do this because to your point, Ariel, like the casual audience is tuning in for the venue, but you need that one big hook.
Yeah.
So if you have this beyond it, it really doesn't matter how you stack the
Now,
card.
PT, let me ask you this. Does it have to be for a belt? Like for Alex to vacate the title, does he have to fight for interim, or dare I say, by asking this, I want to make this very clear. I do not think that they should be stripping Tom Aspinall. That would be insane. He just fought in October. So let's chill out. But do you think it's going to be for a belt? Do you think it has to be for a belt, should be for a belt, could be for a belt, interim or vacant?
I think they're going to do it for a belt. I think it will be the interim title. I think, to your point, Aspinall having fought in October, I know obviously his future is really up in the air at the moment. We're waiting to hear results of how the procedures went just a few weeks back. But as we found out when we were over there, like there is a chance that there's another procedure that will have to be undertaken at that point. So I think interim is the way to go about it. I'm hoping that Tom will get back in there. I'm hoping that we hear something about this soon in terms of, well, not soon, maybe in a couple of months' time, about whether he will be back in the sport. I think the sport is richer to have him there. I think it will hurt him to watch John Jones fighting if that is the case, which will probably motivate John Jones a bit more, to be fair, because we know there is no love lost there between Jones and Aspinall, certainly on Jones' side. We know he's just kind of said Tom's an asshole in the past and things like that, so I don't think he'd mind getting one over on him. I think for the event, for what it is, I think they got to put a title on. If you're going to make Alex move up to heavyweight and not for a title, it doesn't really make sense. And what's the point in vacating it at that point?
Okay, so then let me ask you this. John has said he wants one more fight. He has said this. So what, you're going to make an interim belt so that he can potentially win and then, what, retire that belt? Like, what's the point?
I don't think it needs
That's exactly what he's going to do. That's what he's going to do.
You think that's... Okay, you say he doesn't need a belt, and I agree, because fighting John Jones is bigger than a belt.
It's the GOAT versus the light heavyweight champ.
But then why the hell did this guy give up his belt? Because they
take this opportunity.
But
to not hold up that division.
You wouldn't need to vacate the belt to take an opportunity. We saw Anderson Silva take opportunities in the past.
Yeah, but that's not... This is the new
different
version.
Era.
This is the Ilya Topuria and Islam Makhachev have to give up their belts era. Why would you ever take a belt off Ilya Topuria or Islam Makhachev? And the answer is only in this new era. I would never take a belt off those guys.
You don't think Paulo Costa. You don't think Alex Pereira vacating his title is an indication that he is fighting for a belt of some kind?
I would think it is, but I don't think it needs to. I'm saying I don't care either way. The same way when everybody's talking about Ilya versus Islam, I don't think a belt needs to be on the line for that either. I think some fights are big enough to have
the fight. Could not agree more. But I feel like for the White House, for the president, for their friends there, for John Jones, and for Alex, they'll just make an interim
But then they get into that situation you just said. John walks out the door again.
I think everything is about June 14th for them.
They will slap anything on it. Think about it as well. Through the first three pay-per-views of the Paramount era, we've gotten one actual undisputed title fight.
Hey, by the way, just make up a belt. It's not the first time. Just make up a fucking belt.
The red, white, and blue belt.
Heavyweight. Who cares? Make up a belt.
I like that, Jesus.
Yeah, there you go. America belt.
Something, Pete?
America 250.
Get Dana on the blower and let's figure this out.
Red, white, and blue.
The bald eagle belt. Something. You know,
now we're like
imagine Alex wins it. John, the American, loses, and Alex is walking around with the red, white, and blue belt.
Would that be a disaster?
Your point.
No.
Sorry.
Not for the UFC. No. Then
Alex Pereira would be in GOAT conversations.
Sure. I was just thinking about for like the image of what they're trying to portray here. What did you want to say there, PT?
Well, just saying, like to Rick's point earlier about Islam and Ilya, the reasons why they gave up the belt was to fight for another one. You know, like I think that's the indicator.
But they could have kept it and fought for another one, like we've seen in the past. Conor McGregor did that. Everybody who did double champ did that. They could have held that belt. There was no reason to take it off him.
But if his intentions
UFC,
weren't to...
that's the UFC's decision. Like that is
that's
what
my
they're doing
point.
now.
That's why when you ask, you know, why do they have to take Alex's belt? They don't. But this is the modern UFC. This is what they do. When you want to change weight classes, we're going to take your belt. Go do something else. That's fine.
I think it's also a clear indication that his intentions are just to stay at heavyweight for the remainder of his career. I think if this was just a one-off to save the White House card, they would be like, you can just come up, fight. We won't put it for a belt, and then you can go back down to light heavyweight and defend your title.
If he pulls this off, if he beats John Jones and wins the interim belt, is he the greatest UFC fighter of all time?
No, he's right behind John, though.
The resume becomes mind-boggling.
Three belts, and he beat John.
Yeah.
Why does that put him behind him? Because he's fighting John at the tail end?
Yeah, I'm maybe controversially, I don't think head-to-head wins are the be-all, end-all of, you know, greatest of all time conversation. I still think Chris Cyborg is the greatest female fighter of all time, even despite a loss to Amanda Nunes.
Yeah.
John's resume is just too good. And for Alex Pereira to beat him in the twilight of his career, in his very last fight, to me is not as significant as the body of work John has put in. But if he beats John, and then dare I say Tom Aspinall comes back and he beats him too, now I'm ready to have the conversation about somebody being better than John Jones.
There's no way they announce this card and these fights on IG Live, right? At like 11. There's no way.
Trump's got to do it, right? Trump has to do it.
Could you?
It can't be Dana.
Can I ask a question without getting too far deep into things? And I'm happy to, but you know, some people get nervous about this stuff. The state of the world right now is obviously a very tricky place.
Yeah.
And I know what Pizzi's thinking there, because I think he tried to predict this not that long ago. Like, is there anyone who thinks that if things continue to escalate and get worse, that all of this just kind of goes away? And obviously it would be the least important thing. Let's make that very, very clear. A fight not happening at the White House is not the most important thing in the world. That is obvious. But I do think it's kind of wild, right? I mean, it's the U.S. is engaged in a war right now. There might be some circumstances that would say, like, hey, maybe this isn't the time. This doesn't... Go ahead.
Is it controversial to say I think the worse things get, the more likely it is to happen?
Well, I was just going to say, this is the one administration that probably says, like, oh, yeah, you think we're not going to do it? Of course we're going to do it. It's interesting to talk about all of this. These two worlds coming together is, it's wild that we're even here talking about this being a thing. But I feel like they've been given this on a silver platter. It's right there. Alex vacating the title. And I usually hate vacated belts and divisions and all that. But Jiri versus Ulberg makes a lot of sense. I love that fight. Jiri obviously had his two cracks and seems hell-bent on winning the belt and hopefully luring him back. I don't hate the way this has played out. You get your White House main event. You know, I would hate the fact that I would hate to see John win and not fight Tom, but I think that's probably going to happen. And I would love to see Alex win and fight Tom, or the winner of Tom versus Cyril, because obviously that needs some resolution. And it obviously makes heavyweight infinitely more interesting all of a sudden, right? Like these two guys entering the heavyweight division now all of a sudden makes it so much more interesting.
Do you care more at this point about John versus Tom or Cyril versus Tom?
Cyril versus Tom needs a resolution.
I'm more invested in that, if I'm being honest. I care more about seeing the resolution between Cyril and Tom than I do John and Tom.
At the moment, yes.
Yeah, Cyril's got to be the backup plan, right? Like if John isn't there, like, you know, and they're...
But not for the White House. You can't do Alex versus Cyril at the White House, right? I mean, I guess you could do whatever the hell you want, but it
I'd
makes
watch it. Like,
it's a polar bear in Arlington over there.
You're watching PFL Brussels, PT.
But that's the thing.
Not included here.
By the way, that's the thing that I was talking about on Saturday. It's like, all right, if they can't for whatever reason figure it out with John, if he starts asking for too much or God knows what,
gets hurt, he has arthritis, like there's a million ways this could go sideways.
Now we're doing Alex versus Cyril for the interim belt until Tom comes around.
I mean, would it not be fitting? You talked about UFC 300. Are we not in the same position where it's like,
but not at the White House,
saves the day? Fill in somebody,
but not at the White House. Then you're stuck with a real scenario where it's like, well, what the hell is headlining the White House if it's not Gaethje?
What can I? Maybe you can't divulge, or maybe there's not additional.
Give it to us, Ariel. That's what I want to ask too. Rick.
Why is Conor McGregor not eligible for the White House in only July?
Different question.
Oh, I mean, it's what I talked about earlier. There's no. They were just on a conference call again today talking about the $60 million that they're losing. They're not putting Conor on a card where they can't sell tickets.
Can't sell the gate.
So there's just too much money to be made off of a Conor McGregor fight.
Do you then
you're now looking at like a potential like $85 million loss because like a Conor fight at T-Mobile is like $25 million like that.
Well, no, then you also have to pay his fee, which is going to be higher. So you're looking at $100 million all told.
They're just not going to do it.
But do you? Your point was, hey, you're in real trouble. Do you then consider it?
You put out the bat signal and then
you just say, Conor, let's do it.
Which American is he fighting?
Doesn't matter.
He doesn't need to fight.
Doesn't matter.
I'll fight him honestly.
Yeah, let one of us do it.
Here, Helwani, tell us, right?
Yeah.
Tell us what like the plan is if everything goes according to plan right now, as far as you know, like the White House. What are we looking at? I know you don't know everything, but give us
the card,
the lay of the land. Yeah.
Now I know there were some fights that were discussed, but I don't think that they're coming to fruition. And I know that doesn't answer your question, but at the top, I would say the front runner right now is that one, and that's the one they want. That's the one that everyone wants. Can they get it done? I thought you were going to ask me about Conor because that to me is the mystery, right? A, do they get him for that date? He's tweeting some stuff and then deleting. Do they get him for that date? And then B, who is it against? The Carlos Prochazka fight made no sense. No sense. Well, how does that make any sense for Conor? Why would he come back to fight Carlos Prochazka? To me, it's like I said earlier, and you guys didn't weigh in, so I'd like to get you to weigh in. It's you bring back Nate Diaz.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or it's the winner of Holloway versus Charles, and it's for a belt. And I actually feel like that's the easier fight to make. They're already under contract. You don't have to do a deal with Diaz, and it's for a belt.
Yeah, but Diaz would be the one.
Diaz is the one.
International Fight Week,
Diaz
Conor versus Diaz 3 would be
You don't think
crazy.
Holloway BMF?
It's great. It's not
huge.
Diaz.
It's huge.
They're going to do Diaz McGregor somewhere else if they don't do it now. This feels like last chance saloon for them to make this fight, as far as I'm concerned.
It's the one.
Yeah, and it just also feels like, by that time, that'll be July of 2026. It'll be 5 years since we last saw Conor McGregor get into the octagon. We don't really know where he's at. And if Max Holloway is coming off of a win over Charles Oliveira, he's still at the peak of his game. I would rather see Nate Diaz, who actually has fought more recently than Conor McGregor, go for the trilogy storyline.
You don't think they'll be...
That's the one.
You don't think they'll be captivated by a belt on the line?
The BMF belt?
Yeah.
I think Conor McGregor fighting, it just doesn't matter.
I think he wants.
Don't give a.
You don't think he wants it? Another one on the mantle.
I'm sure he does, but that Nate fight, I think that's the one the fans want.
I saw a tweet from John Kavanagh talking about the BMF, and I actually agreed with him on this. I hadn't really given it much thought, but I actually agreed with what he said. What has bothered me about the BMF is the fact that it's two guys who lost to the actual champion fighting for the BMF belt. That makes no sense. Kavanagh wrote, two incredible warriors, will be a great fight, but it's a little strange. Both will cut huge amount of weight to be the BMF. Why not leave it to open weight, which I know will be hard to do in this day and age, especially with the American athletic commissions. But he says UFC picked two guys with similar natural weights. In this case, both are, let's say 180-ish. They'll cut to 185, then back to 180-ish. Why not skip the weight cutting part and fight at 180-ish? It's not a bad shout.
So he's opening up the idea of like you can get a welterweight fighting a lightweight, maybe even pushing it a featherweight.
It's weird to have BMF
something.
like
division specific.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the
but
one.
It's not division specific. It's just made up whenever you want, right? Like it was at a different weight. Now they're like, all right, now it's going to be at this weight. It was at what was it, 70?
It was at 70.
And now it's at 55. It's like, doesn't matter.
But they erased that one. That lineage stopped.
they killed that one.
They killed it, and they just like, let's plop it in here.
Yeah.
It would be interesting if it was available to everyone. That's besides the point. But when he said that honestly, and I didn't ask him, hand on heart, didn't ask him, but I was like, are they thinking about that belt? Like, why is John Kavanagh tweeting about the BMF? And maybe I'm doing like 1 + 1 = 8. But I just thought like, oh, is that in their sights? Is that what they're thinking? Are they getting the winner of this one? I don't know. There's a world where I think Arman gets the winner of this fight, and that's how they sort of appease him by not giving him a title shot.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
And then who's getting the title shot?
Justin.
Oh yeah, yes, of course. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh man. How long are we gonna do this shit with Arman Tsarukyan?
Well, it's either that or he fights like a no,
or just give him a title shot. I mean, I know that.
Well, he's gonna have to wait
crazy.
out this Justin thing. So
I know.
like him fighting in November again.
So what? He'll do 6 grappling matches and make 15 videos.
6. He's already got another one.
Yeah, I'll
this
do 30
weekend, man.
grappling matches.
30
You're
grappling
right.
matches.
You're right.
Let's get him in the hot dog eating contest down on Coney Island.
Guys, you know what's so interesting about all this? It's like, I just saw this thing that Paramount is going to combine HBO Max and Paramount Plus now because they're buying WBD, which is obviously gigantic. So I guess the UFC is going to be on HBO Max.
They haven't really laid out where each thing lands and how they're going to do that, but I do expect some kind of changes, yeah.
Paramount Skydance said Monday, this is from the Financial Post, that it will combine the Paramount Plus and HBO Max streaming services into a single platform. So if it's one single platform, it would have to be on it. But are they going to get rid of one brand? Why would you? HBO still, I think, holds weight. Following the company's $110 billion acquisition of WBD, the company expects the transaction, which was formally signed on February 27th, to close in the third quarter, which would mean that would be like the fall. The deal came after months of effort on the part of Paramount Chief Executive Officer David Ellison to acquire the famed Hollywood studio and the related assets such as HBO, CNN, and TNT. They won the bidding war with Netflix, yada, yada. So my point is, there's all this stuff. It looks like the deal with Paramount Plus is going to be beneficial to them. There was a whole article on Sportico last week about like how many subs Paramount Plus needs to sell to actually recoup this money. They've got big fights in their back pocket. Like they have big fights. I got to be honest, like there's a part of me that's like, I'm unsure if this regime, all I keep hearing about is the UFC has never been more disorganized. This is what everyone's telling me. I've been checking in while I'm away. What's going on with this? What's going on with this? Why are they announcing Miami so late? Like what's going on with that? You know what I mean? By now, historically, we would know what's the main event for May by now, let alone April 11th. And there's a part of me that wonders, look at the stuff that Ronda said. You know, like you would think like, why wouldn't you take Ronda Rousey back? You're telling me Ronda Rousey doesn't add a few more subs? You know what I mean? Against Gina or not? Why wouldn't you take her back? And so there's a part of me that is worried that this regime, like, can they close the deal? Can they make the big fights happen? Will they close the deal with John and Alex? Will they close the deal with Conor McGregor? Will they close the deal on some of these big fights? There are Ilya, like, he's ready to go, it seems, right? That was my impression from the stream he did on Friday. Can they close these big fights? When's the last mega fight that they closed for us? When's the last mega fight?
I can't remember.
But can I ask
to Ronda's thing, Ariel? How like is that believable to you that they could be just trying to put on the cheapest events as far as she's concerned, like not wanting to spend money to maximize their profit? Like, do you believe that's real in 2026, having just signed this Paramount deal, or does that seem a bit far-fetched?
It does not. It does not.
And so that would tell me, though, that this is by design, right? The big fights require big purses. The big fights require... If it costs X number of dollars to get John Jones, to get Conor McGregor, to get Ronda Rousey, and I can make 80% of what I was going to make with those people, but my cost is 1/4, 1/10, why? Why would I do it from a business perspective?
They got to make the big fights, man. Come on.
Do they?
Economically,
do they?
The business
you're
is fights.
You're in the fight-making business. Like, enough already.
Who
Make
else
the big freaking fights.
But they're not under obligation to, because nobody else can make those fights.
But
nobody else can make those fights.
100%.
They're the only ones.
I get what you're trying to say. When I say you got to, it's not like there's a gun to their head. But, like, you're in the fight-making business. Deliver, man. Deliver. Like, these aren't like massive roadblocks.
Well, what's funny about it is on the boxing side, you hear the executives and Dana White and everybody being like, boxing never made the big fights. They never have this guy fighting this guy. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. And I'm laughing because I'm looking over at the MMA side of shit, and they never do it, and they've continued to not do it. And we continue to see these fights that everybody's clamoring for not get made. I just do feel like, to Pizzi's point, they are pretty transparent. Mark Shapiro is on a conference call seemingly every day talking about their bottom line and nothing about the actual fights themselves. Not that that's his job, but when he talks about it, it's very clear to me that they're counting dollars and cents, and we're worried about profit margins and ROI and not necessarily making the best fights. And if it hasn't been clear by how much Dana White's Contender Series filler talent appears on every single card, they've been telling us that they don't care about the big fights for years now. Well, I don't believe them.
Well, this is the perfect segue, because I remember saying this at the beginning of the Zuffa boxing experiment, where it's like, on this hand, they are the leader, and there is such a gap between them and everyone else. On this hand, the boxing side, they need to disrupt. They need to poach, right? And so they're going to overpay here to get talent to make these big fights, to show people that we're the big dog. Case in point, Mr. Conor Benn, who, by all accounts, they signed to this deal, $15 million to fight on this April 11th card against Regis Prograis. That is not a big fight. And so I know that you guys have weighed in last week about the Sugar Seans of the world, the MVPs of the world. I mean, takes a lot of guts, bravery to speak up, and they're few and far between. And so when Eddie Hearn was saying not that long ago, like, hey, there's going to be an uprising, I think he knew what was coming. But I still don't agree with him that there's going to be an uprising, because nothing has told us in the past that the fighters will collectively bargain, come together, group their interests and efforts to try to fight back. But what's so interesting is, like, with all due respect to Conor Benn, like, Sean O'Malley's a bigger star than him. Sean O'Malley's a bigger draw than him. And miss me on the Eubank stuff. Like, with all due respect, like, Sean O'Malley is a champion who is a massive, massive, massive star. The Eubank stuff was sold based off of the family, the lineage, the two of them together. You can't sell one without the other. And so it's going to be really interesting to see how they continue to navigate this world where, on the one hand, they're not making the big fights, and on the other hand, they're overpaying for guys to try to poach from others and putting them in not so big fights. Now, I do want to talk about one thing with regards to Conor Benn, because Eddie alluded to this in some interviews. What I think happened with Conor Benn is this. What I think happened was, and who knows ultimately, like, Shapiro says it's from Turkey, and who knows whose side he's on. But ultimately what I think happened, and again, Eddie alluded to this, was they structured that deal. Everyone's talking about this one fight deal. They structured that deal in a way to where it was almost virtually impossible for Eddie to match it. And everyone's fixating on this one fight deal. I don't believe it's a one fight deal. I believe it's a handshake, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I don't believe Conor Benn would ruin a relationship with Eddie Hearn for one fight. I don't believe it. I believe that there's a deal in place for multiple fights. And even Mark Shapiro talked about it on the conference call, like, we may see him on Zuffa Boxing, Paramount Plus. Can't talk about that just yet, because right now it's a one fight deal for 15 that Eddie couldn't match. And so you front load it with the 15, but you really have another. It was a very savvy business move. And Eddie's kind of alluding to this. Like, they made it in a way to where we couldn't match. That's what he's alluding to. And I think we'll see him stick around and fight in these other fights. It was a very savvy move. And as I've said time and again, there are very savvy people running the show over there. And so you look at that and you're like, $15 million for Regis Prograis. It's not $15 million for Regis Prograis. It's really a front-loaded deal. And the rest will kind of be spread out on the back end. That's the way I think they played this, and that's the way I think they got him. And so now it's going to be interesting to see, how do they maneuver going forward? Like, is it going to be, is it going to be like the Regis Prograis type of fights just to take these guys away? And are they going to try to go after the Bam Rodriguez's of the world? Because that seems a little bit up in the air as well. And then there's obviously the Tyson Fury fight and the Anthony Joshua situation. How are they going to get that done? If they want to get that done, and how would Eddie be involved? Like, man, that's why I keep saying, like, this is such a fascinating thing. But when you actually think about all these worlds intertwining, like they've never intertwined before. The MMA pay drama with the boxing, and them coming into this world and having to poach and having to keep these inmates at bay, so to speak. It's so fascinating. But that's what I think happened with the Conor Benn thing. After thinking about it and talking to people, I think they front-loaded it. I think they did it. They structured it in a way that he couldn't match. Somewhat reminiscent of like the Eddie Alvarez situation with Bellator back in the day. If you structure it in a way where the other entity cannot match, now you're forcing them to say, all right, we're out, and then they fix it on the back end. Fix is not the best word, but you get what I'm trying to say. Does that make sense?
It does, and we see this in the NBA, right? This is not specific to combat sports. We see this in other team sports where you front load the deal so that the existing player's team doesn't have the salary cap to get them. They can't get them. And then the back end of the deal is lesser and yada, yada. It's all business manipulation, and it's smart by them. The question, I said this last week, and I'm curious your thoughts on it. I think they made a tactical error. And the tactical error was announcing Conor Benn signing with Zuffa in the way that they announced Jai Apataya signing with Zuffa and anybody else potentially signing with Zuffa. If this had just fallen under the same, you're fighting on Netflix, it's going to be like a Canelo versus Crawford, where you have the big payday and nobody's counting Canelo or Crawford's money, right? We didn't hear a single UFC fighter going like, oh man, Canelo and Crawford are making this. I should be making this. It's a Zuffa thing. You just structure it that same way. He's fighting this one-off fight. Conor Ben, you're involved. Then, on the back end, if he does sign with Zuffa Boxing, that's when you do the announcement. There's no $15 million figure attached. You don't have Sean O'Malley, MVP, everybody else looking at their pocket and being like, I didn't get $15 million. I think this was a marketing mistake, a communications mistake, much more so than a strategic mistake from the business side. I think this is smart to poach Conor Ben and to take him from Eddie Hearn and say, we're here. But I do feel like the attention that came from he's a Zuffa Boxing fighter and he's getting $15 million, when they could have done that if he does sign a long-term deal, was a tactical error.
I wonder if the devil is in the details, and I wonder if the reason why they did that was because this is a bit of an awkward situation here, because who's the one that they're saying is bankrolling this? It's Turkey, right? And Turkey was, buddy-buddy with Eddie. He was buddy-buddy with Frank. You see what happened there, right? And so does he want to
stick it to him
outright? Stick it to him, or is it easier to say these guys stuck it to you, even though we know that you championed the cause to take this guy away from one of your closest allies, right? That's what makes it even crazier. And so, yes, I agree from a PR standpoint, this could have been easily avoided if he just showed up on that Netflix card.
100%.
Everyone would have been like, yeah, cool. But you notice, even today, when they announced the undercard for this card, Queensberry not attached, obviously. Matchroom not attached, obviously. You see who is attached? Boxer is attached. All of a sudden, Boxer, who was very much on the outside looking in, they're being used as the promoter.
I knew it.
Isn't that crazy?
Man, Shalom was on, and all this is popping. Yeah, and everything's popping off. Everything's popping off. Everyone's going in on Conor. They go to Shalom and they go, what do you think of Turkey after all this? Best promoter in the business. Trustworthy guy in the business. I was like, well, there's a deal that's happening there. My question, I have two questions, right? First of all, to the fighters speaking out. The only difference we have in this situation is Conor Ben getting this amount of money, because previously Operation Spearhead, the Bjorn Rebney one, whatever they were, all the other concerted efforts to organize, they fell by the wayside because they were all kind of applying like you eat what you kill, which Dana always says. Conor McGregor gets a lot of money. Look at the eyeballs Conor McGregor brings in. Conor Ben is a different situation where it's like, this guy is not the most famous boxer in the world. The Eubank fights that you mentioned earlier, the two fights, were massive in the UK and Ireland. They weren't huge in the US. My question is, does this give them a better precedent, the disgruntled fighters, to the point where this could stir something inside them in a way that a McGregor couldn't, because he was eating what he was bringing in so much money because of the amount of money he was earning them? Could they then point to Conor Ben and be like, this guy, to Sean O'Malley's point, didn't even know who he was? Will this get them more angry and perhaps gain some momentum towards doing something about it? Or is it, as Ben Folk said in that quick reaction Sean did, where he went from being very angry to ultimately accepting his situation in 1 minute, is that ultimately what's going to happen here again?
Yeah, I think the latter. I just don't see it. Trust me, they all see it. And it's easy for me to sit here and be like, you guys should speak up, you should come together. I get it.
It's really
Trust me, I get it. I really get it. It's awkward, it's tough, there's nowhere else, there's no plan B. I get it, but I just don't see it. I don't see it happening. It will bubble up, and guys like MVP and Sean that are confident and have, the balls to do it will speak about it, but I just don't see it leading to any sort of massive change. It is amazing though. Talk about hubris, right? Like, talk about chutzpah of being like, 50 million, no problem, disseminate that to your favorite media outlets, while knowing very well that these guys are getting like peanuts compared to that, right? There's no fear. There's no fear whatsoever. Like, you look at their earnings from last year, 850 million before taxes and all that stuff. And they're going to make way more with this new Paramount deal. They're going to make way more, and there's no batting of an eye like, oh, this would be a PR nightmare. We need to hide this. We need to do this, that, and the other.
They continue to show the UFC fighters and the rest of the roster, what the fuck are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
What are you going to do? You're standing up. You're using your voice. You're doing whatever. We got Sean Strickland talking about, he's with Complex talking about they're going to find a guy to replace me for 5 and 5. He's right. What are they going to do? What are you going to do? Unless you get together there ain't shit you're going to do. There's no other options. Now we've got this MVP MMA card that's like interesting, right? Because Ronda Rousey was very publicly out there saying they didn't pay me what I was worth. It stands to reason that you would assume that she got paid what she was worth to fight for this other promotion on Netflix. And so it does make me go, okay, are there going to be some fighters that might be able to negotiate with the UFC? And if the UFC doesn't meet their price, maybe there's an outlet for them to go somewhere else. I'm still pretty skeptical, but at least there's something out there. But man, there's not options. The UFC is daring somebody to call their bluff, and nobody has the power or leverage to do it.
That's the scary thing here, because we talked about earlier, they're not making the big fights. Nobody can make the big fights if UFC aren't making the big fights because they have everyone under contract.
Right.
Yep.
So we can't talk about this from the business point of view, because that's not what we are. Like we're guys who love the fights. We want to see the best fights. I'm not interested in how much fucking money they made this year or next year or the year after. I don't give a fuck. But what I do care about is putting on the best fights. So our objectives were aligned for a very long time, more in the UFCs. They had the best fights, they had the best fighters, and they put on the best fights. The reason why there's criticism now is you have it all there. You've had it there for years. Nearly every year, we do that show at the start of the year. What's the fight we're most looking forward to? They never do it.
Yeah.
And that becomes very problematic as a fight fan, which we all are.
And then we get to Rico Verhoeven against Alexander Usyk. And can I just say to my friends in the boxing media, Rico Verhoeven. I've heard like 900 different pronunciations of his names and of his name. And you know, a few things like crystallized for me since this news came out. I knew that this was in the works for quite some time. As I told you guys, I think I said to this audience back in November, I remember doing
a few hinties. You did.
Well, I told you first about the Derek Lewis fight, and then I told you about the Anthony Joshua fight. And once the Anthony Joshua fight wasn't on the table, because obviously he's going through a lot of stuff, they tried to make it right with him. This is the God's honest truth. This is the God's honest truth. Do you remember when Francis Ngannou beat Renan Ferreira?
Yes.
And then do you remember afterwards, on this little engine that could, we talked about, what did we talk about? The only fight that makes sense is
Francis.
Rico versus Francis, right? Rico versus Francis. Do a 3-fight series. Do one MMA, one kickboxing, one boxing. Do one boxing, meet in the middle, do something. That's the only fight that's interesting. Rico's done it all in Glory. No one's interested anymore in him in Glory, all that, right? Okay. So now, like, it doesn't really happen. We had him in International Fight Week. Remember, we had him in our casino studio, talked about it a little bit, but it didn't feel like it had a ton of momentum. God's honest truth. This, some way, somehow, got to Jason Statham. Jason Statham is a very good friend of Rico Verhoeven. Jason Statham is also a very good friend of Turki Al-Sheikh. Jason Statham pitched Turki Al-Sheikh Rico Verhoeven. Turki Al-Sheikh was not familiar with Rico Verhoeven. And he said, this is the guy, this is my boy. I think they were in a movie together. Was it Den of Thieves? So one of those movies. This is my guy. You should make this fight. Francis versus Rico. The timing wasn't good for Francis at that time. But they were committed to Rico. Rico gets out of the Glory contract. They have a chat with the UFC. The UFC offers him actually pretty good money, by the way. I know there were jokes about like 40 and 40, but what I was told was pretty good money to fight Derek Lewis on the first Paramount card. But obviously the money was greater to fight Anthony Joshua in February. Anthony takes the Jake Paul fight. That was the fight that he had afterwards. He beats Jake. They start saying maybe February is a little bit too soon, maybe March. Then, of course, the accident and everything, gets put to the side. But they still have this deal, and they still want to make right. They still want to do right. They still want to make a deal with Rico Verhoeven. And so they say, okay, what's the next best thing? Let's go to Alexander Usyk. And so that's how this whole thing got made. So in reality, we made the Rico Verhoeven versus Alexander Usyk fight. Thank you very much. But the point is, what I've seen over the last couple of days is that despite the fact that it's kickboxing, and I knew this, I think we all knew this, there is much more cohesion and unity between the MMA kickboxing world and as opposed to the boxing kickboxing world. Because I've been blown away by the disrespect that has been shown to Rico Verhoeven. Am I sitting here and saying he's going to beat Alexander Usyk? No, of course I'm not saying that. Alexander Usyk is arguably the best fighter pound for pound in the world, certainly the best heavyweight of this generation. He's one of the greatest all-time fighters. He's an Olympic medalist. He's a 2-division champion. His resume is unmatched. but they're talking about him like he's a total scrub. And not in the same way that they were talking about Francis. They spoke about Francis like he was not on Tyson's level. That's not the talk here. The talk here is, who is this guy? And where did he come from? Well, I just told you where he came from. But I put out a poll on Friday. Asking, which fight would you have been more interested in? Francis versus Rico or Rico versus Usyk? And I get that my base is probably more MMA centric, but I think that there would have been a much greater interest in a Francis Rico MMA or boxing match than a Rico Usyk boxing match. And not necessarily because of the skill discrepancy, because I don't think that there is a crossover between boxing and kickboxing. For whatever reason, MMA fans get excited about this sort of thing. I think they would have been very excited about Rico versus Francis. Boxing fans are very much like, leave us alone, the legitimacy of the sport, the sanctity of the belts. Look at the reaction to the WBC saying, no, in fact, we are going to sanction this and put our belt on the line. They lost their shit. I think this was a miscalculation. I think that they thought, the powers that be who are putting on this fight, Sella, Ring, all these guys, great Jason. The fight should have been Francis versus Rico, in my opinion. And by the way, tomorrow we're going to have Rico Verhoeven on the show. And I'm not trying to, I am happy for Rico. I am so happy for Rico. It's about time he gets national. I'm just blown away by the disrespect, and it kind of like came to mind like, wow, it could have felt bigger over here. Does that make sense? Does anyone disagree with that?
Absolutely. No, it does. And as somebody who worked with Rico for a very long time when I was doing PR for Glory, like, to your point, he deserves this, right? He has carried the sport of kickboxing for quite a long time. He's the biggest star. His rivalry with Badr Hari was the only crossover point when he was over there, and he had done everything. He deserves the shine, the notoriety, the payday. But to talk about what we were talking about when it comes to like Sean O'Malley and Conor Benn, right? If Rico Verhoeven, if we're talking about Conor Benn as being a local star, right, in the UK, Rico Verhoeven is very local to the Netherlands. He is only a star in the Netherlands and almost nowhere else. There are not a lot of Americans who know him. There are not a lot of Europeans who know him. Maybe like in the UK where kickboxing has some kind of fan base, but he is primarily a Dutch star. He is primarily somebody plucked out of the Netherlands. This feels like it can work from a Netflix perspective, right?
On Netflix.
I know, I'm just saying.
By the way, it would have been...
Feels like a Netflix one.
Yeah, it feels like a Netflix thing because Netflix, what they're very good at is they make movies that feature stars from different nationalities and different countries, and they find the audiences and things like that. It feels like a Netflix type thing, but it misses the mark everywhere else. I'm happy for Rico. He deserves this opportunity. I don't think it's going to be competitive, but I will say Francis kind of like reshaped everything I feel about squash matches. Like he's kind of shocked me into believing that anything's possible.
Rico versus Francis would have been so interesting to me, right?
It's more interesting.
MMA fans in general like that kind of stuff. Remember Horiguchi and Tenshin?
Yeah.
And Ryzen? Everybody was buzzing for it, and that was very region specific too.
Why are we more interested in this stuff? Why are we more open?
The sport is born in this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
The sport is born out of the jiu-jitsu guy versus the boxer against the savate guy against...
Yeah.
That's what this whole sport is. So when these things happen for an MMA audience, it's nostalgia as well. It's like, they always
shame, man. Rico versus Francis would have been so fun.
It's not off the table.
No,
it can still happen.
Yeah.
Not for nothing, some of our best MMA fighters are former kickboxers, right? Alex Pereira is about to fight John Jones in the White House. He is a glory kickboxer of the same ilk as Rico Verhoeven. I would argue Rico Verhoeven was a much better kickboxer than Alex Pereira was. But we know these guys because we have to know these guys because they come over and they are doing well in our sport. Israel Adesanya was a champion for a long, long time and was a fantastic kickboxer. In boxing, that doesn't have that lineage. There are some people who have crossed over. More often than not, it's from boxing into kickboxing, but there have been some that crossed over. But we need to know these people more because they tend to do well in MMA.
No, you're 100% right. You're 100% right.
Can I ask you,
Go ahead.
Ariel, this WBC question?
Yes, please.
Okay, so listen, Sella got involved with the UFC because they're like, we need to get rid of these belts.
Yeah.
Can't trust these three-letter organizations anymore. In a way, WBC making this for the undisputed title, it's playing into their hands to a certain degree. But
just for the WBC, by the way, so the WBO belt is going to be contested when Fabio Wardley fights, right? And that's coming up in just a few weeks' time. he is the owner of 3 belts, Alexander Usyk. The IBF, the WBA, and the WBC. IBF and WBA haven't said anything about this fight. WBC, who said that they wouldn't put their belt on the line when Fury fought Ngannou, Fury was the WBC champ, first said, we're not going to sanction this. We're going to make a special, like, Egyptian title for this. And then they came back yesterday and said, no, in fact, we are going to sanction this. So just for the record, there's the statement. After careful consideration, the WBC Board of Governors has ruled in favor of sanctioning the WBC World Heavyweight Championship. Alexander Usyk's voluntary defense, so not a mandatory, of course, against legendary kickboxing champion Rico Verhoeven at its 63rd annual convention in Bangkok, Thailand. The WBC granted champion Usyk, that was late last year, a voluntary defense. Subsequently, the WBC received the petition to sanction the Usyk versus Verhoeven. They even misspelled his name. Golly, the disrespect.
That's a bullshit.
Oh my God, as a voluntary defense. Sorry for interrupting. So it's not for Undisputed, it's for WBC.
WBC is on the line. And as we know, this was the war cry of Zuffa Boxing. Like, we're going to get rid of all these fucking belts. Turkey's involved with this promotion. Is he happy that the WBC are putting this belt on the line? Does it add to the promotion? I would say it probably does. So my question is, you have Frank Warren, who thought he was best pals with Turki Al-Sheikh. You have Eddie Hearn, who thought he was best pals with Turki Al-Sheikh. When is Dana not kind of going, well, something's going to happen here further down the line?
I don't think so. I don't think so. You know why? Because they're in the WWE business. They're very much embedded there. WrestleMania is coming to Saudi Arabia. I think the apple of their eye, of Turkey's eye, was always TKO. I think that's where he always wanted to be. And the Netflix stuff, like that, he recognizes them as being the preeminent combat sports promoters. They've got MMA, they've got boxing. So I don't think he's going to do any of that to them. And I think this is consistent. To be fair to him, he has not said anything about the WBC. He even had this WBC World Grand Prix thing at the end of the year last year. It's the other guys, namely Dana White, who have said things about the 3 letters. Nick Khan has said it a little bit. Mark Shapiro said it a little bit, but it was mainly Dana White over the last few months. But this is consistent. Don't say anything, and then strike when need be, i.e. the Queensberry situation, the Matchroom situation. What I think is interesting about this is, number one, as you said, like, all right, you say that you don't want to have WBC, but here you are putting it on as a WBC title fight, and I think that lends credibility to it. I think it's more interesting that the WBC is okay with it. And so what's changed in the last 3 years? What's changed is they see their power slipping. They see their influence on the sport slipping. I think if this was 4 years ago, they would have said, no way. We're not going to sanction this. We're not going to put our belt on the line. You know how I know that? Because they said it when Francis fought Tyson Fury. And so what's the difference? The difference is they don't want to upset the apple cart now. They don't want to say no to the Saudis. So they're saying, okay, that's the difference. They are seeing their grip on this sport, slowly fade away. I also think it's hilarious. Shout out to the Inside Boxing guys, new members of our team, but I vehemently disagree with their stance on the WBC belt being online here. They're calling it a joke. Manny Pacquiao was out of fighting for like 6 years and fought for the WBC belt. And I'm not saying you didn't have an issue with that, but let's not pretend like the WBC is this bastion of legitimacy. Ryan Garcia just fought for the WBC title against the same guy, Mario Barrios, coming off a loss, a listless performance, and a drug infraction. What? Now you can say, oh, he has more fights on his resume. He's done. Come on, man. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, let's stop pretending like there's actual order in these rankings and that all of this makes that much sense. It doesn't make sense.
But if Rico Verhoeven goes in and beats Usyk in a boxing match, who gives, like...
He's also... That makes him the WBC
That makes him the champ. Who gives a shit? It doesn't make any sense.
Of course. I think it's crazier to advocate for this to be a non-title fight.
Yes, I agree.
Like, what is this? Saturday Morning Pro Wrestling where it's a non-title match and Hulk Hogan's going up against some jabroni? No. Alexander Usyk owns 3 belts. If he loses that fight, that guy should own those 3 belts.
That's absolutely right. By the way, Pete, the other big difference is Celo's 60% ownership in the Zuffa Boxing as opposed to the partnerships with Warren with Matchroom and Queensberry. They were just kind of, getting intel, partnering, everybody's chummy. Now they have their own money in the game and ownership in the stake. So I find it unlikely they'd double cross themselves, but maybe the long term is to buy out, the TKO group down the line. But they all seem very happy at the moment.
By the way, I'm happy for Usyk as well. Like, this guy has done everything right. He's fought everyone. He's had to fight them twice. Like, he's done everything. He deserves that fun fight. I have no problem with him getting that fight. I think the poster is badass as well. I'm not going to lie. I think it's awesome.
It's incredible.
It's kind of
surreal. The fact that it made it like, it looks like the fighters as well. Whoever did the artwork for it killed it.
No, it's brilliant. The location is brilliant. Like, I don't know what all of this is going to cost them as far as putting it on there and all that stuff. It's wild. I don't know why it's even happening in Egypt, to be honest.
What's it going to look like? Is it going to be closer to the Times Square, or is it going to be like
That's what I'm thinking.
God, I hope not.
backdrop of the pyramids as they're fighting?
I certainly hope that. But it is weird. None of them have ties to Egypt. So, like, why is it happening in Egypt? But that's fine. It doesn't matter. I'm happy for him. I'm happy for Rico. I think it's unfortunate, just to be honest. Like, I wish it was on Netflix because no one's going to watch it on DAZN pay-per-view. Who's watching that? Or on their Fight Pass thingy that they have. It's like, it's where fights go to die, it feels like. And so this fight feels like a mega event. It feels like a Netflix type of event where it's like, oh, wow, this is a crossing of two worlds. But it's just amazing. Like, if you ever had any doubt that boxing fans just kind of live here and don't care about anything else, we kind of knew about that. Like, we tend to give boxing so much more respect than boxing gives MMA. And we give, I think, kickboxing and bare knuckle and jiu-jitsu and all these other things, grappling, so much more respect. Like, to them, it's just like, oh, leave us alone. This is our thing. And PT nailed it. It's because our sport was born out of this wackiness. Just the disrespect shown to this guy over the last few days has been appalling. Absolutely appalling.
Is there not something
dollars to dry his tears with, though?
No, I know.
Is there not something to take away from this if you are the people putting on this fight, which is people didn't really want this? Our core fan base did not really want this fight.
That's the other point. That's why I put out that poll.
Like, I'd be reading the room here a little bit in terms of, man, did we fuck this up? Do we need to change course here? If the outcry is basically who's watching this, I don't know if that's the place you want to be.
I mean, in Giza, with the purses that they're going to have to pay on DAZN pay-per-view, I just
this feels
can't
like
imagine this is going to be very profitable for them.
This is a very expensive favorite of Jason Statham.
And that's the best part about this whole thing. My brother in bald getting this done. Yeah. Man. The best promoter in all of boxing, Jason Statham.
Yo, Rico owes that guy. I hope Jason walks him out. I hope he gives him a little what a wingman, right?
I hope they film a scene. Yeah, I hope they film a scene for his next movie at this thing.
I just watched Shelter with Jason Statham. Great movie.
That's probably why it's in Giza. This is probably going to be.
That was his choice?
Yeah, this is probably going to be part of his next action movie.
Jason, where would you like this fight to take place? I don't know. What about the pyramids?
Yeah.
Done.
He was calling somebody a geezer, and they thought he said Giza, and then they put it.
Yeah, exactly. I'll watch the geezer fight anyway.
Were they in a movie? Were they in a movie together? They were in something, right?
No, I think they're just friends.
All right.
Turkey and Jason?
Jason Statham's not in Den of Thieves. This is pitiful by you guys, by the way. You should know your action movies.
He's in the greatest shark movie of all time, Meg and Meg 2.
Jason Statham is a huge kickboxing fan.
Oh,
like,
is that
huge.
it? Okay.
He used to come to. He came to the New York early on glory shows. He is a massive kickboxing fan. He's a huge fan of combat sports. And he just knew Rico. He knew ball. Listen, Jason Statham knows ball.
Is Turkey just a huge fan of Jason Statham?
Yes.
I love it. So.
For whatever reason.
Crank.
What? We be forever, whatever reason.
No, I'm just saying, like, they seem to be very cozy. Like, they're sitting together.
It's Jason fucking Statham. I'd be his best friend, too, if he gave me the opportunity.
Isn't it cool that wild shit still happens? Like, because we are so used to monotony, and, we have the White House this year we're looking forward to. But, like, it got to a stage where every event, no matter where the UFC were in the world, we just were like, this is very similar. It doesn't feel like they're marking their kind of their status in this new location. They're doing a fucking boxing match beside the Great Pyramids. This is crazy shit.
And I'm happy you said that, because I've seen a lot of takes like, what a fucking weird month for fight announcements. Carano Rousey, Mayweather Pacquiao, Usyk versus Rico, this, that. And I'm like, yeah, I don't mind.
Having fun here, lads.
I don't mind the fun. I really don't mind the fun. Like, there's enough. Were you guys staying up to watch the Navarrete fight on Saturday?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I know you did. I know you did.
It was a fucking great fight. It was a fucking great fight.
Were you foaming at the mouth to watch Kavanaugh against Moreno? Like, I'm talking about the people that are complaining about all this stuff. You know what I mean? It's like, a little fun sprinkled into the fight game is not so bad.
Complain is a new shit. Like, complain is a new pastime.
Wait, but while you guys are in this mood, can I sell you on joining me in the Get Rid of Rankings movement? Can while we're in this mood and while we're talking about just doing what's the most fun and order and all this stuff, can I get you to join me in let's just do the most fun fights? We don't need rankings. We can just do whatever comes to mind. I like this idea. Let's just do it.
Can I just say, I've never been in favor of the UFC having rankings. Ooh. I've never been in favor of this.
I like this.
I've always said, I've always said, tell us your rankings. I'm more interested in knowing your rankings, what you think of these guys, than a bunch of other guys who we don't even know if they're actual human beings, what they think, A. And B, I was fine in a previous lifetime where it was like you'd go on SureDog, you'd go on this site, they would have rankings. All right, you get some sort of sense, but then the fights were the fights.
Yeah.
So yeah, all they're doing is handcuffing themselves. As we've said before, in 2013, they introduced the rankings because they got together with Fox, and Fox said it would be great if we could promote 6 versus 5, 2 versus 4. Yeah. That's the only reason. They never had rankings before that. It was never a thing.
Let's go back.
And I'm fine with that. I mean, look at Usyk versus Rico.
That's my point, right? Like boxing is about these sanctioning bodies, and they're about their order and the rankings and the mandatory and the best has to fight the best, and then we don't see it, and then they just say, "Hey, the WBC belt's going to be on the line with for a kickboxer who's never fought in boxing and the best heavyweight of this era." Get rid of rankings altogether. Every sport.
But why do people complain about like the fun? Oh, this is a sign that boxing is dead.
They just want to complain,
no,
like
it's
Pete
not.
said.
The question I always get asked online if I show any sort of excitement for any of these is just like, you're seriously going to watch this shit you're excited for? It's like, yeah, dude, I'm also going to watch the curtain jerker on Apex 115. You think I'm not going to watch this shit? Yes, of course I'm going to watch it, dude. I'm watching Carly Judice versus Juliana Miller, all 15 minutes of it, glued to the TV, like I'm loving it. Of course, I'm going to watch Alexander Usyk versus Rico Verhoeven at the Pyramids of
Yes,
Giza.
of course.
It's great.
And it's not like that. Okay, look. The big belly aching for that particular fight is he should be fighting Caballel. All right, whatever. I get it. I get it. I understand that. But like, what are you going to boycott that? You're boycotting? No, you're all going to watch it. You're all going to make content off of it. It's a little bit like the Jake Paul stuff where everyone belly aches, but they all make 1,000 videos about it. They all break it down. They all do previews. They all benefit from it. There's enough of the other stuff to where like Rousey Carano existing is not taking away from anything. In fact, it's just adding. It's just adding. Mayweather Pacquiao.
The UFC to do something better.
I don't even. By the way, I don't even look at it that way. To me, it's just a nice.
I hope it does.
Who knows? Mayweather Pacquiao is not taking away from anything. Everyone lost their shit when Pacquiao fought Barrios. So it's just a fun little thing on the side. I think this is all value add. I don't think it's taking away, and I don't think it's any indication that MMA is dead, that boxing is dead, that kickboxing is dead, that any of this is dead.
We've gotten to a space where if you don't like what I like, you're wrong. That's basically how the internet works at this point. I like what I like, and if you disagree with that, if you don't like what I like, then you're a fucking asshole and you're an idiot.
And Caballel, like what's gonna get more like eyeballs, Rico or Caballel? Caballel's best win is against Zhang. Like, come on.
Yeah, come on. Usyk has fought everyone twice. He's done everything that's being asked of him. Let him have this one fight. Can we talk about Mexico City? We might as well talk about it since you were up watching it. What about your boy Loner Kavanaugh? And is it Loner?
It's Lonnie.
They call him Lonnie. They're calling him Lonnie.
Since when? When did this happen?
I don't know. We did pound for pound loners last week on Boys in the Back, and people let us know.
This reminded me of watching the Olympics, and all of a sudden everyone's calling Czech Republic Czechia. I'm like, when did this happen? Did you guys notice that? Why?
No, how about Jiri on
just
that?
Happened.
Yeah, the anti-woke propaganda. He's like, that's a bullshit.
Utter woke nonsense. That's what it is. Czechia.
I love it. What about the Cav? Okay, so it's Lonnie now?
Lonnie.
No, I'm not doing that.
Let's just call him
all the way through No, do you know what? Because Habib went to fucking the UFC. They were calling him Nurmagomedov for fucking 3 years. And then they came up with a new one. Like, let's just relax. Let him tell us what his name is. All the way through Cage Warriors, it was Lonnie Kavanagh. Now it's, what I was thinking, right? With the UK accent, could he have been like, it's Lonnie.
So they were like, do it slowly. Lonnie. Say it slowly.
I can't do it.
Do the proper pronunciation.
Yeah.
I'm calling him Lanier Kavanagh.
Lanier.
Yeah.
So it's not like
that's a new exclamation ER.
Yeah, Lanier Kavanagh. Yeah, that's what I've called him my whole life. I could be wrong. I'm not willing to go to Lanier yet, though. I'm not willing.
Well, let me tell you, LK, he looked phenomenal.
LK
unreal.
Was the shit.
Did he not, Pizzi? Did he not look phenomenal like that?
He's savage, right? The thing is, they've been talking about this guy as a savage for so long, like, and they are so confident in him. And on his UFC debut, the lads in that gym were telling me like he can fight the champion. They were saying this in interviews. He can fight the champion now. And I was like, oh no, we've all been excited about fighters before. But then Brandon Moreno is one of the great active flyweights in Mexico City. You're kind of saying, if there's a banana skin here it is. And he does everything you would expect someone to make life awkward for a brilliant striker who uses range like Kavanagh does. I thought Moreno was doing all that stuff. For him to get through this is absolutely unbelievable. And there's nowhere really else to go. Sure, you can put him in a few fights, but we know he's there now. This guy at such a young age. And you can't help but think, like, the fights that are out there for him, the striking matchups, Van as well. Flyweight is absolutely buzzing at the moment, and this guy is a big part of it. Like, the contenders at the top of that division are all so exciting. You can look at all the different matchups they can do. Every single one of them is exciting. And Pantoja isn't even back yet. That's the guy that we're saying, as soon as he's ready to go, put him straight in the title mix. There is just so much exciting shit going down at flyweight, and Kavanagh is another one to add to that list of really, really exciting fighters.
Yeah, man, I was impressed. I was impressed with the striking. I really was. Like, he looked great. To do that on short notice against Moreno in Mexico, he looked phenomenal.
Composed.
The striking, the defensive grappling, the gas tank to go all 5 rounds at elevation on short notice. It was, talk about stepping up and taking a chance on an opportunity.
Huge.
I mean, he was 15th, and then he got dropped by the rankings the week of his fight, and now he's going to find himself at like number 6 or number 5 in flyweight rankings. Like, it's just insane. Is the biggest winner in all of this Charles Johnson? He just keeps knocking out these guys that end up at the top of the division.
Isn't that crazy? His victories are aging so well, and he's coming off a disappointing performance, but like his victories are looking great. He had the knockout against Joshua Van. He has the knockout of Kavanagh. In Kavanagh's last fight, like, I was feeling no buzz for this fight whatsoever. I did a video for BetMGM saying that, like, the PME is Martinez versus Vera, and that didn't really exactly like blow the roof off of the joint. I know Martinez is on this run now, and he's looking very good. I'm bummed for Cheeto. Like, I know it's 4 losses in a row, but I feel like there's still that other gear there. Maybe I'm just, I don't know. Maybe I'm trying to will it into existence. I don't know.
But he is in that Diaz situation, Vera. Like, people just love watching him fight. He's just a guy that, like, as soon as he's on the card, you're like, oh, watch the shit out of this guy fighting, no matter who they put him in against. I think he's elevated to that level. So there's always going to be appetite for him as far as
something I found interesting is they started doing these interviews back in the locker room.
Oh, God.
A little bit awkward interviewing his coach while he's getting his hand wrapped. He's right there.
Yeah.
And his coach was like, well, if we put the foot on the gas and we try to finish this guy, it'll be an early night and Cheeto will be happy. Or if we come out slow, it's going to be much of the same, and we're going to leave disappointed. And it ended up being kind of much of the same.
Yeah, he was like talking right to him. He was talking right to him. It was so
hoping he'd hear him.
I'm okay with the coaches. They have a rule where they don't like fighters being interviewed in the back, and that's fine. Now there's a new thing that they've added, because this coach thing, like, in the back is new. I'm okay with it, but with him being right there, it's like there's a part of me that's like, can you just put the microphone and ask Cheeto how he's doing? He's like literally right there in the shot. But anyway, yeah. Some other ones. The King Green win was huge. I thought the stoppage was another bad one from Herb Dean, if I'm being honest, not trying to pick on him. Shout out to Uncrowned Films with our great look at the referee and official seminar that they put on in early January. I just feel like he's consistently late. He's like just late to stop the action. I don't get it. I was even actually watching it with my son. He's like, why did he let that go on so long? I'm like, I don't know. It seemed very obvious.
Who's to check?
What do you do with Zellhuber, man? 3 and 4.
Tell what's the stat there? What's the stat about him being?
If you had bet against him in all 7 of his UFC fights, just $100. He's won 3 of them, so you would have lost $300 right there. You'd still be up almost $1,100. He's lost as a -850, a -500 this week, a -400 against Trey Ogden. He just keeps losing in these spots that he's supposed to win.
I don't know what to do with the guy.
He does not look good in these losses either. Bobby Green was styling on him, man.
It might be that they cut him.
I've seen people cut for less.
Yeah. Almeida, those guys, Anyway, any other result? The Emmanuel Rodriguez fight against Kevin Borjas was insane.
Yeah, that comeback was sick.
That was insane. I thought that guy was going to get his O taken away from him, Daniel Cormier fighter, and came back in the second round. Great win for him. Eileen Perez continues to be very entertaining. More so the
twerking after?
Yeah.
Laying down in the...
It's just... Sorry. She called out Tracy Cortez. What about Regina Taran?
Yeah. Shout out. Nice debut.
3 days notice, was it? Tried out for WWE?
Yeah, shout out for WWE. He's fought in Combate.
Yeah.
Shout out to her.
Francis Marshall. Any other guy you want to shout out here? Or it was just kind of there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was just kind of there, but it was there on picture-in-picture.
It was there on picture-in-picture. Thank you. I was so excited. And again, like, what time did this card start? Like 4 Eastern, I think it was?
5 Eastern.
Yeah. 5 Eastern. My son had a soccer game 4:30. I'm sorry if I'm not like some 17-year-old kid with bestmmafightpicks.com on his Twitter. Like, yeah, I get it. You've got nothing going on. This is your life. You're trying to build something. So they'll be like, could you imagine being in MMA and not sitting down and watching the whole card for 8 hours? Yeah. Guess what? I have 3 dependents, and they do a lot of things on a Saturday afternoon. So I'm ready to go. 4 o'clock, I'm ready to go. Or 5 o'clock, I'm ready to go. I'm putting it in the earbud. I'm checking. I'm doing things. I'm a grown-ass adult, all right? I'm not great fight pick odds at hotmail.com. Like, you're a baby. We've been here for years. I get it. We're not exactly on the same level here, youngster, and I know you're always waiting for opportunities to poke holes. Like yesterday, I posted the video of Kavanaugh walking out. That wasn't from last night. Learn the fight game. Understand what you're watching. I'm sorry. I'm not doing a Patreon stream in front of 6 people, giving them odds that no one's even monitoring or no one even knows how you're doing, but you've called yourself some kind of savant. You've not left your house in 6 months. I get it. You're 17 years old. Mom's calling you for dinner in 5 seconds. I get it.
We're literally beating up babies.
I understand it. That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. That's what it fucking feels like. But it's like, could you imagine being an MMA journalist and not being locked in at 4:30 for the first fight?
Okay, you say all this. This feels direct at someone, but I just don't.
Literally not you. Literally no. But your big thing is that you just say you don't use Pip, and I actually continue to be blown away by that.
I just throw it on, and I just
it's so
any
crazy.
Notification, it's just getting swiped up.
It's so crazy to me.
In your defense, the picture that you sent,
you
were like, "Yo, shout out!" Was the penis Schultz fight, the very first fight of the night you were watching?
Thank you.
You were like, "The Pip's back."
Yes, the Pip's back. I'm at the soccer game. I put my phone on. I get a text, and I'm like, wait a second. It actually worked? Why didn't anyone tell me this? I write to the group, and of course, first message is, don't use Pip. Don't care for Pip.
I do love how you were like, why didn't anyone tell me?
I was like, I'm not doing this again.
I could tell Ariel was seething too. He's just like, you just like the pineapple on.
Yeah, you're like those guys.
You just think you're better than me.
I eat my meat rare. I don't have pineapple on pizza. My coffee's black. And I don't use Pip. All right, calm down. But actually, that rant wasn't about you. I swear on my life. It was about the people being like, you didn't know that Lona Kavanaugh's video was from his first fight? Like, get the fuck out of here. Fuck you.
Internet's a good place, isn't it? It's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun. That's what I like about it.
You know what? F you. And congratulations to all of you, because now that the king is back, you all have great content to aggregate off of us, all right? So...
Can you believe Ariel Helwani didn't know Jiri Prochazka won the light heavyweight championship?
That's the next one. That's the next
one. That's a video already. It's already there.
Yeah, someo's already making a YouTube breakdown.
You've already seen it? You've already seen it?
No, just saying.
For fuck's sake.
I'm actually making it when I get home.
By the way, I did say, give them a month or 2 and they'll figure it out. They had to figure it out, and it's changed my life dramatically. It's a nice little swipe up. Did you try it? Oh, you don't even have Paramount Plus.
I don't even have that shit, mate.
I don't mind Paramount so far. I'm kind of enjoying it.
Fight Pass has Pip. Has it?
Okay. Wait, you watched that on Fight Pass?
Yeah.
Not on TNT?
There's an early, like the first hour, the early Fight Pass, whatever the fuck.
Oh, you got to switch broadcasters?
Oh, that's annoying.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. I throw Paramount on and it just rolls.
Oh, you guys wouldn't get it. You know what I mean? You're not in the trenches like
me. Yeah, I'm also not until 3 a.m. though. I actually wouldn't get it. I wouldn't get it.
This dude's texting us about Navarrete at 12 o'clock. It's 5 a.m.
Not a word back. I'm like, I was watching this fight.
I was already asleep.
I was already
long gone.
I was long. I'm still on Italian time.
I was standing up in the sitting room, losing my fucking mind.
I didn't even make it to Kavanaugh walking out of the octagon.
Wow.
I was sitting there, and like as soon as he finished talking, I clicked and rolled back over.
Guys, real quick.
Shout out to the boys, Inside Boxing, though, because I wouldn't have watched that fight unless they...
they're doing a great job. I mean, the takes
Really
on Verhoeven, a little come see, come side. Not so much on Algieri's part. Actually, Algieri's actually the perfect guy to talk about this because he's a former kickboxing champion. I love it. So perfect timing for us. Before we get to Arman's going to join us at 4:30, so please alert the masses. What did we make of this scene, guys? RAF is stealing headlines, and I'm dying. Can I be honest? I want to see Arman versus Giorgio 2 more so than Arman versus Ilya at this point. That was great shit with the face, the slapping, and the gouging and all that. What did you guys make of this? Did you guys see this?
Oh, of course, yeah, I saw it. You couldn't go anywhere without seeing it. It felt like the biggest story in combat sports on the weekend. I mean, I think it's huge for RAF. You're getting a star in Arman Tsarukyan against this social media star, and they're making these highlights. It was at the very end of the match, and these people being like, the sanctity of wrestling, and like, this isn't what you do.
Oh, get out of here.
This was not one of RAF's like real hardcore championship wrestler versus championship wrestler. This was much more of a gimmick match. It's Arman Tsarukyan going up against the social media influencer that offers $1,000 if someone takes him down. So I feel like him posting the video in the neck brace from the ambulance, calling Arman a bitch and everything like that is selling them potentially doing this again.
What do you think, PT?
I thought it was great. And you can look at it from so many different angles. I know you already talked about the fact that there had an Arman naysayers. Can you trust this guy? Of course, it's going to back them up there. But it's also, look at the guy just take over the space this weekend on a wrestling card. Everybody is talking about this guy. There's videos of this absolutely everywhere. Funnily enough, I have seen this happen a number of times with grapplers versus MMA fighters. I believe there's a famous clip from back in the day of Orlando Sanchez, who I believe has passed away since then, but he was grappling with Sean O'Malley, and they're fighting for insides. They're tying up like in clinches, standing up, and he was cutting in with his arm, and it was like kind of slapping him in the face, which is legal, but it's being a dickhead and grappling. And eventually Sean just lost his shit, and I think he throws a punch at him and a spinning back fist. You can't play with the rules like that against an MMA guy who can punch you in the face. There is nobody around to stop this guy from doing this. Like, this is acceptable, like in a grappling match to some degree, but it's not cool. And it's like a red rag to a bull when the dude you're doing it to is fucking Arman Tsarukyan.
That's the other point.
To an actual bull. Like, this is a man who has had outbursts and has admitted sometimes he can't control his temper.
Yes. The best was that
don't slap the dude. Like,
there was a video of them talking before, and he's like, "Oh, let's bypass the weight cut here." And he's like, "Well, how much do you weigh?" He's like,
Who gives a fuck?
Who gives a fuck?
It's so good. It's so good.
He's the freaking man. But that was intense. I mean, like, there's another video of Giorgio talking to Arman as they're, I think, signing posters. And he's like, who are you? Like, why do you think you're so good? You haven't competed against high-level guys. You've not competed in the Olympics. You don't go D1. And this Giorgio guy, which I'll admit, I wasn't extremely familiar with him beforehand. I think what he's done is amazing. Like, you look on his page, and the $1,000 if you could take me down thing is brilliant. And the beef that they have started, the story that they've started, and I don't think this is Eric Bischoff. People are saying like, oh, it's too WWE. Like, no, this is if RAF could check off, like, give people the hardcore wrestling matches. And what I mean by hardcore is not like Mick Foley type of matches. I mean, like, the actual collegiate wrestlers going up against each other, or Olympians. Give people the fun fights like this one, and then give people like us, like the Henry Cejudo versus Merab. I think that's a full offering. I don't think it should be one or the other. Do you know what I mean? And I think they're actually doing a really good job. I really think that they're doing a good job at a very quick pace. They'll be doing their 7th show at the end of the month, 8th show come April 18th, and that's since launching in August. It's very hard to launch. When's the last time we've seen an MMA promotion? And I get that they have the benefit of being able to use some established names, but to see a promotion get off the ground this quickly in such a short amount of time and steal these kinds of headlines, I think is supremely impressive. I think that was a great night for them.
Interesting.
The only problem is the UFC could be like, no, man, you can't do that. Like, that's the only thing, right? That's the only thing. The UFC can literally say, Arman, no more.
For sure, because you're saying like how people are pointing to potentially, Bischoff, WWE. He lands on him there. Like, he's really throwing, and like he's got Giorgio bleeding and stuff. And, then it comes into repercussions and everything like that, and someone's potentially seriously getting hurt. So as long as the UFC continues to allow him to do it, I think it would be great. Maybe not ending in this same way, but in terms of like publicity, this was about as good as Raf could have asked for.
Would you be surprised if they're like no more?
For Arman specifically, no. But for like an out, like they're gonna let Merab and Henry Cejudo do it.
Would you be surprised? I feel like I feel like this is a byproduct of the class action lawsuit, to where they want to be able to say like, look, we let guys do stuff, and I feel like this will end at some point, because essentially we only talk about RAF because of these guys being involved, right? They're known commodities. If these guys weren't involved, it would remain very, very niche, and I feel like at some point they're going to put an end to it. Maybe not today, tomorrow, but like I feel like at some point they're going to be like, why are we propping up these other guys? Once the class action storm passes, and that might be in a while, then they'll put an end to it, is my feeling. Now you got Khamzat out there, guys. You see this? Khamzat's like, tag me in.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like you have one of the UFC's biggest stars being like, let me get next on Raf.
Look at this. Next RAF, I will make American boy humble again. Colby Clown, let's go. Aren't you injured? No, I'm waiting for Strickland.
I mean, can we talk about just like first he wants Colby on Raf, and then he's like, oh yeah, also confirming I'm going to fight Strickland.
Yeah, what is that all about? Imavov said, I got to be honest, it's a way bigger fight.
Way bigger.
It's not, I know I said last week, but like I thought about it and I'm like, look, Imavov, it makes it complicated because Strickland did beat Imavov, but it feels like it was in a different lifetime and he was a different fighter and he's on this streak and you kind of have to reward the streak.
It was also 205. It was short notice. It was back-to-back main events for Strickland. I mean, dude, he looked fantastic against Fluffy Hernandez.
Best he's ever looked.
Yeah, the defensive grappling looked unbelievable. And he's just a bigger star.
You think they'll do it?
Corner's a bigger eye.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I do. I said last Monday, I still feel the same. I think that's what's going to be next.
How many in a row now for Imavov?
5?
Yeah, I mean, dudes with longer winning streaks have gone the shaft, right?
For sure.
I wonder why he said. I would be surprised. Khamzat at RAF would be huge against Colby. Is there anyone that thinks that Colby would actually take that fight? I don't think so.
No.
I actually
can't imagine.
I actually think RAF being so closely linked to Colby actually makes him less cool, if I'm being honest. Like I saw him holding court there. I mean, there was like not even a peep from the crowd. Like, I want GSP, I want this. No one cares.
Can't even tell you who he wrestled.
He didn't wrestle. They just had him come out and cut a promo.
To show you.
Yeah.
Just goes to show you.
He didn't even do anything. I don't know if there's one. I mean, I guess Khamzat versus Colby would be big.
I was going to say, Khamzat would make it big, though.
Oh, no doubt.
How do we watch
I'm
this?
tuning in for
Like,
that.
how do we watch this over?
Fox Nation.
You know what I mean?
I'll give you my user and pass.
Yeah.
And you can watch,
All right.
whatever else they have.
What else they got? Got a bit of blue over there, did they?
No, we don't have that, but we do have to get to our next guest, Pete. So we'll talk to you tomorrow. God bless. Let's talk to the man that you all want to hear from, who's one of the biggest stars in the sport today. You don't need me to go on and on about it. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Every week you wonder how much bigger he can get. Well, on Saturday, I think he got even bigger. We just spoke about him and what transpired in Arizona. Now let's talk to him. He's the one and only, the Armenian Batman. Arman Tsarukyan is here to talk to us about what happened. Hello, Arman. How are you, my friend? It's good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
Arman, every time I think you've kind of reached your ceiling as far as like this run that you're on, you surpass it somehow.
I'm just starting.
You're just starting. I love it, my friend. Okay, so let's talk about Saturday. We haven't heard much from you. I've seen some posts here and there, but from your perspective, what went wrong with Giorgio that led to the brawl afterwards?
I mean, his game plan was just fight during the fight, make a hype, and he wanted to do that because the actual wrestling, like natural wrestlers, never do that because it's disrespectful and the referee can like cut you out. But this referee, he was like just taking points from him. But if he like punched 2 times, one time he got like a one time he did. They say if you do one more time, we just cut you from the wrestling, and the referee still keep like waiting for him, and he's like just knocking me out.
So you feel like he just went in there to make a moment, right? He didn't have any.
Yeah. He knew like he gotta stop this wrestling because he's losing. First of all, second one, he cannot beat me. Third one, if he lose, he gotta pay me because we had the deal. Who wins get the like money.
How much?
It's supposed to be. He came and say, "Oh, let's pay. If you win, if I win, you pay me 50,000. If if I win, I get 25,000. If he wins, he gets 50,000. I said, you're stupid or what? Like, what are you talking about? You come to casino and say, listen, I'll bet like 100K. If I win, I get my 200. If I lose, I give you 50,000. Well, like, come on.
What was?
And I said, we have a different pocket. Let's stay on the 10,000, and we just shake the hand. But I haven't seen my money yet.
He is saying that wasn't a takedown. What's your response?
I mean, he just gotta go and look the rules from the freestyle wrestling rules. But our bet, it wasn't takedown. It was who wins the fight.
Sure. But he has a gimmick where it's like you can't take him down, right? And it seems, at least to me, I'm not an expert, that you took him down there.
It's 4 points. Even referee gave it 2 points, which is okay. But like if you go deeper, it's 4 points from me because I started the technique and I stop it on his back, so it's 4 point.
Do you think that he is happy, even though it ended with you hitting him and all that stuff? Do you think he's happy it ended this way because now he can push for the rematch and technically he didn't lose?
Yeah, of course. He made his name. He has a hype now, and now he thinking superstar he did his job. He's not good wrestler. He wanted like fight with me, but it was a stupid because if you wanna fight, I watched his fight just today. Luke Rockhold showed me his amateur fight. Someone knocked him out like in the first round.
Oh wow!
Yeah, like that. He went to sleep. If he wants to fight, he knows like if he wants to fight, we can fight anywhere, but not on the wrestling match.
Right. Before all of this, were you familiar with him?
No, but Ralph, we compete on the same in Miami. We compete together, and I knew from there.
Right. And what was the vibe that I saw the one video where you guys were signing cards, and I saw you talking to him about the weight cut, like the vibe that you were getting from him as you were seeing him during the week or in the days leading up, was that, did you think he was going to come to wrestle you, or did you think that he was going to come to try to do something to make a moment like this? Like, did you have an inclination that this would happen?
No, I thought he's going to wrestle, but like when he started like a punching, I said, okay, this guy wants to fight and cancel the fight. And like do like a dirty wrestling.
And so to you, what was the last straw? What was the moment where you kind of said you had enough?
No, I was waiting when his wrestling is done, and that moment I wanted to punch him right away. And like I won the wrestling, and I heard the whistle, and I said, okay, now it's time because I got the victory.
Okay.
But if I did before, I could like not win him.
All right, so it did go to the very end, right?
Yeah, I won, and I'm getting my money like a victory.
From who? From him or from RAF?
From RAF.
Okay.
But from him too. I'm waiting for my 10K.
And what did you get? You got a little elbow in there, huh? And a nice little knee?
No, I just punched with my head.
Oh, it was a straight punch. I thought it was like a nice little ground. It was a straight punch.
Yeah.
It felt good?
No, I would like to throw a couple elbows.
Okay.
If there is no referee. If it's one-on-one, he's like, he wouldn't even say anything because he know I just kill him in a 30 second.
And I saw a video, he poked you in the eye and he slapped you. What were some of the things that he was doing?
Maybe 20 times he's trying to like poke my eyes, break my fingers, and I always show to the referee. And like a referee shouldn't do that. And by the way, the judges were so bad for that day. Not just my wrestling, and the other ones was like they just giving like I don't know from where some points, especially when it's Kadik wrestling with the other guy, was like the points is coming from nowhere.
Oh, just that. So you weren't impressed?
They gotta fix that.
Okay.
Because if you're like high level wrestler, you gotta you go in there like wrestle, not just someone can like some referee can give any points.
I saw a video of him. He was in an ambulance with a neck brace. Did you see this video?
Yeah, he's a bullshitter guy. He was in an ambulance, and then like maybe someone told him don't do that. He started he right away delayed that video from his AG, and then he's saying, okay, we are like drinking water, we are getting rematch. He's like a clown.
You hate this guy?
I don't hate. He's like a clown. How I can like he's just doing his thing, you know.
So RAF officials told me they're actively working to do a rematch. Are you interested in a rematch?
No, if they want to do rematch, we just gotta fight on the street. Even better than rematch.
Okay,
because I don't want to fight in the freestyle wrestling. If you want to fight, we can fight anywhere. You can come to Newport. We can fight on the sand on the beach.
Oh gosh, that would be something.
That's okay. Yeah, but he never do that because he knows like I need a 1 second to knock him out.
So a rematch in freestyle wrestling, no interest to you?
No interesting, no at all. Because I'm not gonna wait him. If they wanna do that, if he's not gonna do same, I'm gonna fight right away. If he's gonna wrestle, yeah, we can think about that. But like, if I feel like someone like gonna punch me again, it's no way.
Does this sour your feelings towards RAF? Like, does it make you not want to compete for them anymore?
No, I want to compete with wrestlers, not like these guys, because they gotta figure out with referees too, and with because I throw the guy. They gave 2 points instead of 4 points, and then like I see on the TV there is just 1 point. How? If if referee showed 2, you put 1, and like maybe they're new. That's why they gotta fix some details, you know.
When all that happened afterwards, like when the cameras were off, did anything else happen in the back that we didn't see between your team and his team?
No, I didn't see him after that.
You didn't seem too bothered. I saw you got a nice massage yesterday. Life is good.
I mean, it's fighting is my thing, you know. Like if someone wants to fight, I'm open. Everybody knows where I'm at, and like whatever you want, street fight, boxing, or like a burn knuckle.
I saw a video in the locker room. He said, I had my 60-something-year-old dad, and I think he said maybe his friend or brother, and then it was like 15 Armenians against him. Was it fair?
No, because I just got 2 corners and my manager. That's all.
Okay. So who were all those other people?
I don't know, maybe fans.
They just jumped?
Yeah.
Did anyone hit you?
No, the referee like...
He jumped in there, huh?
Yeah, 4 guys trying to hold me.
Crazy.
And Chad too, the owners of the organization. He was holding me too.
He tried his best.
Yeah, but they're right, you know, we shouldn't do that.
Were they mad at you? Did they say anything afterwards?
I haven't talked to them yet.
Okay. What do you think they'll say?
If they say something, I gotta say something too, you know?
What would you say?
No, I'm saying if they say why you do that, because you know how I can handle like this guy, like he's like throwing like a 20 punches on my head. I'm a fighter. Like I was patient that I won, and then no, I think they cool with me. They treat me very well, and they always like they nice, you know, to me, and I feel like Ralph very interesting on me, and it's always good to have this relationship with Ralph. You know, you feel like you need them. It's always good. So yeah.
Honestly, I feel like they'll be pretty happy about all this because I think that they're trying to do the rematch. So that would suggest that they're not too upset.
Yeah, if they do rematch, they gotta figure out with the rules. Yeah. So like real freestyle wrestling rules, if someone like punched 2 times, he got disqualification.
That would be huge. It would be the biggest match for them.
Yeah, we offered him a grappling match, so we'll see. Maybe we grapple too.
Oh, really? To Giorgio?
Yeah.
With which promotion?
Hype.
Wow. Big money?
Yeah, big money. He never earned like his money in his life for sure.
Are you grappling next week for them?
If he's down, yeah, I will grapple him.
Oh no, because I saw a poster that said I think March 11th.
Yeah, they looking for an opponent for me, so we got 3-4 names.
Oh gosh, this is it, right? March 11th?
Yeah.
And it says you versus mystery opponent. Do you want it to be him?
They want to be him. We got 3-4 names, and we'll see who is the best for us.
Another side quest for you.
Every week.
Every week. Do you think he would accept?
Yeah, why not? Because it's a changing life, for him.
Does he know to grapple?
He knows how to wrestle.
Yeah, but does he know jiu-jitsu?
I don't know, but if you not get submit 8 minutes, it's a draw. So his game is gonna be run out like Shara did, with me.
Wow. Would it be more money than the RAF?
Yeah, way more money.
Okay. Now I love you, Arman, but you know what the people will say? That you told the UFC you'd be a good boy, and now here you are getting into another incident.
No, this is not my fault. This is not my fault. Everybody on my side now.
You think so?
I was waiting like 6 minutes. Like he was like punching me 6 minutes. What do you wanted to wait from me?
You don't think the UFC sees this and says, "Look, we can't trust this guy. He makes too many problems."
Bro, like if someone punch you, what do you do?
Oh, I'm on your side.
Anytime.
By the way, I think you should have fought for the belt a year and a half ago. I'm on your side, but I was just first thing I thought of was like, oh no.
Yeah, okay, but everybody is different. What are you gonna do if someone like punch you 20 times? Like you're not gonna let him do that. So I it's the opposite. They gotta be happy that UFC fighter don't let like somebody to beat it up. UFC fighter number one, winning UFC fighter go to the freestyle wrestling, beat the freestyle wrestler, and to show like what's the level of UFC.
Okay. I get it. I was just wondering if they said something to you, if someone messaged you and said, another thing.
We'll see. I'm going there on Friday and watch fights on Saturday.
Okay. You'll talk to them?
I think so. I already talked to Hunter.
When was that?
A couple of weeks ago. We got a couple of options.
Oh yeah? Like what?
Like title fights, like just fights. I don't know. We'll see how it's play out.
When you say title fight, do you mean like lightweight title fight or BMF title?
Any
title fight. You're getting anything you want.
Yeah, 170, 145, 155.
Wow. What's the most appealing option that they gave you?
Fight for the 155 title, and like in September, October.
Would that be after Justin or before Justin?
After Justin.
Okay. You want to wait that long?
I'm just doing like wrestling.
Yeah. So you don't mind?
I'll do wrestling. I don't mind.
Man.
I don't mind. Maybe grappling, wrestling, rough. What else? Maybe some new promotions. We'll see. Maybe they create some. I don't know. I would like to go for race car. I don't know, or like TV somewhere.
Okay. Did they say maybe the winner of Charles and Max?
Yes.
Yeah. Does that interest you?
Yes.
What about Volk?
Volk is good too.
Did they say they're interested?
They say something about that.
Oh wow. So it was a good meeting.
Yeah, it was a good meeting.
You feel
I mean, I always have a good meetings.
You feel like you're like on good terms?
I'm always good with the hunter. So
Was Dana there?
no, we were on the phone call.
Oh, okay. So you spoke to him.
Yeah.
And how was that?
Was good.
Okay.
They said, keep doing what you're doing.
Oh, they like it.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing? Look at that. That must have felt good, right?
Of course.
They like the videos.
Yeah, they said like we like what you're doing, so that's good, I guess.
Arman, I think there's a case to be made that like you're now like top 3 most popular fighters in the UFC.
No, bro.
What do you mean no? Who's more popular than you?
Chimaev, John Jones, Islam, Tapuya, Puatan.
We're getting into we're top 5. We're no worse than top 5. Some of those are a little bit debatable.
Somewhere there, but yeah.
This is amazing.
But to become a popular is not hard. So
it is hard.
It's not hard. I think if you have like money, you can like buy like Ferrari and like give it to your followers, and you gain like 10 million followers in like 1 week.
It's not about that. It's the content. Your content, it's on fire.
Yeah, that's why. That's why I need a UFC belt.
You do. Yeah, no, I know. You've done your job. At any point, are you going to stop?
What I'm doing now?
Like, meaning like, okay, enough is enough. I proved my point. I'm the man. Now I just wait for the belt.
No, I like it, what I'm doing.
Which one are you most proud of?
From my competitions that I'm beating freestyle wrestlers on the freestyle wrestling, grapplers on the grappling.
Okay. How did the link up with Jake Paul happen?
We met in Newport, and then he's good a friend of my friend, and then he watched my videos, what I'm doing in Russia, Armenia. So we have a like kind of same lifestyle, you know. He likes activities like me, and yeah. So he was in Italy, close to Armenia, and said, "Come and let's hang out in Armenia," and he was down.
Wow. Did you like hanging out with him?
Yeah, cool guy, good energy, and like, yeah, good energy, and he was down for everything. You say, okay, let's jump from the roof to the snow. Let's do it. Like, I don't know, like, yeah, he's a cool guy.
You were eating caviar there?
Yep.
Wow.
Caviar, a lot of meat, a lot of different meals.
I saw you recently. I think one of your most recent ones was a lot of meat, right? You said to the vegans to scroll past it.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
Yeah. Where's this?
In Glendale, Armenia.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's my friend's house, and we just had a barbecue because I won my competition and I wanted to rest one day, but today I'm back to training.
You're back, and are you now living there?
No, I'm just staying here, and I came to see Hamza. Hamza is here too. Tonight I'm going to see him. Okay. I got his T-shirt.
I like it. Yeah. He's training out of there now, right? In Orange County.
Yeah.
Full time?
No. He's living in Abu Dhabi, Russia. But for the training camp, he comes here because he likes the weather. He likes the gym, and like he brings all his people here, and like he can focus on the training camp. But in Russia and Abu Dhabi, it's a little bit difficult for him. I
saw him react to your video. It was fun to see.
He just called me right away and said, "Bro, like, should I fly out? Should I come?" I said, "Don't come, bro. Calm
you wanted
down."
To come Saturday night?
He said, "Bro, like, why you didn't invite me? I knew like when it's fight, there is a fight, you never invite me. Like, I gotta be there." I said, "No, bro."
That would have been crazy.
Oh yeah, Hamza shouldn't be there. Me and Hamza, yeah, we shouldn't be together on the fights.
Who do you think is like a little bit crazier, you or him?
Well, for sure him.
You think so? I don't see many brawls with him.
Because everybody's scared of him.
That's a good point. That is not
I wouldn't do with him. I wouldn't fight him too.
Did he really kick someone at the airport?
I haven't talked about that. I have no idea, but I don't think so.
Yeah. A lot of rumors about him.
Because the Hamza, he's so calm and he never started first. And I don't know what is going to be that Hamza kicks somebody because, he's strong. He knows he has a big name and like he doesn't go down, to anybody. But unless if someone like say something like about him or about his family or something or like I don't know.
I saw he said he wanted to go to RAF to go against, I think, Colby, right?
Yeah, it would be great.
How do you think that goes?
He's a good grappler. He's a good wrestler. His background is a wrestling. I mean, Hamza 2 times bigger than him.
Yeah.
Hamza is huge. So it's hard to take him down with his background too. Yeah, Hamza in different level.
I saw some great videos of you and a little girl. Is that your daughter?
No.
Oh, everyone thought it was your daughter.
No, my friend's daughter.
Okay. She's a very cute little girl.
Yeah.
I was going to say, she's a little young to be in the front seat there, though. I feel like she should be in the back seat.
Really?
Yes. Look how small she is.
No, in Armenia, they can sit on the first seats.
She likes a Ferrari.
Yeah, you see, she likes Ferrari, yeah.
She kind of looks like you a little bit.
Yeah, Armenians.
Yeah, it's all part of the family.
Yeah, for sure.
And by the way, the when you were in the mountains, you were cooking something. Which mountains were those?
In Armenia.
Oh, that was man. You get a lot of content, huh?
I mean, I train until Saturday morning, and Saturday I go straight to the mountains and like spend time there because I don't like to stay in the city. Like you go to restaurant, people like knows you, come, stop. I wanna be with my friends in the mountains. Nobody can disrupt you,
Okay, yeah, no, it's amazing. What kind of meat was that?
That you showed me this one?
Yeah.
It was in Russia. This one exactly was Russia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this was in Russia. It's a pork.
Okay, pork, yeah. That's the one I don't eat.
You don't eat?
I don't eat pork, no.
Me either.
Oh.
Just for the video.
Really? Why? Because it's not kosher?
No. I eat pork just in Armenia, and that I know, like once a year or 2 times a year, I eat barbecue. But in Armenia, pork is so good, clean.
Okay. Oh.
Sorry, guys. Too busy,
I know. You're a busy guy. I'm gonna let you go in a second, but
too busy. Everybody's calling me.
I know. What's it like?
Here, you wanna fight here? Come in here.
What's it like being you now? It must be unbelievable.
To be me?
To be you. I feel like everyone wants a piece of you.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to be me. Good lifestyle.
You feel in America you're getting noticed a lot more?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But from the food content mostly.
I don't know if I mentioned this to you last time, but my 11-year-old son said to me, "Do you know who Arman Tsarukyan is?" He knows nothing about MMA. I said, "How do you know?" He said, "I saw him on YouTube eating food."
Yeah. So on the rock we were signing something, and like one guy came and said, "Bro, I'm a big fan. I don't know about UFC and anything, but you eat a lot." Thank you.
It's brilliant. I want to give you props, Arman. You met a little kid and you got him a membership, 1-year membership at Syndicate. That was incredible.
Yeah, it's so easy for me. So
no, but it's a very nice. You didn't have to do that.
Yeah, but you see, the kid is training, and I'm so happy for him. I wish I can meet a lot of like these kids and help them.
Do you think that Like, have you been keeping tabs on him? Do you think he's taking it seriously? He's showing up. He's training.
I asked my friend who take care of him, like asking who's in touch with him. He said, yeah, he trains, and we are going to send some gears for him.
Okay. Oh, wow. Amazing. All right. So, tomorrow, Giorgio is going to come on our show tomorrow. Is there
really?
Yeah. What do you think of that?
He gotta say thank you so much, Arman. You made my name bigger.
Is that what you want to say to him? Is there any message you'd like to say to him?
I would like to do. I would like to grapple with him, and then I would like to do sparring, MMA sparring with him. I would like to pay him money and say, let's do a sparring.
Filmed or not filmed?
Whatever he wants. I don't want to do it for hype. I just want to do it for me. Just kick his ass so bad.
You might as well get paid for it, though. No?
He's gonna pay for that. I'm just do for myself, just for fun.
A promoter would probably pay. Well, like, why don't you ask the UFC, sign this guy, do one fight?
No, this bullshit guy. He cannot fight. I was just just in the gym,
Okay.
Kick his ass in the gym.
He called you the B word.
What is that?
He said you're a bitch.
Oh, I mean, he can say whatever he wants, but if he's gonna sit next to me and we're gonna be together, you think he's gonna say that?
No, I don't know. I don't know what he said. If you saw him in the back, this and that, did he say anything?
I haven't seen him after that.
No, but even before.
No. Before he was good.
Do you? I saw the video where you said like, oh, you've never competed in the Olympics or D1. Do you think he's a good wrestler?
He's okay wrestler. He was wrestling all his life. He compete freestyle wrestling, folk style wrestling, but he wasn't beyond the top. And but he's doing his own thing, and he's promoting wrestling, and he's like how do you say? He's like a blogger, bodybuilder, blogger.
Yeah. I got you. Okay.
Yeah, nobody can take him down.
So in conclusion, you're going to the UFC this weekend. You're going to be there, front row, good seats.
Yeah. Dana always give me good seats.
Okay. No trouble, no problems. And maybe
I don't know about that.
Okay. Who
Listen, I never start first.
Sure. The fan, he flipped you off.
Yeah.
Dan Hooker, he looked at you bad.
Yeah.
This guy, no. So busy.
UFC call me.
Uh-oh. You want to do three-way?
No. Maybe they're gonna say something new.
Oh,
you should hear.
Okay. Well, let me just ask you. So what do you think happens as far as how it plays out? Based on your conversations, what do you think? Next time we see you in a fight is? Uh-oh, they're calling again.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
One more time, question.
What do you think happens? Now, based on the intel that you have from the UFC, next time we see you fight?
Next time we see my fight as soon as possible.
No. Maybe. What do you think?
When I'm fighting?
Yeah. What are you feeling now?
We gotta wait for one fight and see how it's play out.
Okay, which one? Who keeps calling you?
I don't know. Hunter probably.
Hunter, golly, he knows you're on the show and he's trying to sabotage my show.
Yeah, probably he wants to don't say anything bad.
Okay. So you think one fight, and what's that fight? Ilya Justin?
Ilya Justin and one more fight.
What's that fight?
No, I cannot tell.
Can't. All right, fine. Arman, you're the man.
But you can guess. I know you know.
BMF?
No.
I don't know.
Okay, after.
Okay, you tell me. Okay.
Figure out. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, guys.
Arman, you're the man. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Well done on Saturday.
Please, when you see this beach, just slap from me, okay?
No problem. Thank you, Arman. Bye-bye. There he is, Arman Tsarukyan joining us. What a guy. I don't know, what is that other fight? Is it BMF? I don't know. Am I missing something? Is there an obvious one? I don't know. He's some what? What is it?
I guess not. Topuria title. He said 145 title.
Yeah, Volk.
That versus Volk.
Winner of Mosar Lerone?
No, stop.
Your Volk is my Sean Strickland.
Volk.
Volk.
I think that's like me saying Tuesday. People say that I say it wrong, but it's...
You do.
No, it's...
You're a Juan guy, Tuesday. Right?
I'm a Juan guy. I'm an organization guy. I'm an against guy. That's just my accent. That's just my accent. All right, a couple other news and notes, and then we'll call it a day here.
No, this is not my fault.
Oh. By the way, I thought he was
Armin came back.
No.
That was a good one. Well done, Frankie. Frankie, you're back.
How many drops does
Armin has to have his own?
He has his own page.
Yeah. Armin's got to have a page.
We told you about Prochazka JDM. Who's the favorite in that?
I actually don't know.
What a fight, huh?
See if we got odds for it. Oh my God, incredible fight. Also, the people of Australia getting a Saturday PM card.
It's a Saturday PM there.
Yeah.
Saturday morning here, right? 7:30. Yeah.
It's like a 7:30 a.m.
Love it.
Main event start.
Love it.
Oh man, we don't have odds for it yet.
So that is of note. It's a great fight. Love that fight. That is of note. This weekend is unique. It's not MMA's debut on CBS. Of course, that was Elite XC back in 2008. But it will be the first UFC card on CBS. Portion of the card, right? It'll be like the back end of the prelims and the front of the main card, which will be super interesting to see how they lay it out. That's going to be interesting and a sign of things to come, because they also announced that a portion of WrestleMania is going to air on ESPN2, I believe it is, night 1 and night 2. I think we have the graphic, and I think it's ESPN2. Yeah, there it is. First hour live, only Saturday. So maybe it's only Saturday, or was it both? I don't know. I can't wait.
Saturday on ESPN2, Sunday on ESPN.
There it is. All right. First hour. I can't wait for tomorrow's Uncrowned Wrestling show, which drops every Tuesday. Can't wait to hear what the Solomonster, Jason Solomon, has to say about Elimination Chamber and Danhausen's debut. Did you guys catch Danhausen's debut?
No.
It was of all the debuts, it was a debut.
Look, I didn't catch it, but I can't wait to hear what the Solomonster has to say about it.
He's the freaking man. Speaking of wrestling, this was better than anything that I saw at Elimination Chamber. My guy, the Snowman. Did you guys see Dion Dawkins in the freaking parking lot? This guy, look at this. That's Dion in the black shirt. Look at this. Bang! Look at this stiff. Okay, that's a splash. I saw a stiff lariat. Look at that. Dawkins got moves. Look at this camera work right here. Oh, watch this. Look at this. Oh, he's stalking his prey. Kick to the boot. Dawkins got some body slam. I don't remember this. What the reverse? Oh, knee to the gut. DDT on the pavement? Suplex on the pavement. What? Oh, he reversed it. Oh, now he's tired. Oh, man, this was good. I like that.
Sprinter outside the gas station McDonald's getting some reps in.
This dude's the starting, I think, right guard for the freaking Buffalo Bills, and he's doing that. Imagine you're just like pulling up. You're like, wait a second, is that Dion Dawkins? Let me see here real quick. Ian Gary says he's got the fight. Ali says not. This guy says that. This and that. All right, I think that's good. I think we'll save the rest for tomorrow's program. I could tell you that tomorrow's program, I'm waiting on one other person. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, what's going on here? I could tell you that on tomorrow, there's so much going on that I don't want to misspeak. Tomorrow on the program, we are going to be joined by the aforementioned George Poulas. I hope I'm pronouncing that the right way. Am I pronouncing that the right way?
Who's to check?
Yeah.
We kind of don't know either.
Giorgio Poulas or Poulas.
Yeah, I think it's Poulas. Poulas?
Poulas.
We're going to have to ask him tomorrow.
Well, I can't wait to talk to him. I will not be slapping him in the face, as Arman
Oh, yeah?
No problem, man. For sure. I got you.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Rico Verhoeven will join us, and the reigning defending UFC bantamweight champion Petr Yan will join us. So I would say we're coming back with a bang. I'm excited about that. On the Nose will be on Wednesday. Did you guys enjoy doing On the Nose?
Yeah, I did.
It was fun.
I liked it. Yeah.
I thought there were good questions. I thought most people... No? Didn't love them? I thought most people, understood the assignment. I was worried that they would just send the questions to me.
No, yeah.
They got.
I felt most of them were towards us.
Yeah.
Good. Rick's just a hater, bro.
Yeah, what the
hates
hell?
on the voicemails, hates on the questions.
That's it.com.
I do see some breaking news here regarding the TV work. Whoa. Frank, what, I mean, a bit loud, no?
Are you serious right now?
That was so loud in my ear. I almost
Can we rewind the tape where he's like, I need the drops to be super
No.
loud.
That on a scale of 1 to 10, that was a 48.
Wait, we're breaking news here, all right? And breaking eardrums.
UFC commentators Megan O'Leary, Paul Felder, and Michael Bisping re-signed long-term extensions. That just came through. I don't remember press releases for commentator extensions, but that's exciting. Mazel tov to all of them. I'm also seeing Ultimate Fighter Season 34 remote casting now open. So, they'll be on Paramount Plus, Ultimate Fighter Season 135 and women's strawweight. Men's 135, women's strawweight. Casting will begin today. Anyone want to throw their name in the hat?
No, won't even be watching. Couldn't be bothered.
Can't get down to 135.
Produced by Lionsgate Alternative Television. They are not like the long-standing producer of the show.
Yeah, but now if you have a production element, might as well.
The iconic competition series has introduced a wider range. Men's bantamweight casting. Finalists will be selected by April 3rd. All right, well, there you have it. Tough Never Die. And I think that was, here's another one. MVP having a press conference in New York City on Friday, March 6th. Nikisa Badarian, Amanda Serrano, Alicia Baumgartner, Shadeja Green, Stephanie Hahn, Holly Holm, Tam Tebow, O'Shea Jones, Tiara Brown, Liana Cruz, and Ariel Helwani? Wow. Talk about a polar bear in Arlington, huh, guys? Madison Square Garden this Friday, March 6th. No? All right.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
What fight is that for?
I was reading it. I did a major announcement.
It's to announce something major.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not for an already planned fight.
No. Amanda Serrano, Alicia Baumgartner, Shadeja Green, 70, Ariel Helwani. I'm just there. I'm on the list.
Are you one of the participants? You're not involved in the...
Yeah, are you going to be participating in the major announcement?
It's literally those names and me. It's not like hosted by... It's So...
Wow.
Wait,
you're on the dais, huh?
Can I divulge? No. Unfortunately, I can't. I can't divulge.
That's a bullshit.
Do you have any super chats, Frankie?
Super chats. We do.
Oh. So good to be back.
Is it? Can the UFC keep Arman in line, or is it easier for all parties to shift? I propose a trade Arman for Dakota.
Okay, if you're the UFC, are you doing that trade?
No.
No, also,
if you're the PFL, are you doing that trade?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But, also this, keep him in line. He fought in November, and, I guess he headbutted Dan Hooker there.
By the way, can I just say, yes. Can I just say, let's not pretend that everyone in the UFC are a bunch of, Mother Teresas, all right?
Yeah.
Conor McGregor got the biggest fight of all time when he took a dolly through a freaking bus. This is all good.
Exactly. Controversy is good.
This is all good. This is
As long as there's no legal ramifications, this is great for them.
This is all.
Arman comes off looking like more of a gangster.
Yeah, this is all good. This is all good. And I hope they don't hold it against him. I
don't think they will.
Yeah. They'll say nice ground and pound, all right?
If anything, headbutting Dan Hooker is much more significant to their business than anything he's doing here.
By the way, can I also just say 100% because that could have called off the fight.
Yeah.
Can I also just say he is putting out the blueprint that if you're sitting around frustrated, go take these fights. Go take these matches.
It's an unfortunate reality that they should have to do that, but yes, you are right.
just take, like, he's saying, September, October, but I'm going to do hype. I'm going to do RAF. I'll do this. I'll do that. Like, have him show up at UFC BJJ. Anything this guy touches is gold. I was locked in. What else, Frankie? What else?
Really enjoyed your Olympics coverage and skiing effort. Wanted your thoughts on Alyssa Liu's explosion in popularity during the games.
It's always interesting when you have a few people just kind of break through. There's so many athletes, so many stories. There's so many possibilities. And there's also people who don't, live up to the hype. Quad God, obviously being at the top of the list, Ilya Malinin. But she was great. I mean, she has the it factor, the hair, the look, obviously the skill, the demeanor, the way she spoke, what she was saying on camera. Amazing. Love to see it. To me, there's a lot of great stories. I don't know if there's one that I like more than Jack Hughes. And I know that he is obviously an NHL player, first pick overall, but I feel like the way he has come across and the way he handled, he was so likable in the immediate aftermath of the win. He was so likable in all the stuff that he did afterwards. Even like did you guys see him? He was at the nightclub in Miami and he's just sitting there with sunglasses on. God knows where he is on earth. And he's just sitting there with a backwards hat, like with his sunglasses on. And this guy just scored the golden goal for the US. Then he's on SNL with his brother, coming off great. He was great on McAfee, I thought, as well. It's just amazing. Like, this guy played for the New Jersey Devils for the past, 5 years? And no one, I don't want to say no one, only hardcore hockey fans. Like, Rick, had you ever heard of Jack Hughes before all of this?
Nope.
Connor? Probably.
I frequented Devils games back in my Jersey days.
But I feel like if this guy walks on the street in New York City, everyone stops him, right?
Now, yes.
Yeah, now.
Beforehand, no.
Beforehand, no. He had a bit of a shine with Tate McRae. He was seen dating her.
Wasn't familiar with his game. Okay.
Yeah.
Who is it now? Who is it now? Isn't she still dating an NHL player?
I don't know, but they were seen together at a restaurant. I was like, oh, wow, Jack Hughes. Good for him. So anyway, love that. Obviously, Eileen Gu got a lot of attention. Some tried to make it negative. I don't know. But yeah, man, the Olympic, I have always been a huge Olympic fan. I've always loved the Olympics ever since I was a kid. And so to work in it and to be in that bubble, and it's interesting when you're working with people whose lives are the Olympics. Like, everything they do is geared towards the Olympics and then all the competitions leading up. And I just kind of plop in. And you fall in love with these stories, these athletes, these moments, and you're sitting there watching stuff that, like I said, I make no bones about it. Like, I am not an expert when it comes to moguls or figure skating or skeleton or bobsled or anything. And you get immersed in it. And I felt like it was a breath of fresh air for me. And I felt like it was a nice change of pace. And I felt like it was different than fighting, although there are similarities in the personalities. And then I came back re-energized. But it was amazing to be in the midst of something that, you're a little bit nervous. I'm in the middle of nowhere. I'm 5 hours away from Milan. Like, I'm literally in the middle of nowhere. I'd never heard of Livigno before, and the place was unbelievable. If you're ever in a spot to go to Livigno in the Italian Alps, I could not recommend it more. The people are more beautiful than the scenery. It's an amazing place. But you're dropped into this world, and you're kind of thinking, am I going to sink or swim here? Am I going to falter? Am I going to fail? What is it like? And then you just, as I talked about before, you just trust your instincts, you trust what you can do well, your skills, and then you just start getting into it. And now all of a sudden I'm like, how did I not know about these people before? How did I not know about Mick Kingsbury before, the King of Moguls and all this? It's amazing. So all to say, so happy to do it and appreciative and so happy to be back. And I hope I could do something like that in 2 years in Los Angeles. I would love to do that. What else, Frankie? What else?
Rico gets a shot at WBC before Caballero?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we talked about. It's boxing. And if you're going to be mad, Caballero is not Tom Aspinall. I don't think a lot of people were going crazy. He must have a title shot. He must have a title shot, right? And so I don't think there's that one guy right now. There's always going to be someone. But I don't think there's that one guy that it's I can't believe this guy is getting screwed. I can't believe this guy is getting looked past. I just don't see it. I don't see it. And so I think Usyk is well within his rights. You want to be mad at someone, be mad at the WBC for putting the belt on the line, but the guy's fighting, so you might as well put the belt on the line is what I say. And if Rico freaking wins, now you got a new champion and all hell breaks loose. Big deal. What else, Frankie? What else?
Ariel, you have one bookmark vaulted of me telling y'all it'll be Bones versus Poatan, main event, White House, never waving or doubting. Get Umar and O'Malley on the show together. Welcome home. Credit me later.
All right, let's see. I don't think O'Malley will be on there against Umar. I would be surprised. I would be extremely surprised. I don't know which.
Well, he said Umar and O'Malley, get them on the show together. He wants a head-to-head of O'Malley and Umar.
Why?
On this program. I mean, I'd watch that, but...
I mean, sure, but no. Why, has this guy been saying that it's going to be...
Is that like a hot take? That was my prediction when we did our prediction show. I don't think this is like a very prescient thing. I think a lot of people could have put that together.
Oh, what else, Frankie? What else?
Tell Yuri GC is still his biggest fan.
I
think
that is true, but there is no need to.
Yeah.
Don't tell him.
We don't need another.
I don't know who's more in his what is it? What
doghouse?
Doghouse. You or me?
Am I in his doghouse?
No.
I think you are.
Okay.
At one point he said something and he was like, everybody just calm down. Everybody just take it easy. You were saying something, I can't remember what. And he was like, everybody just calm it down. I was like, this guy loves telling people to calm down. Despite not being that calm himself, you know?
Oh, what else, Frankie? What else?
The same gentleman wrote, let's go for that.
Yeah.
Hey, nailed that one.
Yeah, he did. Oh, what else, Frankie? What else?
Ariel and the boys in the back, thoughts on the Elimination Chamber?
I know nothing about it. Tell me what's going on.
Randy Orton won. Rhea Ripley won. So they now get to punch their ticket for WrestleMania and get title matches.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
That's what's on the line at Elimination Chamber? That used to be something else. That used to be, what was it, Money in the Bank? No. What was the one where they point at the thing?
This is it. There's 2 belts now, right?
Yeah.
There's the World Heavyweight Championship and the WWE Championship.
Okay.
And so...
On men's and women's side?
Can you let me finish?
Wait, on men's and women's, both have 2 belts?
Yes.
Okay.
But they're not called the same.
Okay.
The point is, Royal Rumble is first.
Ah, that's the one I was thinking.
You win Royal
Yes,
Rumble,
yes.
you get to choose.
Yeah.
So let's... You see what I mean?
Elimination Chamber, you get the remaining.
The other guy, yeah.
Ah.
Or gal. So
wait, so did
Roman won Royal Rumble.
Did he choose already?
He picked Punk.
Oh, okay.
Which is the best match that they could put on right now. There's a history there. That will
That's
main
fun.
event night 2.
Yeah.
And then there was another... there was the other belt, which is owned by or being held by Drew McIntyre, and Randy Orton won. And so it's going to be either Randy versus Drew, or there's some talk that maybe Cody's going to win the belt, or maybe they do a 3-way. Who the hell knows? And now Rhea Ripley is going to go up against Jade Cargill, which is a great match. But the product is lacking right now. The creative is lacking. I don't find it very interesting. Now they've been snake bit. The Vision has been injured. There's just, it doesn't, like the Danhausen thing was...
The box.
The box was
That's what
Danhausen.
it was?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, okay.
Some people thought it was Jericho. Danhausen comes out.
There was just a person in a box? I heard Salamonster talking about the box.
There was
just
a box
person in a box.
Right?
And they sort of made it seem like the box was there for weeks. And it's
And
like,
it was Danhausen?
And it was Danhausen, who's like an indie darling character who then got signed by AEW, who's a fun character, but is more like comedic relief, not a headliner or anything like that. And I'm not trying to hit on him. Actually, every single thing that I've seen about him is that like he is such a good guy and he helps out others and he's great to work with and he shows up and he's, you know, like he honors his dates on the indie scene and all that. It just didn't feel, I never viewed him.
He's not Brock Lesnar, I get you.
It didn't feel like he never felt to me like a WWE character.
Oh, I see.
Do you know what I mean?
Because he's like, but I mean, they did have that Mr. Iguana fucking coming out in the
Mr. Iguana.
Penta?
No,
the Iguana guy.
Mr. Iguana is a very popular AAA personality, and they own AAA. AAA is the Mexican promotion.
So now they got Danhausen in there.
Did they want
I don't watch wrestling. I listen to the Uncrowned Wrestling.
Yeah, what a logo! My favorite part about the Uncrowned Wrestling Show is the theme song.
It is. It's
how good is the theme? How good is
the outro as well?
The outro is great. There may have been a member or two of the team that didn't like the theme when I first, proposed it.
Oh, really? Ooh. What's out though?
But yes, I can't wait to hear him talk about it. There's a lot of frustrations with the booking right now, but I always
from the fans or the talent or both.
I I don't know about from the talent. They don't really speak on these things, but certainly from the fans.
Okay.
But I think this is all very cyclical. Like, I don't get too high. It's the same thing with fighting. Like, sometimes the bookings are good, sometimes they're bad. They go up, they go down.
When they getting good again?
The bookings?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In wrestling or MMA?
MMA.
Both?
327 is good, bro.
It's fine.
It's not bad.
Come on. Not bad.
It's fine.
327 is a good card, dude.
It's a good card. Is it a great card?
It's a good card for
I think
now.
you can make an argument for a great card. It's got 2 title fights on it and a lot of names that you
Oh,
recognize.
three-
a title fight that doesn't feature the guy who actually is the champion of the division?
Excuse me. I thought you were talking 326.
No, 326
Oh, yeah,
is abysmal.
326 is
They're not abysmal. That's why I was
It's not.
surprised. I was surprised by your strong take. It's okay. It's okay.
326 is okay.
Yeah.
327 is great, Mike.
I think 327 is deep.
Deep. Very deep.
It's fun. It's deep.
Let's see you fighters the pay-per-view. It's a great pay-per-view.
Well, it ain't a pay-per-view anymore.
The best fighters in that weight class aren't fighting in either of the title fights. I mean, that's not ideal.
I think in this day and age, they haven't come out gangbusters, right? Like
Certainly
right now
not.
in the new era.
The first 2 months of Paramount have been underwhelming.
I was sitting there in Italy and I was like, yeah, I missed out on this card. I missed it. Like, I'm not foaming at the mouth to weigh in on this. You know what I mean? Kind of actually worked out great for me.
Yep.
Last show was post Sydney.
I think they did it for you.
Yeah.
They were like, let's
think they did it
not
for you.
book anything that big while Helwani's on.
You're right.
We'll give the boys in the back Apex,
Yeah.
Valentine's Day, nothing, Houston, and
Yeah,
Mexico City.
I appreciate that, guys. Thank you. What else, Frankie? What else?
Ollie said a big fight for Islam soon. Connor or Ilya?
I don't see Ilya. I don't think it's Ilya. And Connor against Islam. I mean, I don't know. Is it Michael Morales? Who's bigger, Michael Morales or Ian Gary?
I think they're both equally big, but it would feel weird for Ali to say, like, it's not Ian, but it's a huge fight. Like, those feel equivalent to me. So I don't know what he's kind of angling at.
Talks nonsense.
Maybe he meant literally.
Take some
Michael Morales is
yeah.
a massive man.
It has to be Ian Gary. Are you kidding me?
Ian Gary doesn't seem to think so based on...
It's such a bigger fight. No, he's just saying he's not ready, but like, come on. What are we talking about? What else, Frankie? What else?
Ariel, good to have you back in our lives.
Thank you.
Question is, do you know if the fighters on the MVP MMA card will be allowed to wear their own sponsors?
Ooh, you know what? That's a great question. I certainly hope so. I pray that they won't have uniforms, but honestly, I did not ask. I will inquire. I mean, they don't make them wear uniforms for the boxing, so I can't imagine they would for MMA. I'm so curious about all this, and I'll say as of right now, all I know is that I'm hosting that press conference. Which, by the way, like as far as press conferences go, I feel like it's going to be must-see TV. Ronda there, Gina there, who knows who else will be there. Obviously, my history with the two of them. I can't wait to be a part of it. And on a personal and professional note, I've never got to work on an MMA card. Like, I've never been in the cage before. I've never done the post-fight interview for an MMA card. It's always been boxing. So I'm really curious to see how the rest of the card looks. Say whatever you want about it. I think something a little bit different is fun. I think they're two legends. I saw some people getting into the nitty-gritty of like, this isn't a dream fight. This isn't a fight that anyone asked for. Well, first of all, like a dream fight is, to me, era versus era. And second of all, there was a time that people were asking for this. I remember it. I remember us talking about it in around 2014 that, should the next person be Ronda versus Gina? Because at that point, Gina had left 5 years ago. And so we did talk about it back then. And a dream fight to me can mean a lot of different things. Gina was the face of women's MMA. She was the first fight on Showtime against Julie Kedzie. She was the first fight on CBS as far as women's MMA is concerned. And then she had the super fight against Chris. And then she never fought again. It was a very quick, like, year and a half explosion of sorts. And then she went to do her thing. Her coming back is of interest to me. Ronda coming back is something I never thought would happen. Never, ever thought Ronda would come back after WWE and after having kids and all that, and her feelings towards MMA. I actually think she's come across really well in like the MVP Uncut videos and all this stuff. I'm curious. So anyway, all to say, I'm curious to see what kind of card they put together. They're a boxing promotion for all intents and purposes. What's it going to look like? How's it going to look on Netflix? First MMA card on Netflix. Anyway, from a personal and professional standpoint, I'm excited about it because I'm excited to work the presser and hopefully the event. I think this is good. I think Netflix getting into MMA is good for all of us. It's good for the sport. It's good for the fighters. It's good for promoters. It's just good. So, what else, Frankie? What else?
And lastly, should Big Onk look for a new representation? I feel like he should have been in the conversation for the title, and he's not.
Nah, he's got the best manager in the biz. Hashtag Big Onk. You know, they came up with that one in their own war room. I think he just didn't really, resonate with people. That's all.
The UFC in particular. I don't think they're clamoring for Ankalaev to get another
also
shot.
had 0 title defenses.
That too. I don't think they thought he would win the first time, and I think they were okay to move on after the...
Yeah, Yuri's a massive star. Carlos has won 9 in a row. I like this one. It's going to be an exciting
is
fight.
this guy complaining that Carlos is getting it over Ankh?
He's saying
it should have been.
Ankh is not even in the conversation when he beat Alex Pereira and
No.
He may have been in the conversation. We don't know. Maybe they were like, Ankh? And then someone was like...
Ulberg versus Prochazka was the fight. I mean, it's not even a question.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you do these types of fights, like the interim fight, it's like, one half feels like a force. Like, these were the two guys, and it's not even a question. Like, layup. Easy.
Sounds like Ankh was a question.
Yeah, well, at least for this dude.
Is that microphone giving you trouble there?
I'm just, it's not fitting nicely with this computer. We need to get the computer.
If you push it back
situation
any
fixed.
further, it's going to be completely flat.
You get a new computer, man?
No, it's actually not a new computer.
You busting into those watermelon ones?
I'm going to try right now.
I gotta give a watermelon one a go. I might go 1 watermelon, 1 mint.
What about Pizzi just throwing in?
He cares. He cares about people.
Man, don't give him too many compliments. He's got toothpicks busting out his ass. He's got
30 million for the kitchen scrap.
Yeah.
Every time I see him, he's throwing another pack onto me.
What a cool thing, right?
Yeah, having a toothpick is pretty cool.
Nah, to have a flavored toothpick? How about the fact that we've gone full circle where we started the day with breaking news regarding Mr. Toothpick himself, Benson Anderson. We end the day with me having a toothpick in my mouth. Does that not mean we're back? I could actually suck on this like a lollipop.
I think you just put it in your mouth like a toothpick.
It's actually pretty great. It kind of satiates a bit of a...
oral fixation.
Changes up the
composition. Oh my god! I tell you what they don't have in Italy: pineapple on pizza. You ask a guy for pineapple on pizza in Italy.
We saw.
They look at you like you're like you've got 9 heads.
Yeah, of course.
They said we don't do that here.
How'd the
every place you went, we don't do that.
Okay, so I found this one coffee spot. Not bad, but nowhere near as good as ours.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I like about their coffee. The espressos are nice. Like the one like that, great. Go quick, in and out, fantastic. The actual cappuccino, flat white, that stuff doesn't hit. The almond milk doesn't hit the same.
That's how I feel when I'm in Europe. I like an espresso, but I also like a sipper. I like, to be able to chill.
Yeah.
When you say not as good as ours, you're referencing the hidden location in Las Vegas.
I mean, is it hidden?
You're saying American coffee.
I'm talking about my usual, my spots here.
Okay.
New York City coffee, I think, is elite.
Yeah, New York City coffee's not bad.
New York City coffee is elite. The affogato is off the chain, though. America can't do affogato like Italy could do an affogato. But they get a little crazy over there with the whipped cream. I don't need all that stuff.
Just have an affogato for every cup.
Just give me a vanilla scoop with an espresso and we're good. I don't need all that other stuff.
How many total days have you spent in Italy over the last,
a lot.
9 months?
I'm kind of an Italian expert now. You guys were joking, but I'm sort of I'm that dude, You
lost your accent, though, as soon as you came back.
Well, I'm trying not to overdo it. The food is fantastic.
Did someone pull you to the side and was like,
chill out? No, they loved it. I would say bellissimo. They would love it. Are you kidding me? I was such a star over there. They loved it. No, but the pizza is elite. The pasta is elite. The ice cream is great. Gelato. Didn't have that much because it was so freaking cold. I wore snow pants for 2.5 weeks straight. I brought 15 pairs of pants. I didn't wear any of them because every day I would wear long johns and snow pants. And I only brought 1 pair of snow pants. So I had to go buy 3 other pairs and just rotate through them. I mean, I was legit freezing. There were some nights where we were up till 12:30 recapping curling and I thought I was getting hypothermia. But man, it was a good time. And I would think about you guys. I would put you on and I'd be like, man, they look so cozy in that studio. I feel like they're moving around my toys and stuff, but...
What about the one where...
I think we literally moved the belt and that was it.
Which belt?
When Connor was holding the action figure the entire show.
The what? What was that, Frank?
when Connor was holding one of the action figures.
Oh,
the entire-
Hornswoggle.
That's fine. Yeah, I noticed he
was like super flexible.
He was over here, and then I moved him over there. Oh, now he's over there.
Hey, it's a good toy.
Oh, wow. I forgot we had this, by the way.
WBC?
I forgot about this.
Yeah, shout out.
Yeah. How relevant is this now? Anyway, time to go. I'm so happy to be back. What? There's more?
Yeah, there's 3 more.
Oh my God! I thought you said that was it.
I believe it was it, and then they wrote more. I thought we should read these.
All right.
So we will not see Ilya or Islam until at least August, assuming John and Alex is for the White House and Hamza versus Strickland is in May.
Who knows? I would be doing a disservice if I speculate. I really don't know. There is a pay-per-view or a numbered event in May, and then it's June, and then it's July. Meaning, I think it's May, what is it? It's mid-May, and then the other one's June 14th, and then July 11th. What else, Frankie? What else?
Can we give a shout out to Karen Bryant? Have her as a guest on your show, Ariel.
Okay, shout out Karen Bryant. She is what? She's out of the UFC rotation, right? So I do wish her the best. She's been in the business for a very long time, formerly of MTV and then MMA Heat and CBS and all that stuff. So let's see what happens to her. These things happen in the business. Not really sure what happened there, but I do wish her the best. And she is a pro, so I'm sure she'll land on her feet. What else, Frankie? What else?
And then lastly, before the Manny rematch, can we get a read-off between Mysterious Frank and Floyd Mayweather?
Wow.
I would pay. I know we don't have to pay for Floyd versus Manny. I would pay on pay-per-view to watch Frank versus Floyd.
That is crazy work.
Honestly,
the first chapter of Harry Potter's Sorcerer's Stone.
I don't think that's fair to Frank. I think you do a great job. I really do.
Hey.
What
are you sucking up to me for?
No,
What's this bullshit?
I think you do a great job, and the way you
the words are hard.
The way you've really like taken the bull by the audio horns. I think it's been commendable.
Thanks.
I was like a proud father watching you just kind of take control there.
Damn straight.
He's killing it.
Nothing about the reading in that commentary, right? It's not about
trying to get him to read this book for a minute, and he keeps saying like, "Oh, they don't have it at the library."
It's not his job. He's an audio engineer. He's not a producer or a reader.
I love that.
That's what
I love
does.
that. We've come finally. You know what? This has been the best show I've ever.
It's okay. It's all right. It's all right.
Anything else, Frankie?
That was it.
It's Purim tonight, guys. So we got to get to the Purim celebrations. Anyone familiar with Purim?
Heard of it?
It's like it's our version of Halloween. We dress up.
Is anybody bringing some
Fight Feast Hamantashen?
Is anybody bringing any in?
Frank, what's going on with the music? I almost had a heart attack there.
I haven't pushed that button in so long.
By the way,
I've changed laptops since then.
Connor, are you hard of hearing? Is that why the like? What's going on? Why is the volume so? Jeez, Louise.
I don't scare easy.
Jeez, Louise. No. What were we talking about? I forgot. Oh yeah. It's Purim.
Jordan, man, miss him. He made the homemades last year.
He made homemade. Oh yeah, last year. I thought I missed. Yeah, no, it's
Jordan. Who the fuck is Jordan?
Yeah. By the way, I think we've got some yerbas.
Yerba mate.
Yerbas. I think we got.
Cracking some?
I think I'm staring at them right now.
Fairly highly caffeinated.
Because they heard that Frankie spilt his. And they came through in the clutch.
Which is why I got the new laptop.
Yeah.
Oh, is that why you got the new laptop?
That's why I got the new laptop.
Wait, is this the laptop that we got you?
No. This is the laptop that I have the drops on. Has been replaced, and then I haven't gotten to audition the outro song.
So how many
for 4
laptops
weeks.
do you have now? 4?
Who's to check, man?
Wow. I remember when we got Frank a new laptop that he was talking about for years right here. And then I was like, hey, Frank, did you get the laptop? Oh, yeah, I got it like 3 weeks ago.
Never mentioned
Rick
it.
took care of it, man.
Didn't mention it. Didn't mention a thing.
Rick took care of it, meaning you bought it using Rick's credit card without his permission.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yo.
got shit done. That's what matters.
Wow. Anyway, we are back. And it's so good to be back. Thank you, Arman Tsarukyan, Jiri Prochazka, Merab Dvalishvili, Paulo Costa, Patrick Habirora. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to all of them. Back tomorrow. Same time and place. Until then, I say peace out.